You go, Vicky.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go over some housekeeping notes for you guys. So everybody should have a black binder in front of them. That's going to be where all of our worksheets are, and Alex will reference them when we need them. The 2-day itinerary is also inside, and if you open it up to the first page at the bottom, the Wi-Fi information is there. So please only use the Wi-Fi on your laptop, not your cell phone. If too many people are on the Wi-Fi, it will not let over that number in. So please just use the Wi-Fi on your laptop. The password is capital L leverage 1, the number 1. And there's also a link on that document with access to all the resources, like all the emails, all the text, all the details are in that link. We are not going to go over that because it's like 85 pages long, but it's there for you. Also, there will be no official toilet breaks, so if you have to go on your own. And then if you would like to follow along on Alex's notes himself, he will be on Zoom. If you go to meetalexlive.com, that will take you to the Zoom link where this is going to be recorded. So if you would like to join us on Zoom, please do that now at meetalexlive.com. And then just be sure you are muted.
Do we have others on Zoom right now?
It's just the room. Where's the, All right, and then once you, okay, so Ashley's getting in, Sheree, Ashley. And if you guys haven't noticed, this is going to be a packed event. There's so much material to cover. I personally don't know how we're going to get through it, but we are. And so if you need anything, please speak to me personally. I have all the answers to the questions. If you ask Alex, he's just going to ask me anyways. So I am the direct line to your answers. Also, please be at your seats and ready on time. We're going to have a lunch break today at 12:30. And we would like you guys back here at 1:25 tomorrow morning. Please be in your seats and ready by 8:55. Put an alarm on your phone if you need to. If you just know yourself and you know you tend to be late, just put a reminder for yourself for that. And then at the end of the day, we're going to do a takeaway on what your biggest revelation, your biggest insight was. So make sure you're taking notes for that as well. And be sure to post and tag the stories on social media. It's going to be a really exciting event. You know, our events are not just for the content, it's for the experience, for the memories, for the community. You guys are going to feel really close by the end of this, and I'm really looking forward to having you with us. So without further ado, this is Alex Jeffries.
Woo! Thank you. So what I'd like to do is just accept everybody into the room. I'm going to admit all you're going to have to do is just make sure you mute all of your computers if you come on, and just mute your microphones. Okay, so I'm admitting everybody in, and it's going to be for viewing purposes because I will share my screen for the recording purposes. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. Everybody in, everybody mute. And if anybody, and then everybody mute, and then we'll be good. All right, cool. And okay, cool. Yes, sir. Now I want to touch on just the housekeeping one moment. I think this is going to be really important. We have a lot to get through. And I want to share a lot of stuff with you that's going to be groundbreaking. And what we want to make sure that we do is, first of all, everybody mutes themselves. So we get that out to the way. And then the real thing I want to just say is everybody's going to be in their seat by 8:25 tomorrow morning. 8:55 tomorrow morning in our seats. And today at lunch, be back in your seats at 1:25. Tomorrow back in seats at 1:25. Make sense? That's the only rules I have. If you want to go pee, leave at any time, but let's just be on time so we can get the show going. All right. And like Jess said, let's tag and get this on the social media. So, all right. So first and foremost, what I want to do is I want to just give a thank you to Jess. Before I dive into my content, I said it'd be Chad, didn't I? I did. I said it'd be Chad.
Every time.
I did. I said it'd be Chad. He goes, I know. He's like, I know every time. He's pressing the button. He's like, I know. It's me again. This is like the fourth time it's happened. It's the fourth mastermind Chad's doing. He's like, I know it's me again. All right. So I want to just give a big thanks to Jess. You know what you do have access to is a resource guide, which is about 84 pages in length, that has everything to a multi-million-dollar business inside of there. That one link has everything. The only thing that's missing right now is going to be the funnel pages. The reason we didn't put that in there is because they're live and it will affect certain things. So we're going to get that cloned, put in there after the event. So that will be in the right place as well. But with that said, Jess has literally put everything together and made it very seamless. So it looks simple, but she's been working very hard. So can we just give her a quick round of applause, please, before we get going? Because, you know, it's very difficult to get, you know, a number of people in a room and actually get everybody from different places, different countries in here. So big well done. Thank you, Jess. She makes my life easy. So this is where I'm going to start from. I want to start with this. All strategy comes from numbers. Okay? That's how I'm starting this presentation. So if you don't know your numbers, you're not going to be in business for long. And if you don't have numbers, you're not in business. Okay? But if you do have numbers and you're not gathering them, there's so much money to be made in your business that you're not already getting a hold of. So this mastermind, this is a training event. This is a how-to. This is not a sales event, a what. You know, when we do sales events, they're like what, not how. Okay, this is actually a training event. I'm going to be teaching you how. And this mastermind, we're going to be teaching you how to do sales events. Make sense? So by the time you leave here, you should be able to go out that door and make a lot of money. Who's happy about that? Because I don't shy away from it. I like making a lot of money. Okay, and if you don't like making money, you can raise those standards. You're worthy of the money for being in this room. So business is to create profits. Sometimes we just get lost. Sometimes we get too busy. Sometimes we do the wrong things to stay busy, to keep us away from the profits. So, you know, you should be taking notes by now because I'm already getting into some good content, and there's very simple things. Everything I'm saying line item by line item is meaningful. For an example, your job is to get more customers to give you more money. Keep it simple. That's your job, to get more customers to give me more money. And we could say, really, get more customers, give you more money more often. That's the real thing there. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to create something that is easy to sell. It is easy to deliver. It is easy to consume. And it's easy to get results. I'm going to say that quickly once more for you. We are going to create something that's easy to sell. It's easy to deliver. It's easy to consume. And it's easy to get results. Now, also what I'm going to be sharing here is literally from testing. We've made $4 million from this in an 84 days of sales. Now that period of 84 days was within 2 years, but we only were selling for 84 days and generated $4 million. Now, what we're going to do with this now is we're going to take this and go and make tens of millions from this. Like now we understand this, we're going to be moving forward with this. So if I were to say an outcome, what I'm going to actually do as well, I'm going to share my screen here. To share more, share my screen. All right, can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So this is the outcome here. You have enjoyed a great experience here, gained newfound confidence and certainty on an opportunity that creates incredible income and impact following our actionable content you received here inside this room, whether it be live or virtual. We're recording this for future reference. That's the outcome. That you enjoy yourselves and you leave with confidence and certainty on an opportunity that can make you very rich. Like I plan in this season right now that we're going into, that we are going into a season where there's a big recession coming up in front of us and people are scared and people are going to talk and the media is going to talk about this recession. I choose to become wealthy in this season. When the 2008 recession come around, I chose to get rich, which I did, but then I spent that money. This time I don't choose to spend the money. I choose to save and invest the money. This is how we're going to make the money. So the model we're going to be covering here is going to be going over virtual events. And those can be labeled as, you know, webinars, Zoom meetings, challenges. But what this is long form content. It's the opposite to like TikToks. You know, in this TikTok era where everyone's sending these little videos out, I want to tell you this, that the more time somebody spends with you, the more time they invest with you. Okay? Now, obviously, if you're just blasting TikToks out every day for a long time, you're blasting out Instagram every day, you're blasting that content on YouTube every day, then people are spending time with you. And over a long period of time, if they're following you, then they'll buy from you. So, you know, that way is a good way of doing it. But what I like to call this is rapid branding. I can bring somebody into a room who doesn't know me today, and within 3 days, they're giving me tens of thousands of dollars, throwing their credit card at me as a raving fan. Now, I'm not Elvis, and I know Elvis in Las Vegas used to have people throwing knickers at him, but I've experienced people throwing credit cards at me. And it's fascinating being stood on stage where people are throwing their credit cards, laughing out loud, saying 25,000, that's it, and literally throwing credit cards. That's what this does, what we're going to be talking through. It's a very powerful way of generating income. So this is not outdated information. You know, a lot of people, what they say is, in fact, the guy who's going to be coming and talking this afternoon said this to me. If somebody's saying it on stage, you're too late. So if they're teaching something from stage, you're already too late. Like that's the kind of saying in the industry. That's not the case here. You know, my company's called marketingwithyou.com. We're marketing with you, not to you. What I'm showing you here is working, and we're going to work it. This is not something I'm teaching that we're not doing. I'm teaching what we're doing. And that's different. People don't do that. So I'm going to be doing 4 big 3-day events through 2023, and then plenty more 1-day events through 2023. Okay. I'm going to be doing 3 days, which I'm going to be teaching you, and 1 days, which I'm going to be teaching you. We're going to be doing a lot of them. Now, how this come about, how like I got into the virtual event business was, first of all, a competition of mine leaked his numbers on the internet saying how much he was making coaching coaches. And when I saw it, I thought it was a daft move. And I felt like it was not the right move. And in the prior industry, we kept it very quiet that, you know, how we were making millions of dollars. We didn't tell anybody because that just creates competition. So as soon as he released his numbers, all of a sudden, it was almost overnight, there was like hundreds, then thousands of people saying they coach coaches. Like there was about 5 to 10 people doing it. After he released his numbers, there was hundreds and now there's thousands. So the market becomes saturated fast. And I'm on the phone with people and they're not buying from me. And they're like, oh, well, I remember it clearly. This woman goes, well, there's this other woman and she's called One Trick Pony and she's going to teach me for like $1,500. I'm like, who the hell is this One Trick Pony? And I Google her as I'm on the phone with this person. And One Trick Pony's literally ripped me off. Every mechanism name I've put, she just said with another name, like added to it. It was a complete knockoff. And I'm infuriated at the prospect on the phone with me. And I went to myself, hold up 2 seconds. It's not the market's job to know who the expert is. It's my job to position myself as the expert. And I was on the phone and I was like, holy shit. If I was stood next to, Cristiano Ronaldo right now, who's like one of the best soccer players in the world, and he's wearing a soccer kit and I'm wearing a soccer kit, and I'm holding a soccer ball and he's holding a soccer ball, you're going to believe I'm a soccer player. And if I'm offering soccer training and Cristiano Ronaldo is offering soccer training, and I'm saying, I'll help you kick the ball in the goals, Ronaldo's charging all of this money and I'm charging a little bit of money, you're going to go, well, I just need to kick the ball in the goals. I'm going to learn from him, Al, because he's cheaper. I don't know how to kick a ball in the goal. You're screwed with me. And that's what I realized. I was like, the prospect doesn't realize who the expert is. And it's not the prospect's job to know. It's my job to show. So I was like, okay, interesting. So I spoke with a gentleman by the name of Lee McIntyre. Lee McIntyre was in the business of being in all of our businesses. He had his finger in all of our businesses. He's behind the scenes in my business, Russ's business, every freaking person who was entering that coaching market, Lee had his finger in their business. So I get on the phone with Lee and he's like, listen, bro, like if you got on stage and you presented from stage, not a webinar, but you presented from stage, like I would bet my house and kids on you winning on stage. He's like, that's how that's your blue ocean. So we literally moved from a phone model to filling up seminar rooms in San Diego. And we did 1, 2, 3, and then now we got to number 5. We had it down, this process down. And we're like, oh my God, like just multimillionaires from this process, like this simple, it's just militant operation. And then COVID happened. Literally, just as we'd hit it, we just a week before COVID, we're like, okay, this process is amazing. COVID happened. So we had to figure out. We moved to virtual events, crushed it. I invested $40,000. 10 days later, we launched our first event and we did hundreds of thousands from the first event. Went on to make millions from the 3-day event. We got it down to the point now, every 3-day event we would do would make us $1 million per event. And then we tested out because they were expensive to run. We'd need like 30 team. So then we brought it down to a 1-day event that just me and Jess could do. So literally, that's why I really want to be teaching you all that it'd be you and one other person to be able to run a virtual event from home and be able to just crush it. And like, that's what I'm going to be teaching you predominantly here. So with that said, I have caught up and I am now on track. I've caught us up. All right. We were, I need to get the wheels in motion. All right. So cool. So I appreciate you, by the way. And I'm going to be rapid firing. There's going to be plenty of time for hanging out and stuff, but I really want to, like, I'm here for the fun. I'm here for the entertainment. I'm here for the experience, but I also want to see you all win. It's like, just to give, just to quickly, to share something here. It's like, we're at the Leverage Mastermind, okay? And, Greg come to a mastermind of mine in what year? 2019. So he come and lived with me in a mansion in La Jolla, California. And I think he was a client before that. I think you've been a client for like, when would you say you've been a client since? 8 years? So 2014. So he's been come to the mastermind in 2019, and he's been trucking along. So Greg comes to a 1-day event of ours that we did. 1 day virtual, completely blown away. He's there ringing his bell. He's so happy. Are you okay if I just share some numbers? So Greg becomes a client again about 90 days ago. No, not even that. End of August. So basically he did a $60,000 month. Was that your best month to date? No? Yes? So end of August, $60,000 month starts with us. Leverage. Next month, do you know how much you made the next month? Oh, it was 87. 87 the first month. The next month, we're at the end of the month, we're checking his numbers. As he's putting them in, he passes his first 100K month, 107K last month, right? We're on the phone here on Monday. Last week, they had a $60,000 week. So he went from his best month being 60K to now being a 60K week last week. Leverage. Simplifying. And the things I'm going to be teaching you here, some of the things I've been teaching him, but we're going to take it a bit further here. So designing the funnel is not easy. Like designing a funnel, what's the funnel going to look like? That could be very complicated. There's endless ways this can go. Setting up the funnel is not easy. Writing the copy is not easy. Creating a dream client profile is not easy. Creating an irresistible offer is not easy. Creating the presentation is not easy. And I don't want to insult your intelligence and just tell you all of this stuff is easy, because I've spent a long time learning this craft that I'm going to be teaching you, a long time. And the guy I'm bringing in this afternoon to teach you is one of the best in the game, I would say. I'd like copywriting, like writing copy and teaching it. We've got a legend coming into the building. And so I don't want to insult your intelligence by telling you how easy it is. So what we've done for you is we pulled together all of our resources. So as I'm going to be teaching you here, my aim is to look at the leverage points for you. There's going to be 3 leverage points that we're going to be covering this 2 days. The first leverage point is going to be the sales page, the sales letter. That's a leverage point that we're going to be going deep into. A second leverage point is going to be your presentation. That's the second leverage point. The third leverage point is going to be your offer. They are the 3 big hinges that this event is hanging on. Big doors swing on little hinges. They're the hinges. 3. The sales letter, the presentation, and the offer. Now, let me see if I got this. Where's the process maps, baby? They in this worksheet? The process map, so I can pull it up. Okay. Yep. It can be. Good morning. Let's give it up for Paloma.
Hi.
Let's give it up for Paloma. Good morning. Okay. Is that the worksheet there? It's the one day. Okay. Okay.
Zoom into
Well,
like
can
white
you
screen.
come and set them up then, please?
You were viewing Alex Jeffrey's screen.
So I want to put 3 day and I want it. Okay. Yeah. All right,
It moved
cool.
the web
So what we're going to do here.
into
So
the base browser.
Who's unmuted? Who's unmuted? Someone's unmuted. You're going to have it. Who is it? I'm going to get you. There was. Okay, so. Okay. Can you see the process map? No. Okay. So I'm going to go back to, I don't need the process map. I'm just going to go through it then. Can you, do I have one? There's a copy. All right, so everybody, if you want to look in your itinerary, you're going to have a process map. This is the 3-day process map. This is the big one. Can you see that? Everybody got that? Good. All right, cool. So what I'd like to do here is I'm just going to talk you through this process map for a moment so you understand what we're looking at, okay? And then on the itinerary, as Jess mentioned, you have the link to the resource guide. The resource guide has everything inside of here, every email. So let's just go through this. So the very first thing in this process is traffic. And there's really 3 ways to generate traffic. There's, you know, your own traffic, you borrow traffic, or you can buy traffic, okay? Now, if you look in here, if you already have who has a mailing list already? All right, so you're sitting on a gold mine. So raise your hand if you've got a mailing list. All right, so you just got loads of money in your business. Like there's money there to be made. It's like Mike Filsaime taught me something years ago. The more you email your list, the more money you make. So here's going to be a reason to email your list. And this is a proper process. You put them through this, and you don't just make money, but you make lots of money. So the very first thing is the traffic. Now you either own, borrow, or buy. The people who put your hands up, you already have traffic. You can start this process really quickly. Now, the next thing is the sales page. Now, a sales page is so important in this process that we actually, we didn't know what made us successful back in when Greg first knew me. Who knew me from before the coaching coaches space? Like you knew me. So maybe just Greg, you knew me. You see me. Paloma knew me. You've seen me. Okay. Well, I was in a different industry, and in the different industry, we were selling a business opportunity, multiple business opportunities, and we were crushing it. You know, we were having thousands of customers a week buy from us. We were making 6 figures a week. It was a great business. And when we moved to America, we kind of fell flat on our face, and we expected to come over here. Remember me and Adam, you know, Alana worked with us. Me and Adam walked over here. We're like, we're going to just take over America. 2 Brits were coming over. And we had our asses handed to us. We got our asses kicked. And we're like, okay. And then we're over. So we got Mike Millions coming in. So Mike Marin is the copywriter coming in this afternoon. And we're over Mike's house a few years ago. And Adam said to me, we didn't know what made us successful. I'm like, what do you mean we didn't know what made us successful? Of course we did. He said, no, we didn't. Because if we knew what made us successful, we wouldn't have stopped doing it. I was like, huh. He goes, we went from a model of, you know, suspect, prospect, customer, get the customer with the sales page, client, Raven fan. Any Raven fans of mine in here? Well, once upon a time, though, you would have been suspects. You mean, who is this guy? Then you're prospects. So this guy's a bit interesting. But from turning a suspect and a prospect into a customer, that's pretty much what we're going to be discussing as well at this event. So I call a customer list, not just a mailing list, I call it a super list. This is a phrase I coined many years ago. It's a super list. It's a list of customers. That's what I'm going to be looking at all of you building from this event, having your own super lists. Okay. So we stopped building super lists. We fell flat on our face. And we started doing this again. And it's been the core of the business. We've made millions doing it and tens of millions to come. So in this process map here, the second thing is the sales letter. Okay, and I'm just going to hit some points on this sales letter. You can make notes next to it if you like. A sales letter is there to build you a super list. Okay, it's going to get people to give you their name, email address, their credit card. And what this does is this sales letter, it identifies and isolates your dream clients. It also is a low-risk move for customers to make. So let me give you a quick backstory. I was emailing my list and nobody was applying to get on the phone with me, okay? We'd send an email and there's no applications. So at that point, we're like, the list is dead. So what we did was we put up a little sales letter for $10. We emailed the same mailing list, this $10 thing, and 100 people bought it in 3 days. Greg being one of them. 3 days, we had 100 people. So they weren't applying to get on the phone, but now 100 of them swiped their credit card. It's a low-risk move for the customers, but also it's a way of identifying and isolating our dream clients. Because now we've got a little pool of customers who have stepped forward in a low-risk way, and we move them through the funnel. The other great thing is when somebody swipes a credit card with you, it doesn't matter if they even just swipe it for $1, it gives you expert positioning. They're voting with their wallets. And as Dan Sullivan taught me, I only take feedback from people who vote with their wallets. If you haven't given me money, I'm not listening. And I find that interesting because there's just critics out there, you know? And we've sold thousands of product at $1, over 100,000 product under $10, and we've had millions of views. And you know, it's like the people who don't give you money are the ones who are always moaning and bitching, right? The people who give you the most money are the least, like, you have to do the least work with them. So, okay, so the sales page is that. It's those things, okay? Now we're moving into the O2O page. And I'm just briefing you on this process because I want to just cover 3 things for the next 2 days. Like there's all of this, you've got the resources for all of this inside of the resource folder. You can go through it at your own leisure. I'd say leisure, right, Catherine? We're in America, leisure. I'd say back in the UK, I'd say, oh, just get me on my mobile. Over here, it's like, catch me on my cell. I'd say to Catherine, how was your holiday? But in front of all you, I'd say, how's your vacation? All right. So the O2O page, why do you want an O2O page, a one-time offer page? Well, you want a one-time offer page is because a buyer is a buyer is a buyer. So when somebody buys your product from your sales page and then they buy something from your O2O page, they're what we call the hyper customers, right? So you identify and isolate those also. And also you just make more money in your funnel. You know, if you have more stuff in there for sale at the point of interest, you make more money. Now, the thank you page, moving on quickly. I'm going to be quick with this. The thank you page is where you want to survey your customers to gather intel, information for your presentation and your offer. Ladies and gents, the coolest thing about this is that when I launched my first coaching program, I basically, I launched a coaching program with no content created for it. I just understood the market. I wrote the sales presentation. I promoted it. I sold it. And I then surveyed the people on entry. And I learned all about my market. Then I was able to make my training based on that. Same with your presentations. You can now survey them once they buy from you, because the event's going to be in a few days after that. You can ask them these questions on the thank you page. What's your biggest struggles? What would make this event worthwhile for you? What would you like to achieve by attending? What would your dream outcome for this event be? And by asking those questions, you're going to really learn about your audience before you get on your stage. Stage being back bedroom, right? Stage being kitchen countertop. Also, on the thank you page, you want to get them to join your Facebook group. So the Facebook group, what's the purpose of that? It's just another channel to engage with your customers before the event, during the event, and after the event. Now it leads into the VIP day. So now we're into the green, okay? Now the VIP day, the reason what the VIP day is, this is our upsell. So when somebody buys, and again, you're going to be able to go through our funnel in the resources and see the pages, okay? But when somebody buys from our sales page, on the next page, we ask them, would you like to upgrade to VIP? Okay, they upgrade to VIP. Let me just run some numbers with you quickly, just so you understand this, why this VIP day is so important. If somebody buys a $1 product from us, so they come to our sales page, we would sell our seminar for $1, which was the least we could sell it for, just so somebody swipes their credit card. We recommend going higher. We just did it for $10. The next one we're going to do is going to be $27. But here's the thing, with the data that we have, and the reason we didn't move away from the $1 is because of the data that we had. So we kept doing our events at $1 because it's like, why would we move from this? Because this works. It was just like, it was too scary to move. We knew moving up in price would be better, but when you've got the data that each event makes $1 million, why change it? Like, we're in the boardroom, like, why rock the boat? It's going to make us $1 million. Don't need to change anything, right? So when somebody gives us $1, that person, and they don't buy the VIP, that person was worth $850 to us. They spend $1 with us, they come to our virtual event, they're worth $850. If they bought the $1, then went to the O2O page and give us $27, they were worth $2,500. If they bought the product, went to the O2O page, paid the $27, and then showed to the VIP day, they were worth $4,500. So anybody who showed up to the VIP day was worth $4,500. 850 if they don't, 4,500 if they do. So it was just a great way of finding out who our hyper buyers are, and the people who show up there, that's where the majority of the money is. So VIP day, and again, you have all of our emails to like promote the VIP day. You can actually see the recording of my VIP day. Everything's in the resources. Our sales page for it, our order page for it, you get it all. So this is a place to meet and greet your hyper buyers. This is a place you get to build know, like, and trust before your event. And this is a place to make sure that they show up to the event and they're committed to showing up to the event. Okay. So then there's an event room. Our event room was ciaroom.com. We made it simple. That was like the one link that we sent to everybody. If you wanted to come to our event, all you need to remember was ciaroom.com. So we could change anything on that page, the registration to the Zoom. If we had anything to sell them, we didn't have to keep sending links out to everyone. It was just one simple link. Okay. Like the link to get into this Zoom today was meetalexlive.com. Didn't have to work hard to get you a different Zoom, just simple link. So the live event, what do you do a live event for? Like, why not just do a video sales letter? Why do a live event? Well, it's to, first of all, gain people's attention, because in this day and age, attention is just scarce. In this TikTok world, you've got like, they used to say like, people's attention was like 8 seconds. Like now it's just like people are just scrolling, dating this way, scrolling this way. So to gain people's attention with a live event, it's the expert positioning that you get from being in front of an audience. It's the engagement that you have with the audience as you're going through the content. It's to educate them. Please note, I didn't say teach them. Educate them. If you come into a sales event of mine, I'm not teaching you, I'm educating you. And I find a big difference there. Teaching you would be the how-tos. Educating you is the what. That's how I see it. You come to one of my sales events, I'm selling you. I'm not teaching you, I'm selling you. So everything I say is to, in fact, the guy, one of my clients said, just watch Alex, because every time he moves his lips, he's selling something. So it's to educate them, but it's to educate them and shift their beliefs. There's going to be a big one, to shift their beliefs and to demonstrate. What I learned was the people who come to our virtual events, when they saw me, so I would do a virtual event from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. From 5 p.m. till 6 p.m., I would do coaching for free for an hour in front of the audience. And it was where they saw me coaching is where they go, oh, that's what it looks like to work with him. I'm buying. So when we were selling people, you asked the question, like, what's the reason you signed up? Oh, I saw you in the after hour, like coaching people. I'm like, I'm in. It was at that moment I realized. Okay. So what can you do to demonstrate what you do? Okay, that's a great place to do it at the live events, to actually demonstrate you in work. Okay. Now, the cool thing is there's something we call an off-the-call event. Off the fence call. So basically, so we do this, we do the VIP day, the event room, day 1, day 2, day 3. That's doing those things. Off the fence call. So after the seminar, there's going to be some people who don't buy. So what we would do is we would do an off the fence call, another Zoom, hey, get in. Again, you got all the emails to promote this. You can see my off the fence call. You got access to this to explore, like go into this, immerse yourself in this stuff. We spend weeks putting it together for you. In the off the fence call, this is a smaller group with the people who are interested, they're kind of on the fence, and you get as many of them on the call, and then you can overcome their objections, answer their questions, and you can make some more sales. Okay. And we do this. Well, actually, it ties into what I'm going into after. So then the sales calls. We're gonna have to go and send. I think we're gonna have to send. No, I'm just gonna say we're gonna send Greg and Gerard in hey guys, shut up. Actually, we send Chad in there. Hey, yeah, next door. Chad's like, shut up. So the sales calls. The sales calls is this way. What I love about this model here is with the sales calls, you've already got their credit cards on file. And by the way, I'm sorry if this is kind of boring, as I'm going through it, because I know it's kind of a bit difficult. Is it boring? No? No? Okay. See those sales move? Yes. Do you see it, Catherine? Okay, you saw it? Huh? Uh-huh. Got the no in that. I sold the no. When I teach sales, it's to go after the no. Is this boring, you, Kat? No. Good. So the sales calls, what I love about doing sales calls this way is I've already got the credit card on file. See, getting the credit card from somebody is normally the hardest bit of a sales call. It's actually getting them to the credit. Oh, my credit card's in my wallet. I haven't got my wallet. Oh, whatever bull crap they've got. I'm just like, hey, would you like to run the card, the discovery on file 4062? I got the card on file. Right? Such an easier way of closing deals. So it's literally order collection at this point. My sales calls went down from 90 minutes to 9 minutes. My average sales call is 20 minutes, and I'm processing $25,000 transactions. And most of the time, I'm just close the deal. I'm just chit-chatting. Close the deal in a few minutes, and it's just I'm talking just to be cool, and I'm off the phone. There's a script. You have our script. Okay, you've got the script inside of your resources. Now, the cool thing about these events as well is the person knows the price. That's right, buddy. We'll come and sit down. He doesn't know the price. So, yeah, Visa or MasterCard, sir. So with the script, they know the price because you've done your presentation from stage and you've got enough time with them. Now they know the price. So then there's no big price objection on the phone. Okay. The marketing's done that. But all of that said and done with the sales call, it's still your job to close them. Listen, ladies and gents, you can get everything right and not close deals and you don't have a profitable business. You can get everything wrong and close deals and you have a very profitable business. It's what I call the ultimate leverage. It's if you're not closing deals, that's just got to be fixed. That's the first thing. Because from that point there, you've got that ultimate leverage and everything else just compounds to that. So it's your job to close the deal. Now, with the onboarding process here, you want to make sure there's an onboarding process. I missed this for years and 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 years. And then when I figured it out, I'm like, oh man, that was I've lost so much money. So when we were taking somebody's credit card from them in the past, we would just like leave them in this big like abyss. They get off the phone, like what happens next? So you want to make sure that on your sales calls that you have an onboarding process so they know what's going to happen next, step by step. That way, when they get off the phone, they know the next steps. And as those steps happen, they feel confident that everything is in alignment. Versus get off the phone like, well, what happens next? And then there's a miss. So the button down process that you also have, we lost $200,000 by not putting this in place in one event. We had like $200,000 of refunds because we took this out. So we had it in place. We took it out once, $200,000 refunds. Okay, put this back in. I made the mistake for you. Now, the cool thing then is there's a roadmap day. The roadmap day is a holding pattern. Okay. So the roadmap day is a holding pattern for the clients. So say I sell somebody, I've now got like 2 weeks until the roadmap day. So it's like, okay, you can get in and have some free coaching. Like before that, your coaching is going to start on roadmap day, but it's a holding pattern because we're all on the phones making sales and stuff. It's a place to just like, this is the official start date. It is also a place though, that it's a real start date, which gives a deadline for other people. Because if you're selling coaching, the worst thing is I'll come back next month. I'll come back in 2 months. They believe that they've got this period of time to come back to. A roadmap date gives you a real start date. It was huge for us, this, putting in place. Because as you're doing the sales, like, oh, the start date's next Monday, and everybody's, oh, well, I need to think about it. No problem. The pressure's off, but the start date's here. So people are, there's real pressure with that. And then so there's real urgency for people to sign up, but also the roadmap day itself is a day that you get to resell everybody who signed up. It's the first day that we then sell them on the period of coaching. Okay. So, and then you have access to like the coaching itinerary, the rebuild collection process, which is just huge. Yes.
The roadmap day is important because of the deadline. Because if you have like an evergreen program,
Yes.
they're gonna start right away and start with the program.
Yeah, and you want to look at, so for the microphone here, I'm going to do this, like, you know, what happens if you have an evergreen program? Well, you could just have a new, like a new roadmap day, like you're right. And I'm going to be teaching you, what I'm going to be teaching you here in a moment is a 1 day that doesn't have a lot of this in, okay? So I'm just giving you the 3 day, the bigger version one. You have all of the resources to it, because this is where you can expand to. But like, as we leave here, we're going to be focused on a 1 day that won't have a lot of this in here, okay? What we did in the old business was we had every Monday was an enrollment day. So it'd be the program starting on Monday, and that was the onboarding call. So this is how we did it for the evergreen. This is what we did. Every Monday was a one-to-one call with Alex. So like your start day, you can have a one-to-one with Alex on the Monday, and then you'll join the group. So every Monday I did these one-to-ones with everybody. I was like, wait a minute, I could actually just do a group every Monday. So the program's going to start on Monday. The onboarding call is with Alex on Monday. That's how everyone was selling it. You get access to train all that before, but so I do this call every Monday, and I do the same call every Monday. And then I was like, wait a minute, I could actually give this to somebody else to do. Ben could do the onboarding call. So then Ben did the onboarding call every Monday. And I was like, wait a minute, we could actually just record one of these calls, and then they just get to watch the recording on the Monday. So the same thing happens. Like, yes, your onboarding call will be Monday. You'll be able to watch it, and we just play the recording of a Zoom on the Monday. They just got to watch a recording. So there is a way of doing it. But people do need that deadline, or they're going to start to take some control from the conversation. I'll be back next month, time, vacation, etc., etc. You want to try and create that deadline. like real deadlines, not fake urgency. Cool. And then, you know, here it's like the rebuild collection. If you're not tracking your rebuild collections, there's a huge, huge, huge wastage of money in your business right now. And if you are tracking your rebuilds, the process here will help you increase your rebuild collection. And if you remember, I said the name of the game is your job is to get more customers to give you more money. So the rebuild collection process we teach you will get you more money. When we stopped doing this, our rebuilds dropped by 40%. That's tens of thousands a week lost for years because so we put it back in. Yes. Yeah. So if we sell somebody a $25,000 program and they put $10,000 down, they're paying $1,900 a month. You want to keep them paying that $1,900 a month for the full period versus drop off after 3 or 4 or 5 months. Keep them engaged. We have a process for that. Okay. Then the most important thing on this sheet here is reviewing the data and really just understanding the numbers once you run something to understand the numbers. So, okay, so can I get the 1 day, please? So I'm going to go through this quicker now, and we can dive into some Q&A. But please have a look here, 1 day. Thanks, babe. All right, can everyone see the 1 day? All right. So see how much more simpler this is. Like look at it from the 3 day to the 1 day. Okay, this is where you really want to start. This is what me and Jess are leaving here to do. Like this is not like, hey guys, check this out, and then we're gonna go and do something else. Like we're literally leaving here to do this. This is the income stream. All right. So just quickly looking at it. Who does not have an email list? Does not have an email list? Does not. All right, Bernadette. Okay. So what you can do, Bernadette, is you can tap into somebody else's email list. Like you can partner with somebody to do this. Okay. But you know, it's for everybody else. He can come in here. I'll sit him down. I'll sell him what he wants. I don't know what he wants. I'll sell it. I promise you. I'll find out what he wants. And I'll find out what his credit card is. So the first thing is the traffic. Okay, so like just running through this, because this is really what we're going to be going over. The traffic. So you're going to be able to send emails. If you've collected phone numbers, like Cherie as an example, I gave Cherie some coaching recently. Cherie has a masseuse business. She has a massage business, and she has masseuses work for her. And she has a text message list. She didn't know what to do with it. I'm like, oh, we're gonna have some fun. So we wrote a sequence of text messages, and the first message that I wrote was, "Are you too busy to treat yourself to a massage this week?" ? Okay, how did that turn out? Amazing.
Like, oh my gosh, thank you. And we're booking, and it was a huge success.
A huge success. Give her a round of applause. It was a very simple campaign that we put together. It's like, if they say this, say this. It's like, if they say no, say this. And we just literally put together 5 or 6 text messages, and she wanted to make $15,000. She's like, I want to get like, I don't know. She was like, I want to get, how many was it?
Even just like a few weeks, like booking.
Yeah.
And it's like 8 to 10, even more, depending. And Alex had sent it all out at once, and I have an assistant. She's like, thank God the system won't let me do that, because she sent only 200 and got like 40 like right away, like people talking to her. And so every day she would send out 200, and it was like that same It was amazing how many were coming back.
So she wanted like 8 or something. She's like, oh, it'd be good if I got like 8 clients or something. I'm like, okay, be ready, be ready. Because that one text message, like, are you too busy to treat yourself to a massage? We question mark. Like, no. All right. So anyway, the point being though is if you have a text list, it's that we had thankfully, it's a shame that we couldn't get Caleb here. He's down in Mexico for a wedding. He really tried to get here before it, but Caleb really helped us, and I could say like saved the business if you like, because we were doing email marketing to events, and Caleb turned on text. We had all these texts like, oh, why don't we just move all of these phone numbers and text them? And we used text messaging, blew up the sales. But it was his idea that I wouldn't have like followed it. He's like, oh, text them, boom. So if you have a text list, example in-house, works great. So you're going to want to email, text, and use social media to drive them to your sales page that we will be working on at this event. Once they go to the sales page, they're going to go to the checkout page. Once they go to the checkout page, they're going to go to a thank you page. This funnel we're building here is a lot simpler. Okay, it's fast. You're going to be able to knock this up quick. I want you to have the main assets leaving here. When they go to the thank you page, you're just going to have the survey link on there, and you're going to have a Zoom link on there. Really simple. Then you're going to have your one-day event. You're going to have email reminders. Again, you're going to have this engaging presentation, make offers. You're going to drive sales calls. You're going to email out the replay. You're going to email people to the sales calls. You're going to do the sales calls, onboarding. I mean, this process, simple. Okay, I don't want to like bore us just looking at a sheet here. Any questions on this before we actually move forward? We've got a bit of time here for Q&A.
How long would you make your day for?
That's a really good question. How long would you make your day for? It's a great question. So as we're going to come up with and create your content, all of you are going to be creating content here. It's going to be dependent on how much content you have. So you could have a day of a 90-minute presentation. You could have a 3-hour presentation, a 5-hour presentation. The longer you can keep them engaged, the more money you will make from them. The longer you can keep their attention, the more money. If you can, if you can give people information and delay the process to get paid for like weeks, months, years, like there's people now, if they made an offer for something, I don't need to like be sold. I just sign it. Here's my credit card. I sign it because I follow them for so long. What this does, I call it branding in a bubble. You're going to do these events. You keep somebody for a day, their attention for a day, and then make them an offer. They're buying from you more than if they spend 90 minutes with you. They spend 3 hours with you, as long as the presentation is done correctly. So to answer the question, anywhere from 3 hours to 3 days would be my guidelines. I've never done anything more than 3 days. That's a good question. So again, I just have to repeat it for the microphone. He said, is there a formula like every hour, like per $1,000 something? I've never broken it down to that, which is interesting. But I just do know that you're going to have enough content leaving here that you're going to have it. It's about engaging them. It's like John Carlton in copywriting says, the more you say, the more you sell. So that's why they're called long form sales letters. We're going to teach you how to actually do a short form sales letter for your front end. So the sales page is going to be short form because I'm looking for fast sales. Now we're looking for high conversion, simple, they understand it. And then the presentation is the real sales letter. So when they get to the presentation, that is a sales letter in disguise. Your presentation is a sales presentation. This is not a sales presentation. This is a teaching presentation. But when I'm on stage, I'm in sales mode. Okay? Yes.
Is there a difference between a one-day event versus a 5 or 7 day challenge?
This will work for a 5 or 7 day challenge. They work. I haven't done them. I'm looking at them. It's the same thing though. But like for me, it's like when I've got somebody's attention, and if I can get you for a day and do it in a day, well, it would take me 7 days to get you to come back 7 days. Like the drop off over the 7 days is enough. Yeah.
Day one, lots of people
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, there's a drop off. Like I do it in, so what I do is I do it in 3 days, whether you see me live in person on stage or on virtual, I've run the same presentation. Day one is all about emotional intelligence. It's all about them being felt understood. I go up on stage first, I'm vulnerable. I share with the audience my vulnerable stories. I get the audience to share their vulnerable stories with me. I get the audience to connect with each other. They feel connected. They feel community. This is amazing. The possibilities, the hope, the dreams are alive. Day two is the business. Here's what it looks like. Here's how you can get it. I do the sales presentation. After that, it's Q&A. It's a lot of button down. And then day three is just rebutton them down. Okay. So it's like, I do my presentations like that. The first day is really about the audience and really selling them, but like about them themselves. Day two then is about the business, the offer. And then afternoon is about buttoning down the offer. And day three, again, is buttoning down the offer. All the content's buttoning it down. Anyone else got questions? Yes. That's a really good question. So I've only done, as of recent, because we changed not changed our model, but we changed our team. So we grew a big team and the team become inflated and it was just a big operation and it was just like it was mismanaged. So we basically did a 1-day event of testing. So we've done one so far. I didn't like the offer that was created. So we had multiple people who wanted to buy the offer, like Regeni was somebody who got on the phone with me. I didn't sell it. So basically I didn't like the offer and it was rushed. And I knew that I was like letting go of a lot of my team members and they would have created a lot of tail. So I was like, I don't want to sell this. I'm going to figure this out separately. So I've done one as of recent. The plan is we leave here, we do between 2 and 3 by the end of this year. I'll say that to you. So basically say monthly. And also, we're going to be doing a 3-day one on the 26th, 27th, 28th of January. And then that I'm looking to do that every 90 days. So there's going to be kind of every 90 days, a 3-day one, and then mostly monthly, a 1-day one. Yes. Go on, Ashley. Let's do Ashley first.
Is the content the same each month?
Yes. Well, I would prefer it to be the same because Dan Kennedy says, I'd rather create a new audience for the same message than a new message for the same audience. Let me say that again. I'd rather create a new audience for the same message than a new message for the same audience. So I would prefer, like as an example, the one that I'm doing in a few weeks' time, that one, the sales letters already, like everything's created apart from the offer. And then the one after that, I would hope to keep the same again. We may change them, but like if you keep the same one again and again, fantastic. As an example, I've kept the same one for the last 3-4 years. I've just had one show running, made us millions of dollars, just one. Huh?
It's live.
Live, yeah. I just put a new audience in the seats. Same show, different audience. Yes.
Question about the audience. Because I have another way of thinking of that, because I think that if you already have a warm audience, why not just to change not the offer, but the message? Because
Yes.
it's already kind of warm. Why you should go with cold traffic?
So good. So if we're talking about warm traffic, so like let's just use, I've got a mailing list right now. I'm going to be launching a 1-day event and I've got, sales letter, presentation, offer ready. Okay. Launch, success. Now I could do that same event to the same audience, but it's going to have less impact. Or I could change the sales letter, change the presentation, same offer, same audience. Yeah. So I can do that. And that just depends on, you know, how big your audience is. So like, there's no one way of doing this. Like each of you are going to be different, right? So if you want to create, you know, a new sales letter, as to give you an understanding, I've got my next sales letter written and I've got my sales letter after that written already. 2 different events. They're going to have the same content, same offer though.
Can you give an example, like why those are different?
For the front end, for the market, so different hooks. So the next 2 I'm going to do are both on sales. The one's going to be on sales of like, it's going to be around a demonstration. The second one's going to be around a method. So there's one, like, I'm not saying these are the names right now, but one's the, it doesn't matter. They're just 2 different messages for the market to bring them in, to get their credit cards swiped. But I could keep the same one again and again and again to the same audience or bring new audience in. But like, just look at that and just focus on doing one first. And can you run the same one to the same audience a second time? If not, change it. All right. But the name of the game is to create as least different parts as possible. Keep the same freaking offer. Like in the old market, as an example, the old market that to answer the question, would always be an offer to the phone. So I do these webinars, offer to the phone. But the front end was like, how to get unlimited traffic, webinar on traffic, same offer. How to build a mailing list, webinar on mailing list, same offer. How to build a membership site, webinar on membership site, same offer. How to do joint venture partnerships, presentation on that, offer. So it was always the same offer. It was just a different front end to hook them in. Okay. And then when we found out which one worked, we just run with it. As an example, our 3-day events, they work, didn't change anything. Like never changed anything in the last several years. Jenny?
Yes. You have text messages going out. So do you have any data of what was your sales rate from the messages, text messages, and the emails? The one that shows you perfect.
Yeah, we've tracked everything. So we had John tracking everything, who we did track everything, you know, really well. We've created you a tracker that's simpler, so you actually have one. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't worry about it for your first one until you're reviewing the data, and you could review your own data where it come from. But more than likely, you're not going to be tracking with UTMs and all that kind of stuff. Like another thing from Dan Kennedy is, I don't care why it worked, so long as it worked. So like if you're left over, you do this event, you make $100,000. I don't really care how it worked. I got $100,000.
But did you notice that you have more answers from emails or text?
We much more from text. Now the last one we did, the 1-day one, we didn't even send any texts. We just sent emails. We sold 100 tickets. But yes.
Because I feel like using that.
Yep.
All over Messenger or stuff.
Yep.
So it's really fine not to bother about email. Or you can still do that.
I think you should still build an email list. You know, everybody's got an email. Like I don't, yeah, you should still build an email. You want to build databases in as many ways as possible. Email lists, SMS lists, messenger lists, you know, addresses, you know, social media followings, friends, like as many. Yeah. And just, you know, just like, for instance, when we launch our next one, we're going to send emails, we're going to send text messages, we're going to write some social media posts. We're going to have a sales page. We're going to send traffic to it. And the name is that people give us, you know, whether we sell it for $10 or $27, people sign up. Those people who sign up will be worth a lot more money. They give us $10, they give us $27. By the end of the event, we average that out, they're worth a lot more. Okay. Okay. So Now, the good thing is we're a little bit ahead of time. So I got 7 minutes. So questions? Yes.
How difficult, how easy can you obtain people's phone numbers? So I've always heard that you have a squeeze page, just ask for the email, or get more information you ask for, the less people respond.
Well, what I'd like to do is with if you don't already have phone numbers, this process is a great way of collecting phone numbers. So we're going to sell them. Let's just say you do an event for $10. Everybody who signs up is going to give their phone number in the checkout page to be a customer of yours. So moving forward, if you keep building these lists, like that's how we've got, thousands of people's phone numbers is they give us $1 and including that, we got their phone number. So if I run another promotion, I've got their customers' phone numbers. Yeah. So like if you're not building a phone list, this is a great way to start out. Okay.
There's specific SMS service you're using.
We're using right now we're using a service called for text messaging textmagic.com. We also so that's what we're using right now. And I'm not saying it's the best, but it's made us a lot of money and it's simple. And I like simple. Yes.
Running traffic. The event.
Yes.
What is the platform that you will use, like Facebook? Because there's something happening in my business. I'm seeing a lot of, I have seen a lot of people with the same issue that Facebook is not working.
You mean for running paid traffic? Well, paid, what happened with Facebook was they got their ass whooped by Apple. And I had my ass handed to me in that process of the iOS, was it 14 update? And, it's been a bit of a tough time since then, but the platform is working again. It's just more expensive and Facebook works, right? It just is more difficult since Apple's, it's more and more difficult. Well, yeah, but what I would say here is, for the purposes here, you don't need to, you've got a mailing list already, right? This here is to make money internally. You don't need paid advertising to do this. Like you can literally run this, what we're walking through here. Like you take this process map, you look at the resources you pull from it, just model it for your own, run your emails to your list, put it to a sales page, drive the traffic to the sales page, get your customer list, do a live one-day event to the customer list, make them an offer, get on the phone, sell them and say, holy crap, that stuff worked. No paid advertising needed at this point. It's actually what I'm going to be looking at is the stages of that. So
Alex, what about when you're going to create? What would you use for that?
when you say create a new audience, so let me do this. So to build a new audience, we go here. Hold on a second. Okay, cool. So to build a new audience, you can do a few things. You can actually do paid advertising. So whether it's going to be through, Facebook, YouTube, whatever those platforms are going to be. YouTube seems to be the platform that's the best. I haven't ventured onto it. We will. But you could, do joint ventures. You can get people to, promote your event. You could give people, 100% of the money. If somebody buys the product, give them the money. This, please. Cool. Yes.
So first thing was really quick information for everyone else here. I didn't realize until we started looking at the one day. I unintentionally let know we did a really unprofessional choppy job of the one day webinar back in 2021. And I ended it, and later that night I got my very first client, which is how I afforded to work with Alex. To begin with.
Nice.
I was like losing my mind, like, oh my God, what's that? I don't even know how he does it, because I was like making it up. Now knowing that I was doing it generally right, it's good, but if I can do it without knowing any of this, you guys having this are gonna be phenomenal. And two, I want to say, as far as YouTube, that's been my home, and TikTok has been me a few times, because, you know, devil worshiping hypnotist. That doing a collaboration with someone who you actually like and respect and would actually follow on YouTube, that has a similar, if not bigger audience than yourself, will tremendously help, because I did a collaboration in the middle of COVID in LA with a big TikToker and YouTuber, and my channel blew up by thousands.
Nice.
And now we have people every week asking me to train them through my system using what else has taught me. So
Nice.
I think we should be very, very good.
Nice. Well done, buddy. So the thing here is just remember that all of you, apart from Bernadette, have access to email lists or SMS lists or social media. What I'm getting at is this one-day event, we've simplified it. You don't need to get paid traffic. You don't need to do partnerships. You can literally run this to your list and make money. So, you know when it's like, the increasing the lead value, you've already bought the leads, you've already got the leads, they're sitting there. By running this event, this activates them. And again, the sales letter, it's a low risk move for them to, oh, well, I'll check this out. It's only $10. I don't have to get on the phone and be sold anything. As soon as they swipe, they've identified themselves as the dream client. They've moved into the super list. You've now got their phone number and their email, and they're coming to a live event that they think they're going to learn something, which they are. They're going to learn why they need to buy from you and join your program. That's what they're going to learn. And then you're going to do this event, and you're going to have all of these people who have they've gone through your presentation, they've seen your offer, they see the price, they see the value, they get on the phone with you, you've got the credit card on file, it's order collection at this point, and at the end of it, you look back and say, how much did I just make from that? And you'll make tens of thousands from this event. Some of you maybe hundreds of thousands from this one-day event, from the people who are already on your list. Pretty freaking cool, if you ask me. Okay, yes.
Well, I think I know the answer, but I want to hear your.
Yes.
What is the difference between a masterclass and this event?
Nothing. It's semantics. Like, so the question was, what's the difference between a masterclass and this event? Whether you call it a 5-day challenge, a Zoom, a masterclass, a webinar, a virtual event, whatever you want to label it, I want to have people's attention live. I want them there with me live. I want their attention. Like, that's the main thing. They're there with me. No, it's not like it's just a live. And then the content structure that we're going to be getting into deeply over the next couple of days, like how to create your content, the structure, that's what's going to be different. Like what you say, how you say it, when you say it, that's different. So like masterclass, live, whatever you want to label it, doesn't matter. Semantics to me.
Like there's a lot of information, a lot of masterclass, a lot of people doing the same thing.
Yes.
So what I see here in this event is like, there is a difference, like the way you market.
Well, so really good question. So basically there's a lot of people out there saying the same thing. So you may have the same product, and it's like the sales letter that you're gonna send people to, that needs to speak to the person, their needs, like their pains, they want to feel understood. Like they read the page, like, oh my God, this is for me. It's only $10. I'm signing up. Your job is to understand the prospect better than they understand themselves. It's to explain them better than they can explain themselves. So I'm writing a post for Joe Polish right now. And my post is that Rich Schefren, anytime Rich Schefren wrote a manifesto, a report, anytime that he wrote something between 2008 and 2012, I would read that report and I'd say, I don't know what he's selling, but I'm buying. It's really important. I don't know what he's selling, but I'm buying. Because he could explain me in a report better than I could explain myself. Joe Polish explained me better in person. We're driving in his car through Phoenix. He explained me with my addictions and the way that I act and like how I'll show up in the world. He explained me better than I could explain myself. I was like, I've never been profiled like this by anybody before. Like, you understand me better than I understand myself. It was fascinating. That's your job. Your job is to make, because listen, people buy when they feel understood, not when they understand you. So the market, there's all of these products out there, but they've been let down by so many other people, and they've got all of these problems still, and they got all of these desires, and it's not working for them. Then they see your page and it says, this is what I've been looking for. Exactly this. Like, this is for me. When they sign up, now you've got their attention. My man. There he is. What's up, brother? Let's give him. We're not clapping because you're late. We're clapping because you made it. We know you were on a plane. All right, brother. It's good to have you here. So Paloma, just to really hit on that, the sales letter should speak to the prospect's needs, desires. We'll get into copywriting this afternoon. But once they've signed up and they paid, the job then is to get them to show. But when they show, your presentation is going to be very different to everybody else. The name of the game is to understand. It's like saying you want to have prospect knowledge more than product knowledge. You want to like speak about them more than your product. It's like when I, like with Greg, when I helped him recently, I said, show me your offer. He showed me his offer. I'm like, that's horrific. He's making, 60 grand a month with it already. I'm like, it's horrific. Never give that offer ever again. It's all about the product. Make your offer about the prospect. That's what the sales page is going to do. That's what your presentation is going to do. That's what offer is going to do. Okay. So how we're going to be different is because like I say like this. Pete the pie maker is not in the business of making pies. Pete the pie maker is in the business of selling pies. It's a big difference. You're not in the business of coaching. You're in the business of selling coaching. And the best way to sell coaching is to have better marketing, because marketing makes selling superfluous. So the better the marketing, the easier it is to sell. And the better the product, the more confidence you have in your marketing, which makes it even easier to sell, which we're going to get into. But that's how we're going to be different, is we're going to know our market better than the marketers. You are now all marketers. Welcome to marketing school. Peter Drucker. Yeah, the aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. Peter Drucker. When I read that quote, I said, I don't know what superfluous actually means, but I get it. I understand it. I don't understand like the actual thing, but I get it. That's the core of my business. So the aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. That's the core of it. All right. We have a couple more minutes. Any other questions? If not, no worries. Go on.
We may get into this, but it's my tendency is to overgive. So it's in the presentation for that day. When do you dip into over helping versus selling?
So you said, when do you dip into over helping? Anytime do you help. So like, just on a side note, this is really important. Like in a sales call, this is why Chad isn't closing like he should be closing, because he helps people on the phone. He hears their problem and he starts helping them with the problem on the phone. I'm like, this is not a coaching call, Chad. This is a sales call. If I can help you, the worst thing I can do on a sales call is help you. It's the worst thing I can do. So the same is in the presentation. So you do a presentation that's educating them on why they're in this position. It's not their fault. The reason that you've helped others, I've got the structure, I'll teach it to you today. But the presentation is to educate them and then to demonstrate that you can actually fix their problem. Like if I do live sales training and I do live role play with people, they're like, whoa. And in fact, the guy who's coming in this afternoon, he makes 6 figures a month with his coaching business. And he is using simple stuff that we were doing years ago. It's like simple, right? And it's basically marketing with you. Like that's my company's name. And it's like, yeah, just education and demonstration. Just like give it all away for free. The what, not the how. So that's it, Chad. That let me say it there simpler. The what, not the how. You give as much what away as you like, but not how. You sell the how. Okay.
You might cover it in some of the stuff, but how, so if you're doing these monthly, how far out are you promoting?
So good question. So if you're doing these monthly, how far are you promoting? So with the one day event, mostly about 3 days, a few days fast. When I'm doing the big 3-day one, I'm looking to make $1 million. I'm like promoting them like 6 weeks out in advance. However, I'm doing that because of my fear of like launching and people like not buying or not sign up or whatever it may be. But I do have the data. The closer to the event somebody buys a ticket, the more they're worth. So whoever asked me about the data earlier, like I've tracked data every which way. If you want to see my data sheets, they're like I had John do, they're ridiculous. Okay, they're ridiculous. But we have every single piece of data any which way. And we've created sheets for you. Jess created sheets for you. This is much simpler, bless her. She's like, what the hell is this? You can't give them this. Yeah, but I like John sheets too, but they're definitely not for, you know, they're wild. But yeah, but the closer somebody buys they become a customer, the more they're worth. So short period of time, 3 to 5 days promotion period. All right, we got a few more minutes and we're moving into the next section.
I just realised I've been really missing a trick because I've never gathered their phone number,
Yes.
so I have got an SMS list, so that's something I need to do straight away, isn't it?
Yeah, gather everybody's phone numbers, like start building a phone list. It's like Cherie, she's like, you know, she's got this masseuse business, but she's like, you know, she's telling me, oh, I'm trying to do these things, talking to them all about her business, all these things she can do with it. I'm looking at the business like, there's so much we can do here. And I find out she's got a phone number list. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to blow your business up. And I don't think she believed me when I said it. I'm like, this is the first text that we send, just one text. She's like, I'm glad that we only sent it to 200 people, not 10,000. They would have blown, you imagine that, the person's there, like hundreds of responses in an afternoon. You know? Yes. So with this process here, though, this process here is only a sales process. So you can act, and which I skipped out here because I wanted to make it really simple. You can have somebody go to the sales page. Then when they click the button, it captures name, email, phone number before it goes to the order page. So you can have it on opt-in. So you can resend them back to it. And that will help. I've removed that from here for complexity. So I want to make this as simple as possible. You can leave and do it. Okay. Yes.
For the live events, because that will be very worth it if we can go to it. Like,
Yes, so you have access to the funnel inside of the resource guide. We actually have a resource guide for you. So on the itinerary page 1, there's a link to a resource guide, and you will have the funnel inside there. Every page, every email, every text message, everything we're discussing. Now the actual funnel pages right now are not in there. We will put them into the resources in the right places though. Okay. You have access to them. Okay. Good. Huh? Yes, please.
So I don't know if any of you are thinking this, but when I was doing my own business, you can have them put their phone number in as an option. If you want to make it optional, or if it's a sales page, you can make it required. That's totally up to you. And then, you know, people always have the option, if you do make it required, to put a fake number in, that's the way that they can get around if they really don't want to. But if you make it required, at least you can start building it. And then if you do send out these text messages and there are fake numbers, they'll just bounce back and you can delete them.
Cool. I appreciate you, Jess. Cool. So sweet.
It would just be an error message. So you get the message, this number is not working there, it just doesn't go anywhere.
All right. So we're going to be moving forward very quickly into this segment, and it's really simple. So we're going to be looking at now, look, if you just sum it all up into this one sentence, people buy when they feel understood, not when they understand you. I don't care what you're selling. I could go and sell it for you, whatever it is you're selling, without even knowing about it, because I would find out about the prospect and what they want, what they need, what they think they want, what they think they need. Doesn't matter about the product. So what I'm looking at here is the very first exercise we're going to look at is your avatar. And the reason for doing this is that you're going to use all of this information that we put together here in this first exercise in your marketing moving forward. Like, your marketing should be about the prospect, not the product. Make sense? Like, that's it. You can talk about the product, but like, you're going to bore people if you talk about the product too much. They don't care about the product, right? They don't give a crap. They don't care about you or the product. They care about themselves, right? So you're going to use this information in all your marketing. As I've mentioned again and again and again, people buy when they feel understood, not when they understand you. And also the other thing is you're going to push away people who are not your ideal clients. There's nothing worse than having a live event and the wrong people are there infecting the audience. When you have a live event and it's just your dream clients and they're all buzzing, this just creates buzz. It creates excitement. It creates like, oh my gosh, I'm in the right place. Like, I can't believe I've been looking for all of you. This is my people. This is my tribe. It creates that. So, you know, we're going to be pushing people away. And it's like something that we do that I've been doing for a long time. It's like, I don't care if you moan, whine, and bitch outside of my presence. Inside of my presence, I don't accept moaning, whining, bitch making people. Doesn't matter if you leave and you're a moaning, whining, bitch person. You do that. But when you come into my circle, people are respectful. They're not moaning, they're not whining, they're not bitching. So you get to create that. You get to create your space. Okay? So you basically want to push away the people and be clear. This is not what we accept. This is what we accept. And you want to speak to their higher version of themselves. All right. Who moans, whines, and bitches in here?
No.
Kids, nobody puts a hand up. Kids like, fuck it, I'll put my hand up. Kids like me all the fucking time. All right. And if you are moaning, whining, and bitching, like, what is it about? And just fix it, get rid of it. Either get rid of it, fix it. All right. Now, it's also easier to sell a room of the right people than a room of like not the right people. So that's why the sales page is so important. Like, trust me, when Adam said to me, and I was going to have Adam come here and talk with you, and I really wanted him to come and talk until he was, because he's off 75 hard now. If he was doing 75 hard with no alcohol and all that, fine. He's like, I'll come in, just get a private jet, get me a suite in there, and I'll have Mai Tais and margaritas. And I'm like, nah, wrong audience. You know, he's like coming in to like drink with you all and throw this thing. Different audience had. You're not. Okay, let me phone him. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Like, I really would have liked him to come in because me, Adam, and Mike, we were our own little group, the three of us called the Wise Guys. And it's just the three of us. We talk about everything in this group, everything you can think of for years. And it would have been nice to have him here to teach this stuff. But but Mick's going to be teaching it on his behalf. And I think Mick's a better teacher. Sorry, Adam. Okay, cool. So with that said, I'm going to pull up the avatar sheet. Now we're getting into work session. Now it's all new. Alrighty, can you see this? Actually, let me stop sharing.
Alex, what do you do if you fill out all the apps?
This is great. I'm going to dive into that now. He asked, what are you going to do if you a whole new avatar? So that's what we are going to do. So share my screen and it's here. All right, can you see this worksheet? All right, so you've all got this worksheet, okay? So this is the first sheet. Basically, this is an example that I've put together. Okay, so this is the first one. There's an example. This is the ideal client profile, right? So people always talk about avatars. It's like the basic thing that nobody ever wants to do. It's the first thing that you should do, and nobody ever does that. Everybody I speak with who's advanced, like, I still haven't done my avatar thing. We know we should be doing our avatar exercise, but we just don't do it, right? It's that thing, right? But we're going to do this here because it's going to be really interesting because we're not really building this avatar. We're building a profile. We're looking for it. We're going to keep building it because what I've realized is that as I'm elevating, I will not tolerate the lower frequency of people. I'm just like elevating in frequency and energy, and I'm getting higher and higher and higher. And there's just like, you can't give me money to work down here anymore. I can't do it. It just doesn't feel right for me. And to the point where, you know, when something isn't feeling right, you need to fix it. And when I knew the business and like how the business is going, I'm like, I'm not enjoying this. And I want to just teach sales. And as I did that, I got so in alignment with like, I just want to teach sales. If I just teach sales to people who are already in business, I'm going to have so much impact. And my confidence was so amazing. I start telling my friend Caleb, and I'm like talking about this. He goes, "Whoop, stop." I said, "Huh?" He goes, "I want to hire you." I'm like, "Huh?" There's my friend who like, you know, worked for me and, you know, just we're good friends now. And he's like, "I want to hire you." So he has this event business where he makes $500,000 per virtual event. And his team, they did $500,000. And he's like, "Look, we got an event next weekend and I want you to train this team." I'm like, "Yeah." So he paid me. I trained them. They said it was the best sales training they've ever had. Woo! And these are people who've been in business for a long time. They do, you know, well. And my job was to get them to $1 million. So I'm now speaking with Rich Sheffrin, who's like the guru to the gurus. Like every internet marketer, like it all leads to Rich. Okay. Like if you actually understand the process, like there's Mark Ford, there's like Sheffrin. Okay. It's like everybody kind of leads here. Okay. And like Rich is one of my dearest friends. I've just, you know, I go over his house. I'm closing deals on the phone at his house and stuff. And he's seen me for years selling, for years and years and years. He doesn't do any sales. And as I'm talking about sales, I'm talking about like my new thing, he goes, "Stop, can I hire you?" I'm like, "This is crazy. Like Caleb just wanted to hire me yesterday. And now you want to hire me today. There's something here. Like my two friends are like wanting to hire me. I'm like, there's something to this." Then I get a phone call about 20 minutes later through the grapevine. "I hear you're doing sales. We want to discuss with you." Then I got offered a huge deal and then another huge deal because I was like, "Jess, is this because like the word's out that I'm now teaching this stuff? Or is this that I'm energetically aligned and I'm in congruence with the universe and like this is coming in?" But I will tell you, there's been a number of deals that are in the 7 figures just offered to me, singular, 7 figures, 7 figures, 7 figures, because I'm like, nobody's offered me 7 figures before. How is this now? And I just feel this because I'm aligned. And that's what this will do for you is like, who is it? And the other thing is just use the word tolerate. What will I not tolerate anymore? There's nothing wrong. It's not elitist level. It's like, I just don't tolerate that. And that's what we're going to look at. So the ideal client profiling, this is an example that we're going through. You want to look at their pains, their desires, their needs, and their objections. And if you've studied any of my sales training, which by the way, I've just created a new sales training formulas we'll speak about tomorrow. but it's basically pains, desires, needs, triangular trust, I call that. Okay. If you understand their pains, their desires, and their needs, they don't even care about the product. Like, just so you all know, I get it from live events. When I'm doing live events, you already see my presentation. So what I'm about to say is irrelevant. But if somebody comes to me on the phone and they haven't been to a live event, I don't even tell them an offer anymore on the phone. I create a unique offer with them from their pains, their desires, and their needs. And I don't even speak about my program to anyone. And I sell them and they don't even know what they're buying. Okay, side topic. Because it's about them, not the product. That's what I'm getting to. Now, here's a great sentence here from Mike Marin. It says, the market writes the marketing. Mike Marin. So if you are all struggled with marketing, copywriting, you don't know what to say, when you're on the phone with people, you can gather information, their pains, their desires, their needs, their objections. This is how Carl ended up coming to work with me, because I had so many phone calls and I wanted to put together new marketing. I had stacks of phone calls where I'd spoken to people and I needed somebody to sort through those phone calls and go through all of the needs, the pains, the desires, and actually color code all of these, these written notes I have. I use pen and paper. And that's how Carl ended up coming down, because I needed somebody who I could trust to follow through on the project. And you, Carl, had followed through on other stuff. He come down, and then as he was going through all of my notes, I'm on the phone selling. He's sitting there, he's like, whatever you're doing, I want to be a part of. And that's kind of how then, he come in and clients and button and started. But here, these things, phone calls, you don't have to do it all today. Moving forward, every single conversation you have, you're either earning or learning. Every single conversation. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a couple of moments and we're going to do this worksheet, the ideal client profile. Okay. And also, ladies and gents, please note this. This is really important. At the end of your folders, you actually have a launch map sheet. Okay. And in there's a section that says build. If we don't have enough time for the exercises, all of these exercises that we're doing, just write on there, build, like avatar worksheet. Number 2, like, you've got to swing back to this. Okay. So if we don't have enough time as we're in session, just remember just to write down on the launch map, these worksheets that you've got to come back to. Make sense? All right, cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a little bit of time. There should be 2 worksheets here that you can work in. There's the who. There's worksheet number 2, the ideal client profile. There's the who, there's the pains, there's the desires, there's the needs, and there's the objections. Now just start spitballing those out. Start putting those out, dropping them in as quick as you can, writing them, speed writing them out. The next worksheet is worksheet number 3. This you can start writing in here if you like, or you can actually go away and work on this. But who is, I'm not even going to ask the question right now. Just remember this. The job is to understand your prospect better than they understand themselves. If you're not willing to spend the time to do this exercise, whether it be in this room or after this room, you're not going to make them feel as understood as they could be, meaning you're not going to make as much money as you could. And then you have to ask yourself, what's the reason that I would sabotage my success by not doing this? Because that's what it is. It's sabotage of success by not doing this. It's that exercise that nobody wants to do. It's like the boring one. It's like picking an avatar. Come on, get me to the money stuff. It is the money stuff. It's the people. This is your people. So we're going to take a couple of moments to fill out these, worksheet 2 and 3, and then we will come back for some Q&A in a short moment. Thank you. And What I'd like to do just quickly is just to, I was speaking with Kit there. Just for you all to hear something that's really important. Who this is not for is just as important as who this is for. So in Genius Network, something that was told to us is people pay the $25,000 not for who's in the room, but for who's not in the room. I want you to think about that. Who's not in the room. So when you're writing out your, who this is for, be clear about who this is not for as well. And just speak then to who this is for, because then all of your messaging goes out to the right market. So, we just wrote a sales letter, and the sales letter is going to do, it's for sales training. So it's going to be a one-day virtual event around sales. And we're very clear on that. Like, this is not for a beginner. This is, if you don't believe in yourself, if you haven't made sales yet, like, this is not for you. It's very clear who this is not for. But however, if you are in business, you have been making sales, you have experienced people like ghosting you, not showing up, or telling you they need to think about it, pray on it, meditate, or any other reason, and they haven't bought, where you knew that you could have sold them, or you could have helped them, but for whatever reason they didn't buy, and that's happened more than once, this can help you close those deals. So for the people who are buying that $10 virtual event, they should already be in sales. They should have already been making sales, because then that's what my offer is going to be, is towards that demographic, like that type of person who's already making sales. Make sense? Not that they're interested in sales, that they're already making sales. So my audience, as I'm doing the one day, everybody there should already be making sales. So I've got to be very clear on my sales page. And I'm actually training a copywriter right now. So I'm actually, mentoring somebody. And that was one of the things I was mentoring him on, was that block there, like who this is not for, who this is for. We want that to be so clear on the sales page that somebody gets there. So another, again, this happens as you start to listen to your market. But I was doing sales calls, and all of these people were getting on the phone with me, and they were multi-level marketers. And I'm like, what the hell's another multi-level marketer on the phone with me for? I sell coaching. So I was like, right, next guy, multi-level marketer. I'm like, right, what are you doing on the phone with me, buddy? And as I explored, what I learned was the multi-level marketers actually is classed as coaches because they coach their downlines. I'm like, that's why all of these multi-level marketers are coming here. So I'm going to change my presentation. The second slide in the presentation was, hey, if you're a multi-level marketer, this is not for you. This is not about coaching downlines. This is about building a coaching business. So if you're a multi-level marketer, leave. Guess what happened? I never had another multi-level marketer on the phone with me ever again after that. So this here is a process. This is, you can, it's an iterative process. But like, this is the first thing. So if you can get the who this is not for and who this is for dialed in, that's a great place to start. You can always optimize it, but like, that's where we are here. All right. So we're into the Q&A session here. So there was a lot obviously to do there. You couldn't get through all of the questions in worksheet 2 and 3. Who's committed to finishing that exercise though? Okay, put your hand up if you didn't put your hand up. Who didn't put the hand up? Who did not? All right, cool. So what questions do you have around this? Pretty simple. Here's the basic thing we've all heard about picking an avatar before, but now we understand a bit more that people buy when they feel understood. This is about pushing people away, attracting the dream clients. Yes, sir.
Very brand new thing. Give me those your advice on if you have like brain power, brain fog, and after where to start.
Yeah. Yeah. So the like who is so my thing is like the word tolerant, like tolerance, like working with people who you do not desire to work with for money means that you're tolerating putting up with people for money. The aim is that you're making so much money that you don't have to tolerate anyone. It's like my tolerance has just gone lower and lower and lower. So who is it that you don't tolerate working with? You like you're profiling people. Like who is it that I don't want to work with can be easier than who is I do want to work with. And so then who is it? It can be broad. It can be like coaches, consultants, service providers for me. I could just go broad like that. Right?
Remember our conversation about my target market because it's a lot of folks.
Yep.
So, when it's literally all of them, that will make the ideal client. What do you typically do it dial in, are you looking at like size of?
So you know, from the one thing can be whenever I do, let me put it like this. Whenever I do this exercise myself, I'm not really looking at demographics, I'm looking at psychographics. So to answer his question, he's got this market that it could be all of these business owners who have W-2 employees. But then it's like, well, is it the person who like is wasteful of money you don't want? But the person who like wants to make money from Uncle Sam, because like this is free money from Uncle Sam. So now, because now you're starting to build the profile, as you would say in your marketing, like if you're okay with like Uncle Sam keeping all of your kids' Christmas money, like, you know, you don't want to come to this. But for those of you who understand that Uncle Sam has free money and you're not like a stupid business owner and you appreciate the like, there's billions of dollars, trillions of dollars being handed back to the, so you understand I'm speaking to to them versus like, hey, you're a business owner with like, you know, 5 W-2 employees. I want to speak to like their emotions and what they don't want and like.
Yeah.
Right there, Paloma first.
So I'm not sure my experience in the last.
Oh, baby, I need to, my battery.
To them in a different way,
Yes.
like
Speak to
their
the,
power, in people in their power, people that with a different level of consciousness, because it's not the same sales anymore.
so so what happens is the market sophisticates. Okay, so there's different levels of sophistication in a marketplace. You want to know where your market is and really just study the levels of sophistication and just like look at where your market is. So for Paloma's market, the market's becoming more sophisticated. Okay, however, just because they're becoming sophisticated as in the sales process doesn't mean it could become sophisticated in actually doing it or like making money. They're just sophisticated in how they're being marketed to or sold to. Okay, or like what, like, or the claims, like the big claims they bought into before, like, that doesn't really work. So they're not really sold on these big claims. What you want to do though is you want to be able to speak to them. If you have like, if you talk about their experiences, like if you have like for me with sales, well, everybody can say they want to learn sales, but I want to talk to people who are already making sales. So if you've been in the business of sales for any length of time and you have been ghosted by somebody, well, somebody in sales should know what ghosted means. That's kind of language that they should know. And somebody has told you that they're going to buy from you, but then the next day you followed up with them and they ignored you. Or you have, followed up with somebody and they've told you to stop being a pest and leave them alone. And you're now left with these self-worth issues and you don't like sales because you felt rejected. And I'm starting to explain what they've been through already. They're like, I've been through this. This person gets what I've been through. Make sense? So what they've been through, if you can explain that, like if you've been through this event fixes all of that. You never have to go through any of that ever again. Sign me up. They don't care what the teaching is at the event or how long the event is or where the event is. It fixes these problems. Sign me up. Okay. So yeah. So your market's sophisticated. So you need to become more sophisticated about your market sophistication. And also you need to understand what they don't understand. You need to be ahead of them. How do we do this? I'm just on the phone listening. That's where I learn all of my market knowledge, on the phone. I'm toe to toe, nose to nose with the market. Who's been on the phone with me before being sold by me? Put your hand up high. Nice. I like it. And I close you, right? 100% success rate in this room. Look at me. All right. Cool. Who's got questions on this? Yes, please, Catherine.
On what sheet six has identified a big problem fit,
Yes.
is that in their terms? Because I think something they probably don't realize is the problem.
Yeah. So you got to, you got to be really careful in. So let's just look at needs for the second, right? So it's like needs. Is that their needs on worksheet 2? Is that their needs or what you think they need? You can put both. When you say fix, you can put like what you fix for them and what they think they need fixed. You can make those separate. If it's what they think they need fixed, you don't need to make a case and argument to teach them that you need to fix this. If it's like what you know that they need to fix, you have to make a case and an argument to get them to believe that that's what they need to fix to work with you. And that's where the presentation, we're going to talk about like shift beliefs and having them believe different things. Like many of you may have walked in here today not believing that you need a sales page. Like you may be like, you may never like, I just need a squeeze page and a video and the phone call. And I'm by the end of today, after Mike's talk, you're going to realize like a sales page is like a 24 hours, 7 days a week salesperson for you. And having a good sales page up can make you extremely rich. And that's something that we're going to get you to believe by the end of today. You may not have believed it on the way in, but by the end of the day, you should. Go on. Yes.
So, you know how we got taught that we needed a tight niche? Like
Yes.
CIA. And then this year, I changed my niche completely and blew it wide open.
Okay.
Which certainly works on my Eventbrite thing.
Yep.
Do I really need to try and put it down again?
You want to speak to a person. So like, so like I could, who would you say your target market is?
Anyone who doesn't realize which of their 80,000 thought a day to believe.
Okay.
But they're probably not going to know that. Anyone who doesn't know which of their up to 80,000 thoughts a day to believe.
Yes.
So we would be, because we're overthinking or we've got almost emotions or.
But like, what's the outcome that somebody wants?
They want to have clarity of mind, they want to make and trust good decisions, they want to hold down good jobs.
So there's somebody who wants, so basically there's somebody who wants more. So this wipes out a lot of the population who don't want more. Like they're just settled and they're happy in life, maybe not happy, they're unhappy in life. And that's it. They don't want to change. Set in their ways, they don't want to change. Not everybody's in for personal development. So it's the ones who want to develop as human beings, the growth-minded individual. So now you speak against, you say, so if you're not growth-minded, like this isn't for you. And what it does is it pushes away the people who are not growth-minded, but it draws the people in who are growth-minded. Like, well, I am growth-minded. Like, if you want to keep all of those thoughts in your brain and you're indecisive with all of those thoughts in your brain and you're happy with all of the indecisions and you're happy with not knowing like which thought to listen to, whether I should go left or right, and you're just stuck there looking left, right, left, right, left, right. If you're happy being that person, this is not for you. But if you want to figure out which voice to listen to in your brain and to make the right move and know that you're making the right move, this could be for you. Okay. Okay. Anyone else questions? It's simple exercise. You know, it just takes some work, you know, and it really is not a one-off event. What I want to teach you here, yes, we did the worksheets for you, but I'm telling you, if you look at what it says on there, it says, where can you learn? You know, it says, you know, the who, like Catherine just said, my who. Well, gather it from the phone calls. The pains, gather it from phone calls. Like, you can build on this every time you speak with somebody. Every time you speak with somebody, you can build upon this. All right, sweet.
What if what we do helps is like a specific niche? So I do something similar to what mine stands spirituality, energy, but it ends up helping over, like, across the board. So how do you niche that?
So you don't have to. It's preferable to niche down. Okay. So for instance, say I'm teaching sales. Okay. Well, I can teach sales, but if I say I'm teaching sales to yoga instructors, I'm not catching Cherie's attention. But if I say I'm teaching sales to massage therapists, I'm catching her attention. Same training, I'm just speaking to a specific person. Now, if I say I'm teaching sales to massage therapists, I'm losing your attention. So it's whose attention do you want to capture? I can teach sales to each and every one of you. I can go and teach sales in many different industries. I've just chosen this industry for now until I find a different one, because I may look at a different one. So you want to figure out, like, who is it that I want to help? Who is it that I can help? Who is it that I'm interested in helping? Who is, look, here's the sentence between me and Caleb. I want to enjoy what I do and who I do it with. And if I'm not enjoying it, I'm getting out. That's it. If you're not enjoying it, like your clients, pick new clients. So think about, who do I want to work with? And that was it when I was with Jess, and I said sales, and I felt so in alignment of it. I'm like, I was unshaken. It was like this moment of just sheer clarity, like sheer alignment that I don't think I've ever felt in my life before. I was just so aligned with it. I'm like, this is it. This is who I am. This is how, it doesn't matter who I'm speaking with. If I speak about this, I'm 100% confident. And Caleb hired me. Sheffrin hired me, like literally straight away. Then I got a phone call from a huge company that wanted to hire me, offered me a crazy figure. Sales for coaches. I've been teaching this for years as a secondary, thrown in there.
I just realised that I've never enjoyed coaching people who are employed in business.
So tell,
I don't like them because they're all a bit snobby. I'm happy with in self-employed people.
you say that in your
and they expect so much.
You say that in your presentation. You say that though. This is who I don't like working with. I don't like working with snobby people. Like, you'd say it, and then all of a sudden, what you do? You push them away.
This past spring in CIA,
Mhm.
and I said, thank you for cursing one of your recent commissions.
Uh-huh.
I inserted the word bullshit three times in my thing, and I immediately got a client who came to that bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, we train our people. Like, the first exercise we give to people is, you got to post in the group that I am 100% committed to my success. What's the sentence? It's anybody remember the sentence? I'm 100% responsible for my success. Like that, I think that says, like, I'm 100% responsible for my success. That's it. So if anybody comes and moans and bitches to me about something, I'm like, didn't you say that you're 100% responsible for your success? How can you put your success on me? Go and take ownership and get it done. And it's really interesting. It's like, I want to use Robert for a quick example here. Like, so Robert, and I'm not going to say specifics because, you know, they're personal to you, but like, I'll just say, right? Robert's been dragging his heels somewhat, not like really dragging them, but there's been some heel dragging with stuff. He's got to do stuff. He's got to organize stuff. He's got to get stuff in order. He's got to do stuff. This week, though, he had to produce. It wasn't shuffling paperwork. It was like, he's got to make some money this week. And he gets on FaceTime with me yesterday and he's like, oh man. And he's giving me this like story. I'm like, don't worry, bro. It's fine. And then he just pulls out this wad of money and shows me the wad of money. And he had the wad of money there. He's like, I fucking made the money. Because he had to produce, he produced. And I want you to all think about that. It's like, you know, you can make excuses and take your time, or you can just go and produce. And I'm telling you now, you just go and put this into place, ladies and gents. And you've just done the first exercise of like, who is it that I don't want to get at my live event? Who is it that I do want at my live event? Just knowing the person who you want to sell to. We'll get to the presentation that can change their beliefs and get them to interested in the offer. We can go into the offer today, but by going through this, you have the right people showing up, doing a presentation to them, making them offer, making loads of money, and just produce. By the way, well done, my brother. Well done. Because it's so easy for us to procrastinate. It's so easy for us to not do the work. It's so easy just to carry on normal. Everything's normal. It's like, you know, for Greg's business, like, you know, 60K a month was normal. Maybe it wasn't. He was growing to there. They did 60K last week. Now, the abnormal is normal. See, if I make 60K in a week, that's not abnormal to me. I'm just used to that. Now, Grant Cardone makes $500,000 a day. Right? He makes $500,000 a day every day. That's abnormal to me. That's not my normal. That's his normal. Make sense? So what you want to look at is, what is your abnormal and how can you make that a normal? Like, how can you make producing like you just did this week, every week? Because when you've got to hustle for it and you put it into place, it's like, you know, you go and look at universities or stuff, like how many people do their exam, like their coursework the night before because of a deadline? That's what I love about this. This is going to give you a deadline. You know, you're going to have a date. You're going to get everything ready by the date. You got to produce. Who's committed to producing? You're all making money. I said, everyone put their hand up. You're making money. Like I'm yet to see this fail. I'm yet to see this not work. Yeah. All right, sweet. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring my beautiful lady in. Jess. Just going to do a little exercise here with y'all. And I'm going to step away. So give Jess a little round of applause. Woo!
Number 4, right?
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Side note before I begin, you should have all received your t-shirt by now. If there's any issues with the size, we have an extra large, medium, and 2XL, I think. So if you want to trade with each other, or if you want to come to me to exchange it, feel free. And then if you would all wear it tomorrow so we can take a group picture, that'd be amazing. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. All right. So if you guys open up your binder to worksheet number 4.
By the way, can I just say, do you like the binders? Yeah. Thanks, Jess.
All right. So we're going to work on a quick elevator pitch. Has anybody not heard of an elevator pitch before? Okay, so we've all been familiarized with this. Basically, the short version that we're going to go over today is when you meet someone for the first time, you want to have a quick snappy way to introduce yourself so that they can connect with you and possibly even do business with you, find someone who needs you. Just a quick way to get what you do and who you are out there. So the way this is broken down is into 3 parts. The first part is just saying, who is it for? So what you do, who is it for? The second part is to speak to an outcome. What do they want? What would they get? And then the third part is saying how they would actually get it. So some examples. This was, I think, Alex's personal example.
Yep.
I help expert coaches build an online coaching program and service that gets their clients results by going through our ICANN certification program. So that it was a certification program that has finished, but it hits the 3 things: who it is for, what do they want, the outcome they would receive, and then how they would get it. So you can see the next example says, I help chiropractors get and keep patients by using paid ads. I help struggling couples conceive and help have children using your method or training program. I help busy entrepreneurs lose weight and feel good with exercise and nutrition. So ideally, what we've seen and experienced is the best elevator pitches. They also hit to people's emotions. So one time, Alex was helping a client in CIA come up with her elevator pitch. And you remember who I'm talking about? The fathers.
Yes. Carrie.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Yeah. So Carrie, her pitch started off very cerebral, just kind of too much detail. Like, I help men go through their divorce, and that was basically it. So it wasn't very strong. And then what Alex helped work out with her was, go ahead, do you remember?
I believe it was, I help fathers going through divorce. I help men going through divorce become the father their children need them to be.
Yeah. So we were at a networking event, and she would say this to people, and people would have a visceral reaction, like, oh, like it really like touches you, like
Yes.
become the man that your father needs. Like, that's different than I help men going through divorce, and they're going to go through my training program, and it's 8 weeks long, and there's 25 modules. It's kind of like, you lost me.
Yeah.
So go ahead and take some time, write your own.
Let's do this. Just on this note, these 3 things, what this is good for is I always have a difficult time with my elevator pitch. Okay. I have a real bad time with that. Jess says to me, why do you always say something different to everybody? I'm like, because I don't know what to say. Right. Like, what do you do? I don't know. I'm like, what do I do, Jess? That's kind of what I say. Oh, you tell them what I do. I do this, right? I've struggled with it. I say I'm an internet entrepreneur. I'm a sales trainer. I'm a motivational speaker. I say all these different types of things. But if you look here, if I was speaking to my target market, like who joined ICANN, just put your hand up. I know there's a few of you. So there's a few of you in here who went through this certification program. So when I say I help coaches build an online coaching program that is guaranteed to get your clients results by going through our ICANN certification program, when I say that to the right people, they're like, huh, what's the ICANN certification program? They're interested in it because it speaks to who, the outcome, and how they get to that outcome. They're like, tell me more about that. And when they say, tell me more about it, is when you got them. You know you got them because they say, tell me more about it. Okay. So you want to get it there. And it isn't just about being an elevator pitch where you say it to people. It's how confident do you believe you know your market? So as an example, let me just give you this. Because I spoke with the market, I know the coaches don't go and sell their programs and services because of the fear that they will not be able to follow through and get people results. So this is a reason why people don't buy like into Clients in Abundance or these type of programs, because they're like, well, if I buy it, I don't know if I'm going to get people results. So I may as well go and figure out my program first before I get into this. They've got a fear of letting people down or not following through or being called out or not being able to get the results. So what they want is a program that is guaranteed to get their clients results. That's what they want before they sell it. But that's a catch-22, because how can you know that you're going to get people results before you get clients? So they're in this rock and a hard place and they don't know how to get out of that. So I'm like, well, we'll help you build a coaching program that's guaranteed to get your clients results, and we'll certify you. People are like that's exactly what I need. Like, and they bought that. But that's because we understood that person. Not all coaches. That was a specific type of coach we built the program for. So by doing this exercise, 1, 2, 3, who, outcome, method, it really allows you, am I confident I know who I'm speaking with? Okay. And what we can do is we can actually share with each other your elevator pitches. You can speak them out loud, and we'll actually see whose we like. And whose we don't, we can get to work on them. All right. Yes. So let's work on that. Okay. So let's do that now. So write them down, and we'll write them out, and then we'll speak them out. Thank you, Jess. Sweet. We're flying through this. This is good. You enjoying yourselves?
Yes.
Good. So a working session. If this was a selling session, you wouldn't have to do anything. Okay, Robert.
I help individuals and families who are committed to stopping financial struggles by helping them tap into hidden financial systems and instruments that not only create a better quality of life, but leaves a legacy for the children.
There you go. See? So like, tell me more. Yes, sir. Yeah, well. Yeah, and we can simplify it. What do you want to like simplify it even further? So you help aspiring hypnotists, and forget about the 4 figures, because maybe 4 figures is not enough for them in their mind, right? I help aspiring hypnotists make a full-time income, right? I help aspiring hypnotists make a full-time income with our hypnosis client generating system, or like, I don't know if it's training client system. Like we help aspiring hypnotists get all the clients they ever would need to build a full-time income using our hypnosis client system. Crap name at the end, but you get what I'm saying. Huh? If a hypnotist hears that, like, tell me more about that. Now you got them. And this isn't just so much about like the elevator pitch, more so about what am I going to be writing sales copy around, for who, what's the outcome, like what's the process? Yes. Yes, sir.
Help busy professionals restore their retirement accounts using a proven proprietary compound trading method.
Yeah, nice. And how do we make it simpler? I like to speak simple as well. Like I want it here simpler, you know. It's like I want it to sound organic. So I help you help busy professionals. You help. Yeah, because why is it busy professionals as the person? Why is that your market?
Because they know what it takes in order to succeed.
Okay, so we work with professional. We work with busy professionals, or
Plus, they don't have a lot of time.
Okay. But how can we change from busy professionals? Well, like I'm just curious, like why does it need to be busy professional? Huh? Yeah, but why do they need to be time challenged? Whether it takes a little bit of time or a lot of time, of the delivery of it doesn't matter. It's like who, like, does it need to be a busy professional? Am I, you know, do we all, I guess we could all say we're all busy professionals. Yes, we could all label ourselves as that, so that's fine.
You can say you're too busy to do anything.
Okay,
So
so, okay,
I'm too busy to do something. I'm not gonna do it. Well, I'm busy, if I can still do it, okay.
okay. We'll look at it in a sec. Go on.
Question.
Yeah.
Do they have to be professional? Like, what does professional mean? That's what's coming to mind. when I hear
Yeah, what's professional mean?
Be a lawyer, be a doctor, be someone who has a profession, accountant.
How about a sanitation worker? Just asking, how about a sanitation?
Not that vision work.
Would you consider that person a professional?
Well, they get paid for what they do. We look at, we define what professional is.
Could I do what they did with sanitation worker? I would say no. So that's clearly to me a profession, not something I'm interested in.
Huh.
Well, what is the overall definition that's currently in the air right now? If I say profession,
Yep.
you're most likely gonna see a doctor or lawyer. No one's gonna say, you can stretch it and say sanitation worker, but that's not what the typical definition of people have in mind. We're trying to use a common language that people understand.
That's why
I mean-
I wasn't clear on that, 'cause I wouldn't want it to
What's a
be.
busy
I wouldn't want it
professional?
to come in.
Like, can you change it
Offended.
different? Like,
means-
Yeah.
Well,
it's fine.
are you defining kind of what professional is, or this is society?
So the people say I'm a professional. I mean, technically, working dollars are professional because you get paid for what you do. But as a definition in general, we say, oh, he's a professional. He went to college, you got a degree or got some type of certification. And therefore, he has to be considered professional.
Your target client identify as professionals.
Yeah, I mean, I had a capitals for itself, I'm out, quite close. Yeah.
They might question it, but they might identify.
See, here's why I question it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing right or wrong with any of that until the market tells you. What I learned was from my niche that I started out in, which was helping coaches, because I was helping people start coaching businesses, all my ads were like, dear coach, hey coach. My market actually didn't identify themselves as coaches yet. They wanted to be a coach. So by saying, hey coach, was actually not speaking to my market because they didn't label themselves as coaches yet. I was like, shit. I mean, running all these ads are hey coach, and like they're not actually identified as a coach yet.
I close a security guy.
No, huh?
For 10 cash. I look at it, say no booth, and he was in Zoom, and he had a badge. And I said, but I just asked him a probing question. I said, do you have, what kind of money would you start with? Do you have 90% of the right system? He said, I have about 20 or 30,000 I would have, that I could throw in a system like that. So at that point, I did not look at his security badge. And I consider him someone that was, that I can serve, and that would qualify for my program. So if I just look at his security badge, who's the booth on Zoom, I would say, well, maybe you would take, maybe this is not for you, maybe you could try to make lowering products. So.
Nice. So sweet. Who else got questions around this? Anybody got any questions? No? Good. It's a simple one. All right. So who else is, huh? Okay. So who's got, so somebody tell, go on.
The breakthrough level, that sometimes it can be like hard to find. So I don't know if you can help me. So I know that I have overwhelmed ADHD woman.
Yep.
I have also the overwhelmed ADHD moms option, like. To get rid of mental and physical clutter.
Yep.
And after that is how they get it.
Yep.
That's important.
So do you have a mechanism yet?
So, yes, so with the LM method that help them save time and energy and recover and restore their family peace.
Nice.
I don't know.
Again, the
Peaceful family, peaceful home.
so you see, if the market's telling you peace, that's what you're telling the market. So like Mike, who's coming to speak after lunch, he said the market writes your marketing. Like the market writes your marketing. If the market's telling me they want peace, I'm telling them peace.
Is that a too complicated sentence? Okay, let's say I'm talking to moms. I help overwhelmed ADHD moms get rid of mental and physical clutter with the LM method that help them save time and energy and restore their family.
If they're like if they tell me more about this, are they confused or are they interested? And again, I'm not you again, this here is anybody clear about what she sells yet? No? Okay. So who is it for? The who? So women with ADHD. So we're clear about that. So if somebody doesn't have ADHD on the phone with you, can they buy from you?
They could, but most of the time.
But you think most of the time the women you help with ADHD? Okay, so it's like, so I unfortunately, I don't work with women without ADHD. They don't need my help. It's the women who have ADHD who come to me. The woman with ADHD is listening, going, "This is me. This is for me." She's leaning in now. It's identifying. I help these women declutter their mind and their home of the mess. You can throw in there, a lot of the women I've helped were hoarders before I helped them. If not, this woman's got ADHD and she's a hoarder and she's got a big mess. She's like, this is exactly what I've been looking for in a sentence. I had a guy in Uber the other night. Me and Jess went out to, oh, by the way, we went out to eat at, it's called Blackout. So there's a restaurant where you go in there and it's pitch black and they have infrared goggles, the waitresses, and then you dine in the dark, pitch black. Jess is like, she's like, babe, I wish they had this videoed. She's got a fork and she's using her lips, trying to find the fork. I can't see it, but she's explaining it. She's like such a mess. And we both went in with white t-shirts. I come out clean. She had like salad dressing all down, vinaigrette all down.
Did you eat anything? Did you?
No, she didn't have any. We both went in white. We both come out white. But but I left my shopping at the bloody place. We get home to bed, like, oh, we're both in bed. She's like, oh, you forgot the shopping. And she's like, I'm comfy, I'm staying in bed. And I'm like, oh no, I'm comfy too. I had to get an Uber all the way over to the place and all the way back. So I'm in the Uber with this guy and he's in sales. And I'm like in the back of the Uber for 30 minutes. I'm like, oh, cool, sell me. So he starts selling me this insurance, his stuff. And then I let him sell me for the trip there. I get my bags. I'm like, is it okay with you if I give you some advice? He's like, yeah. And I just teach him how to do what he sold me. He's like, oh man, he's selling life insurance. And after about 5 minutes, he's like, man, like you'd be really good at this. Like you'd be really good at selling life insurance. Like, you'd come and work with us, be on the team. Like you'd be great in the office, And but the point was the guy bored the shit out of me for like the 15 minutes because he made it so complicated about life insurance and all of this stuff. And it was just so complicated. I didn't get it. He goes, oh, it's so difficult. People don't understand it. You're not going to sell them that. You got to make it simple. So when I sold it back to him, I just sold it simple. So just keep it as simple as you possibly can. You listen to them, you hear from them what they think they want, and then you sell them that. Okay. Who else? Yes, Paloma. Yes. Yes.
What I see with my clients, they want to use very complicated language.
Yes.
Sometimes, like very sophisticated, and that doesn't connect with the market.
No. So Mike's going to come in this afternoon and teach, and I'm pretty sure he's going to teach at the gentleman who's coming in this afternoon is one of the smartest people I know in the world. Like he is a super genius. Like when I say genius, like he's genius level. And I'm sure he's going to talk some stuff that's going to be genius. But if you look at most of it, it's going to be very basic that he's going to be teaching at. Very basic frameworks, very basic level teaching. And as he's going to teach you how to write, he's going to teach you to write very basic. And it's like speaking in elementary terms, which was great for me when I found out, like, you want to dumb down for your audience to double your dollars. I was like, this is simple because I'm like a dumb guy. So I don't have to learn how to be sophisticated. Fantastic. I had the advantage. So if you speak the person who tries to speak sophisticated is normally overcompensating for something. It's normally because they don't understand the market. Like the life insurance guy who was selling me, the Uber driver, he made it so complex and he was making it so difficult. I'm like, how many sales have you made? He kept hiding from it until I kept on him. 0. No wonder you've made no sales. Because he's making it so difficult. Chad, right?
I don't have no idea what you're talking about. It's a really good way of simplifying things like a grid 4 level. So if you type in your sentence that you think is relatable, it'll tell you what grade.
Nice. Good. Good. Hemingway.
So just type in a sentence, highlight the colors like is way too complex or is simple.
Where I learned this, and here's where we are. This is a great segue. It's like, because we believe that in order for people to give us more money, we need to sound smarter. Okay. So I used to try to sound really smart to make things sound really complex that people would want to give me money because they would think I'm a smart guy, give him money. And what I realized was, Adam said to me, he said, Al, everything you're saying is going above these people's heads. It's going over their heads. You're speaking to the 1% of the audience. It's your ego. You're just in your ego. He's like, you got to flip it. You got to speak to the 99%, not the 1%. He was right. I was speaking. I wanted to look smart. I wanted you to think I was smart. So I flipped it around and I spoke to the 99%. So I spoke very basic. And the sentence he said to me was from Jay-Z. Dumb down for your audience, double your dollars. Jay-Z said it. He said, because Jay-Z was such a lyricalist. He said, when he dumbed down for his audience, he doubled his dollars. So I made a presentation. I'll never forget it. The presentation was called the 2-step. And it was so dumbed down. I was embarrassed to deliver it. But I did it. And I gave this real basic presentation. It was so dumbed down. I was so embarrassed. But the chat box was on fire. I'd never seen a chat box on fire like it before. And at the end, my conversion was 5 times higher. 5 times, not 5 times. It went from like a 5% conversion to a 25% conversion. It changed our business. That day, my whole business changed. Because everything after that followed that model. Keep it bloody simple. And what I realized is that I used to think people will give you more money because it's complicated. Actually, they'll give you more money because it's simple. And it's the simpler and the quicker they'll give you the more money for. If you can make it simpler for them and you can make it quicker for them, they'll give you more money versus make it more complicated and more longer. You would think it's that, but it's not.
Can I start my elevator pitch?
Yes, please.
Okay. I help people who want to grow and get more out of life, how to control their emotions with the Catherine Harmon Thought training process.
Oh.
Go. There you go. There you go.
You say that again.
Yeah. She's like, yeah.
I help people who want to grow and get more out of life, how to control their emotions with the Catherine Harmon Thought training process.
And it gives, the thing with it is it's fine as a blank canvas, but as she gets into like if we look at that as a top layer, she can come into it now and she could have an audience of like, say for instance, I'm speaking to all of you, I could say, coaches, I could just, throw you all under that umbrella, but I could go to a room of dentists and I could say, I help, same thing, I help dentists with, I help chiropractors with. So, you know, as she says, I help people, she could be in a room with women. I help women. She could be in a room with men. I help men. So the people can be interchangeable for the audience. Catherine Harmon method stays the same. Also, she said, you said the middle bit was, I help them
I control their emotions.
control their emotions. And it was something else?
So I thought, I help people who want to grow and get more out of life. How to control their emotions. Catherine Harmon coaching.
Cool. So all of that now can go into a presentation and be broken down. So we'll look at that. This is going to be built upon. Yes. Yes, please.
That control their emotions, like their desire. Because if I hear control my emotions, in my case, it doesn't connect, like, there is something that you know they have the problem, but maybe it will be better if you talk to the desire. What will be their desire?
Yes.
It's interesting because it depends on who she's speaking to. Like, you're the target client. Yeah, but I like it.
You see, often it's people who are oversensitive, so they're always arguing with their spouse. Or it could be people who are always angry. No, you want to say something?
So now let's just before we come to that, but like now she could build upon it. I help people who have been in the past arguing with their spouse or, you know, or like angry. So I've helped people. So I help people who have been angry or spent time arguing with their spouse. See now how the people can be elaborated on. The person who's just come out of an argument with a spouse is like, where do I sign up? Like, do you understand? So you're not going to get this in one go. But like listen, I found it very clear. It's like there's two massive breakthroughs I've had in the coaching industry. Huge. The first one is this is the biggest breakthrough I had. But my point being is that, Catherine, this all comes from time. Speaking with them. The biggest breakthrough I had is people sell on worth and people buy value. That's the biggest disconnect in all of your businesses, that you have self-worth issues because you're a human being, and the market doesn't give a shit about your self-worth issues. They care about what they can extract from you. Okay? There's the big disconnect is we sell on worth, people buy on value. So if I told you to go out and put a 0 at the end of your price right now, whatever you sell for, so Greg sells for $10,000. If I tell Greg to sell his program for $100,000, all of a sudden his self-worth issues are going to start going, wow, I can't do that. He can't pick up the phone and sell something for 100,000 because of whatever reasons he says. However, there's a market out there that wouldn't buy a $10,000 program. There's a market out there that would only buy the $100,000 program. There's a market for that. Or his market, even if he just removed his stuff and just focused on the value of it and the market, what they desire, they would give him 100,000. We could change the offer slightly. But that's the biggest thing. But it took me many conversations to get there. We sell on worth, people buy on value. I learned that about my market. The second one was the people, they want to sell a program that's guaranteed to get their clients results. And they don't start until they know that. And that means they're in a rock and a hard place and they don't start for years. So that was a big thing I could fix. So we help coaches who know they have value, but don't know how to put together a program that is guaranteed to get the client's results. And we fix that in the ICANN certification program. That message there, however I said it, captured the attention of multiple people in this room and multiple people outside of this room. You can come in if you like. We accept Visa and MasterCard.
Are we accepting Amex today?
We accept Amex. We accept duffel bags of cash as well. I've had duffel bags of cash delivered to me a few times. I like the cash arrivals. Huh? Oh yeah, Regeni and then Chad.
Right. Where, who is it for? I have a feature that I can plug in also the pains that people have and maybe even the desires.
Yep.
And who they, how they get it. I can plug in the needs. right?
Yes. Yes. You can build upon this for days and days and days, but like just that's like, if you have the sentence, you're like, okay, this is it. Like if you know the sentence, you've kind of got the foundation. Like, I help sales professionals close more deals using the A-frame method. Like, simple. Yes. Yes.
I got very close to the bond events
Hmm. There you go. I love it. There you go. That's a great one. That's really good. That was good. See? Like, see, like that there. It's like, there's the bar. No, seriously, there's the bar. I'm not going to tiptoe around it because like all of you need to know, like you need to level up your bar. Say it again.
Got very close to the bond events and save them the paper course. With the love is a legacy message.
See, maybe we could remove the word meant to desire. So you use the word desire. So I help. Say it again now with the word desire.
Create the bond they desire.
There you go. There you go. See that there, beautiful.
The desire.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh? What'd you say? Robert, did you say? There you go. But hear that though. I got to say, listen. So here's the thing. Robert felt it. So Robert's like, I got goosebumps. He felt her message. And here's the thing. Robert did feel the message because your message like relates to Robert. Like he's got feeling in that message. Some of you don't. Some of you are like, yeah, okay, I was okay. Wasn't too good. Why is everyone clapping? Right? It was all right. Robert's like, oh, I've got chills over here. So when you say it, the right people go, huh. And then what happens is you put it out to an audience and people may be still, but then when you're like walking around, people will come up to and say, hey, you know, you're talking about this. Then the conversations start to happen. Right? It's like what, yeah, I won't go on a tangent here. Well, there you go. Yes, if it's not too late. But without going down that rabbit hole that many of us have been down, well done. Because that was a bar for all of you. All good. There's no right or wrong here. I'm just saying that somebody felt the message. Now you put that on the internet to mass market, and you have that as the page. Nice, good, huh? Solid. See, that's a foundation we have now.
Can you say it one more time?
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it on the list.
it's good.
Married couples create the bond that they desire and save them the pain of divorce with the love is a legacy.
Nice.
Thank you.
It's like tell me more about the Lover's Legacy method. And then, you know, if I'm teaching sales, like, great, what would you like to know about it? When they ask you a question, you ask them a question back. If somebody asks me, well, tell me about this, I don't start telling them about this. What would you like to know about this? Every time they ask you a question, you ask them a question back. What is the question? Okay, I was joking.
Will ask them, because that will help you to build authority, like through my own methodology or my own system or something.
So say using mine.
So we had a,
My-
huh? Yeah, we'll be there 4 minutes.
Jordan, have methodology or that?
Yeah, it's hard.
And we should all create our own methods, and you should all label your own methods. And that's what makes you unique. So we're going to be going for lunch in a moment, but just on that note, like when I was teaching like webinars, I changed the name to Power Content because then I'm the only one in the world teaching power content. If I say we're teaching you webinars, like, I can go down the road and buy that stuff from him. but I'm teaching power content. Can't get that from anywhere else. So, you know, nobody can teach the, as Catherine said, the Catherine Harmon method. That's Catherine's. That's it. So you want to create names for it as well. And that's what makes you unique. And you can't buy it anywhere else in the world. And that's what we want. All right. We're going to be going to lunch in 3 minutes. Yes, you can. Yay.
So many times.
Come on in. Wait a minute, ladies first, right, Chad?
I help women navigate through the emotional impact of menopause by giving them simple techniques to cope with daily life using my sacredness of surrender.
Nice.
Is that okay?
And I would say in the middle piece, though, give me the middle piece again.
By giving them simple techniques to cope with daily life.
Okay, so simple techniques to cope with daily life. I want to remove the simple techniques and I want to install the, help them with menopause. What is it? The middle thing was the outcome. So it's not simple things for daily life. It's to enjoy daily life without, or to, to not have to worry. Yeah, but what can we like like, I don't have menopause, so I don't know. I'm not the target market to respond because I wouldn't feel understood by this. And there you go, reclaim, yes. Yeah, like reclaim the day, yes. Like, like what, because I don't understand the market. Sorry. Unfortunately, I'm 41 years old. I just do not understand women. All right, let's do this. We're going to go for some lunch. if we're talking about learning to make lots of money, I only give you one thing to do, and some of you didn't do it. And that's like the lesson in its own right there. There's like, use that discipline there to be like here for in your seats at what time tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, what time you gotta be in your seats? 8:55. Who's committed to being in the seats at 8:55 tomorrow? Okay, who didn't put the hand up? He's like, gosh, dang it, it's my first night in Vegas. I'm gonna get up tonight. Chad's doing roofies tonight. Chad's doing roofies tonight. Chad's going to the strip club with Regeni tonight. Regeni's having roof. Okay. Okay, so the point being though is there's a great lesson in that exercise. Okay, there's a lot of other things we're going to get into, but like it just goes back to Robert, you know, when with Robert's business, you know, Robert's been, you know, delaying things or pushing things off, or things have taken a bit longer. And then this past week he needed to produce, and then he's got a stack of money. Because he produced, he got on time, he did the thing, he made the calls, and also the people were giving him pushback. And he like in the past he may let things slip. This time he's like, no, you close the deal on the phone, you got the money. The same thing here. It's like, I could like hang out for 5. No, I got to be in my seat at this time. Like make things happen everywhere. Cool. So with that said, I want to tell you a quick story of with our gentleman here who's going to be coming up. So this is Mr. Mike Millions. Let's give Mike a quick round of applause. So this is how Mike come into my world. So I'm going to spend a few minutes actually just talking about this to introduce him, and then he's got an hour to teach you, 30 minutes for Q&A. He's then got a 30-minute exercise with you and 30 minutes Q&A. And there's a bit of buffer time as well if we can keep him around. So we've got a couple of hours with this guy. I got a bit of time to introduce him, to give some context to him. So I'm in the office. Adam's on the phone selling. And Adam presses mute, comes into my office like, Al, this guy on the phone isn't a prospect. He's sniffing around. He's up to no good. He doesn't want to buy from us. He's trying to do something. So I say, go and suss him out, Adam. So Adam gets back on the phone. And Adam's probing this guy on the phone. And the guy blurts out something. Do you remember the sentence? I don't know. He's just like, I just want the magic script. So basically, Mike was on the phone to listen to our sales script so he could rip it off and model it for himself. He wasn't interested in buying. He was just interested in listening to the sales script so he could use it for himself. So him and Adam got into a conversation and they become, kind of buddy-buddy, right? Okay. Now I've got to write a sales letter, okay? And you're going to be looking at writing a sales letter today. I had to write a sales letter for our product that was coming out. And I went to Canada, I went to Toronto, and I went out drinking. And I forgot to write the sales letter. And we had this big launch going on with a deadline. And I had to show up. I just muted Greg. I had to show up. I had to write a sales letter because we had this launch going on time. The launch wasn't going to be pushed off. The train was leaving, and we had to get this letter. I'm like to Adam, like, buddy, I'm sorry, I've dropped the ball. I was out drinking. I've messed up. Can you please help me? So Adam's like, I got you covered, boss. And he brought in Mick with him. So basically, Mike helped Adam write a sales letter quickly because I dropped the ball. But in that process, Mike taught Adam something about the offer, something we'd missed completely in all our other letters up until this point, the offer stack. Now, it changed the game for us because what Mike taught us was the less you charge something, the less you charge, the more they want. It's like the flea market. He's like, if you charge a little, they want a lot. If you charge a lot, they want a little, right? So he explained this to us, he taught this to us, and then we run this. And then, so now Adam's like, oh, this guy, Mick, he loves, you know. Now, this guy was called, this guy labeled himself as Mike Swiper. That was his nickname back then, okay? So I want to just introduce this. So he was known as Mike Swiper. And as we become buddies, Mike showed me his computer screen. And on his computer screen, he had a folder. And when you open up the folder, it had everybody's names inside of the folder, including my name. As he clicked my name, it had a folder of my business. And everything in my business was organized on his computer better than I understood my own business. He had my business completely mapped out. Never met him in my life before. My whole business was mapped out inside of his computer, and everybody else's businesses were mapped out inside of his computer. And I was like, huh, can we hire you? We want to know what's in those other folders of those other people, what they're doing. Can we have, please? So we struck a deal with Mike where we paid him, it was $10,000 a month at the time, plus his board. So it cost me about $13,000 a month. And we flew him over to the United Kingdom, and he came over and he wrote our sales copy for us. And we had access to the folder. And the folder had everything in there of everybody. It was fascinating. He had more intel on me than I knew about me. Imagine that. It's wild. So we ended up, Mick come to live with me. And what was very interesting, again, I've mentioned this, Mick's one of the smartest guys I know. You know, genius, very, very, very smart on many topics. It's incredible, very book smart. I love going over Mick's to read the books. Love, right? Freaking love going over that. And then one time he profiled me. Anybody read the 48 Laws of Power? 48 Laws of Power? No? Okay, interesting. Well, there's 48 laws of power. And Mick lived with me for 6 months. And at the end of the 6 months, he goes, let me just walk through this book. Let me just explain. Do you remember how many there was? Yeah. There was like, he goes, you hit 36 of the 48 laws of power. Let me explain how you use these laws. He started explaining what I did. Fascinating to have somebody study you for months and then be able to articulate you in that way. Well, Mick went on from being Mike Swiper to one day, Mick, we're in a hotel room, and Mick turns into character. Mick becomes Mike Millions and just rocks around as Mike Millions, this alter ego of himself. And it was amazing to see him become this person that he wasn't really at the time, but he went from Mike Swiper to Mike Millions. And we found it so funny that we called him Mr. Millions. He's known as Mike Millions everywhere. And it was more of a running joke at the time because I saw him come into this alter ego. And then me and Mike haven't spoken for a little while. We've had to keep, things we've just separated for a while with divorce and just blah, blah, blah. But in the process of we've just reconnected, we're speaking, Mike has become Mike Millions. There's no alter ego now. He is that person. And I find it fascinating. So he's always known what to do, but now he's applied it in a way where I won't share your numbers, but it's up to you what you want to share, but he's doing exceptionally well. Let's just say that, exceptionally well. And I don't know many people who can teach this stuff. Oh, let me put it like, I don't know there's many people alive who understand copywriting like this gentleman. What are you about to learn? I don't think there's many people who could teach it as good as he can teach it. And we're talking about salesmanship in print. We're talking about one of the most important skills that you can learn as an entrepreneur to be able to write something and have people throw credit cards at you. And I think there's no need for any further introduction. I think let's just give a big round of applause for Mike Millions, please. All right, let me share the screen. Was that good enough, Mick?
Yeah, that was great.
That was good?
That was
Okay,
good.
God, it's over to you. I can love Mike Millions. Right, how do we share? How do I share the screen? And so this here, share that, okay?
All right, cool, guys. Cool. So we're gonna do some copywriting training today. Let's go. So today what we're going to talk about is shortcut advertising secrets. I'm going to show you how to shortcut your way to $1 million ads, even if you can only write at a 6th grade level. So one of the biggest myths about copywriting is that you have to be a great writer. It's more about psychology and understanding what to say rather than how to say it. So let me just move by. So what is advertising? I always like to start with definitions. Advertising is multiplied salesmanship. That's by David Ogilvy. If you've never read any of his books, you guys should. But a great ad. So I have this saying where sales is not leverageable, marketing is, right? If you come up with a sales script, you have to do that over and over again. Marketing is leverageable, which is very important because this is the leverage conference, right?
Yes.
There we go. That's how prepared I came today. So basically, like I just said, what you say is more important than how you say it. So one of the things that I'm like I don't consider myself a copywriter anymore, although everyone calls me a copywriter. I do very little copy. However, that said, I am a classically trained copywriter, and the best people to learn from, like in every industry, they have what they call like the super text or like the original sources, which by the way, if you guys want to go to the next level, you study the super text. So like if you want to get good at economics, you study Adam Smith. If you want to get good at physics, you study Newton. If you want to get good at copywriting, you study scientific advertising, breakthrough advertising by Eugene Schwartz, like the older books that really haven't changed, where all of the current day gurus kind of rip off, but you get derivatives of it. Okay. So what these really, really smart people figured out back in the day was that 60% was in the list of the success of your campaign. So that's the audience that you're going to, right? 30% was the offer, what you're actually offering out, which we'll spend a decent amount of time on today. And then 10% was the writing. So that's just kind of coming my point. Like if you don't think you're a great writer, it's okay. You could do fine. I was a C student in English and I've done millions of dollars writing sales letters. So if I could do it, you guys can do it. So what we're going to learn today is the 4-part formula to make sure that you're hitting the marketing bullseye. Next slide, if I can. You guys can see these slides, right?
Yes. There we go. The Zoom's open. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Cool. So I'm going to back this up. So this is an older presentation. What I actually think is more important than copy is microeconomics, right? And before I ever start a campaign, or you guys ever start a campaign, the one thing that you guys want to think about is how are you positioning yourself? Because at the end of the day, that's always senior to copywriting. So everything I do now, every business that I've started since I've understood microeconomics has gone over the seven-figure revenue level. And this is a really, really, really key concept. Because if you were selling toilet paper during COVID, how rich would you be? How good would your sales copy had to be? Because there's a mismatch between supply and demand. So you guys are everyone's in the coaching space, right?
Pretty much.
So before you write any copy, my thing is always like, what is your unique value proposition, right? How can you be different, right? Because if you look at the game of business, this is not talked about a lot, in like courses and whatever. The aim of business is to create a monopoly. That's how you win, right? Perfect competition is how you lose, right? So what are the characteristics of perfect competition, right? It's a commodity business. Everything's the same. You're fighting on price. There's no differentiation. There's very little barriers to entry, right? What's the characteristic of a monopoly, right? There's high barriers to entry. You can't immediately compete with Google, right? There's product differentiation. The product is different. You're in a category of your own, right? So before I start any letter, I'm always thinking, and that like, have you guys done unique value proposition work? Okay, perfect. So can anybody get, I'm going off this script here, I think this is more important. Can anyone give me the definition of what your unique value proposition is? Can someone give me a unique value proposition? Anyone? Yeah, of your business right now.
Like, so one of our unique value propositions is that we put the best in the world across the whole business industries online. So like we go for economics, for example, like we're #1 rated check model. Like that's no one else can have that.
Okay, perfect. Anyone else? So, and that's good. The way that I think about a UVP is it's the answer to the question, if I am your ideal prospect, why should I do business with you versus anyone else, including doing nothing? So it's really the sales argument to why they should do business with you versus anyone else. And when it comes down to it, that actually is what is going to win the business. So one of my businesses is an advertising agency. I went in very competitive market selling Facebook ads to local businesses. And everyone's offer was like, hey, I do Facebook ads for local business. We're the best, blah, 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 all generic stuff. My offer back in 2018, which broke through, was I specialize, which we'll cover in here, but it was, I'm the only guy that specializes in marketing at Cool Scope in clinics that guarantees 100 leads. Only person that does it. The only person that's willing to have that guarantee. So that was my only factor, which is what you need to have whenever you do a unique value proposition. So that might be right because it has an only factor of like, hey, you're the only person to be able to do this for ClickFunnels, but it also has to come from the point of view of the customer. Like, why is that important to them? Because at the end of the day, before you set to write a word of copy, and if I'm just rambling, let me know, all right? Before you write a word of copy, the strategy is more important, right? So I'm always like, what is my only factor? What am I able to say that's going to create a mini monopoly for me, where I'm able to say I'm the only person in the world that does that, and that's a legitimate benefit to the customer. Because if not, what happens is whatever you're selling, you get compared to other people. Oh, like sales training. Oh, Grant Cardone does that. How are you different than Grant Cardone? Oh, this fitness guy does that. What is the actual uniqueness of your proposition? So that's kind of what I'm always thinking about before I start to write. And then after that, to actually figure out what is unique, you got to know your market, really key. You got to know your product inside and out. You got to know your prospects' most likely objections. You have to know the proof, because proof is the rarest element in persuasion. We'll cover that a little later. And you got to know what kind of is your offer. What is the outcome that you're giving? How do you scroll down on this? Well, like, actually, like, is it down? Oh, there we go. So know your prospect. Big Jay Abraham fan, probably studied most of his stuff. He says this: most entrepreneurs fall in love with the wrong thing. They fall in love with their products and their business when they should be falling in love with their clients. So he who knows the market best wins. And a big mistake people make is we put the focus on me. What is the stuff that I'm selling instead of the customer? It's all about the customer. Like, be customer obsessed. So I always do a customer avatar. Apparently you guys already did this morning. This is so this is kind of my version of it. I think this is really important because great copy is it's entering in the conversation that's already going on in your prospect's mind. Some of the best copywriters were previously actors, and it's just imagining, closing your eyes and living life from that person's point of view, right? What are their problems? What are they going through? And really visualizing and getting that empathy. So that's a great exercise to do. And it may sound like hocus pocus, but it works. Like sitting down, really visualizing life in the shoes of your ideal prospect. It's getting out of yourself and having that empathy. So I always like to know the demographics. You guys, I guess, have already done. This is my sheet for it that I personally use. So I figure out what's their name. I call them Bob, whatever your business is, age, gender, how much are they making? What are they doing for work? What's their education level? Do they own a home? Where do they live? Right. I'm just kind of building that ideal person that I'm going to write, because you're always writing to one other person. You're always communicating to one person. Right. Then I'm looking at their psychographics. What are their religious views? What are their political views? What are their prejudices? What do they believe? What are their emotional hot buttons? Right. Then I go to their desires. Like, what's their biggest desire? Right. If I could just blank, that's going to be their biggest desire. If I could just, make enough money to quit my job. If I could just make, 10 grand, then I could send little Bobby to school, whatever it is. Right. So service desire, core desire, and then frustration and fears. Like, what is their single biggest problem? And then what are their symptoms? Ideally, we want to know their problem better than they can. I don't know if you covered this stuff already, but we'll keep going down. So like I said, I create a profile. I write this down on the sheet: name, age, sex, married, single, kids. Where does this person live? All the stuff I just talked about. These, you guys can, I'll give you my slides. So you guys have done all this. Have you guys done the A to B journey?
No, No, not right, not today.
Okay, well, we can do that now as
Yep.
an exercise. So I think this is like another mistake that classically trained copywriting does. It's all features and benefits. I think it's more powerful when you start to sell outcomes, because that's what people ultimately want, is the outcome. So part of my process in the very beginning is getting really clear on their journey, right? And I call it Hell Island and Heaven Island. So Hell Island is this island that they're sitting on right now, and it's terrible. They're in their current problem. And then Heaven Island, which is point B, is where life is amazing, right? And everyone has to make that journey. That's all we're selling, really. We're always selling, get out of Hell Island, get to Heaven Island. Like whatever transformational stuff that you guys are selling, it's always that. They have a current situation, they have a desired situation. So what I like to do, this is before any marketing's done, is I like to get clear on what is their big problem. And then what are the symptoms of being there, right? Because usually it's going to cost them in multiple areas. And there's a thing called the fabrics of life. It's faith, family, fitness, and finances. Most of the time when you have a problem in one of those areas, it's leaking into the other. So if you have if you have a finance problem, most often it's going to leak into your relationships, which is the family part, your faith part, which I consider like your mental self-talk to yourself, your self-esteem, what's going on in your head, and then your fitness, right? Like, you might not have enough time to work out. You're all stressed from work. You might not have the money to buy the right food, grass-fed beef, all that kind of stuff. Or if you're vegetarian, good quality organic vegetable stuff. So that's really what I like to do, is like, what is it costing them to have that problem, and getting really clear on it, like visualizing their life. So you start to expand that problem, because this also helps you sell as well. So what is the impact of that, right? In terms of their confidence, in terms of their relationships. And then what I like to do is, most people's problems don't solve themselves. They just don't. So what will it cost them if they are there for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years, sitting in that problem? How will it affect those other 4 fabrics? Their faith, their family, their finances. What was the other one? I missed it. Faith, family, finance, fitness. There we go. Right? How will that impact? And it's getting really, really clear on that, because at the end of it, move here. And it's, like I said, it's getting clear in point A. It's intimately knowing the cost of being there. Because believe it or not, you guys are all selling higher ticket stuff, probably. Good. What you guys are selling is an escape from point A, right? You're not selling how awesome point B is. So you're selling getting out of point B. Any high ticket sale at the end of the day is always going to be them leaving Hell Island. It's getting out of that situation, not about how amazing your product is or your program is or anything like that. So it's getting the focus on getting them to escape. And ultimately, like I said, they're not paying you so much to be at point B as they are paying you to not be at point A. They're buying the escape. Key point. So
When he says key point, let's just stick with that a second. Like, it's so important. Like, he's saying a lot of things here that we went over this morning. But it's like, people will buy to remove pain more than the gain of pleasure. So like, just knowing this here before writing the sales letter, which you're going to be doing today and moving forward, like understanding like this Hell Island and future pacing what Hell Island will be like in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, being able to be in their shoes and explaining that when they read it, like, holy shit, I got to get away from this. And when you can explain somebody's pain better than they can explain it, they automatically believe you have the solution. They believe you have Heaven Island without even talking about it.
Yep, exactly. Love it. So then it's point B, right? What is that Heaven Island? And for those the questions that I'm asking is like, what do they secretly desire the most? Imagine your prospect and finish the sentence, if I could just. That's going back to that kind of core desire we just talked about. What is their magic wand scenario, right? And then it's going over those 4 F's. Like how is that going to affect them mentally, emotionally, spiritually, right? What is the impact of that on their confidence, their health? And this is really an exercise to do. And you guys can do it after the talk, but it's really sitting down with those questions and then visualizing what it's like. That's the biggest secret. It's like closing your eyes, visualize what is it like to be in their shoes with those problems and see how it leaks out and see what's going to happen if it doesn't fix it. And then going into that heaven island and doing the same exact thing. What is their life going to be like? What are they not going to have to do anymore? So, and also, which is not in this presentation, I like to also map out like what are the key milestones that they need to take. You guys probably already done this, but what are the key milestones that they need to do, which is kind of what I call the mechanism from point A to point B. And that is also the what I consider the part of the unique value proposition. Because if you're selling the same thing, if they're on Hell Island, right? And they took a speedboat to try to get to Heaven Island before. Let's say they bought a Facebook ads course and they crashed and burned. And you come over and say, here's a Facebook ads course. They're gonna be like, well, wait a second. The last guy sold me a Facebook ads course and I crashed and burned in between as we went from Hell Island to Heaven Island. I'm not doing that, right? So it's like, it's positioning yourself different, a different vehicle, a different boat, a different mechanism to get through. So I also like to know, what have they tried before? What are the boats that everyone else in your marketplace is selling them to get from Hell Island to Heaven Island?
And what he said was, he said as an example, just he mentioned the like we boiled the business down together because Mick spent a lot of time with us. Me, Adam, and Mick have spent, like, Mick's one of my best friends. And like in business, we've looked at, broken this down. There's only 4 steps and we've simplified it down to 3. But it's leads, application, sales, service. Like they're the 4. We've broken it down further to lead, sales, service.
Yep.
But really, that's simplifying it too much. You could say traffic and offer is pretty much like we've got it down to a 2-step traffic and offer. Never got it down to a 1-step, right? Never done it. Like the offer, you could say. But like, what about traffic and offer? But it's leads, sales, service. So what we did was we created the client attraction system. So when we come out a few years ago with the client attraction system, that was our, unique value proposition. A done for you. That's where like it took off for us, where we had a done for you client attraction system. But it's the same. Many people have sold it before us, but we were able to explain it. It takes you from here to here, and we'll actually just drive the boat. We'll make sure it's fueled up. We'll make sure you got food when you're on.
Yeah,
we made it different.
And you can see it in the marketplace, right? Like the smarter people do this. So it's like, what's the new thing, right? I see it on my news feed. It's like TikTok ads, right? All that is it's like everyone that failed with Facebook ads, and they're like, here's the new boat, right? The new boat that's going to get you to your desire is TikTok ads. So the people that are selling TikTok ad courses are doing really well, right?
Yes.
And then what's going to happen is there's no barrier to entry. Is there's going to be a million TikTok ad courses. People are going to fail with that. And it's going to be like the next thing, like AI messenger bots. It's going to be the secret to your success, or the next traffic source, or like, it's all this kind of stuff where it's like, this is, they'll say like, oh, this is dead, right? Facebook ads is dead. YouTube ads is dead, all that kind of crap that they sell. And what I want to do here is tie in what Mick just said, 'cause it's really important about the monopoly. So something that Mick will talk about is like microeconomics. He started with, so I want to understand microeconomics before copy. Something that before Mike learned about microeconomics was somebody who learned about was Lee McIntyre. Yep. And Lee McIntyre was always ahead of the market. And he was my main competition before I knew Mick. And Lee used to kick my ass. And I had a lot of respect for him because he would beat me. And I had respect for that. And I found out he was a chess master and he's very smart. And I'm like, okay, I get why he's kicking my ass because he's really smart. But he was always ahead of us. And what Lee said to me was the guy I mentioned earlier. It's like, you need to do live events, go all in on the live events, because that's your monopoly. That's your moat. And that's the same for all of you. This one-day live event sets you apart because your competition are not doing it. This is your monopoly. That's why I'm doing this. Yeah, but you like every bit. So when I started, I was like, give me the easiest business. Give me the shortcut, right? And when you realize that if it's an easy business for you, it's also an easy business for everyone else. So the moment they figure it out, they're all going to copy you. And we're like, so I would say this in the program that I teach now. I'm like, if you were the only person in the world that could do SEO, how much money would you make? You're the only person in the world that could deliver a Facebook ad service. How much would you make? Unlimited. So that means the only thing that limits your success is competition. That's it. So it's like when I really, because everyone tells you like, oh, here's the step-by-step magic system to riches. Like, here's my process. Here's my webinar system. Here's my 3 secrets, right? Here's all of this stuff. If that's your barrier to entry is that you bought Russell Brunson's program, you know the 3 secrets, you're screwed. Because anyone else can buy that too. Right? So like what I look for now in the business is like, I look for how do I create a new mechanism, but also how do I have barriers to entry? So that if someone figures out my business, they can't compete with me right away, which is why I'm like, this world we're in, most of commerce operates off of economics. It doesn't operate off of copy and all that stuff. What I mean by that is I always look for the
Let's
economics.
keep back in camera.
Yeah.
so we do that.
Oh,
Only
I
for
didn't know there's a camera here.
the- for the-
Oh, there we go. So I'm always looking like how to, and I'm going off topic here, but the first thing that I do with any coaching business I start is I want to compete off economics. I don't want to compete off marketing and copy, even though I got really good at copy. I would rather set it up to where I have a $36,000 offer, and then I got a $5,000 offer, and then I'm selling something on the front. That way, if I'm only competing against someone who's got a $5,000 offer, I could lose money on that business and I still make money off the $36,000 upsell. So no matter who you're like, you could be worse at them, at copy, at marketing, and all that. But if your economics are set up to where you can afford to spend more to get a customer, you're going to win. Because you're always competing. The biggest limiting factor of your success is competition. So I talk about like any business you guys start as coaches, everyone talks about like lifetime value, but what is the maximum someone could pay you? It should be maximum lifetime value. If you look at like even in the fitness phase, you should be able to accept of a good client $100,000. They should be able to go through your whole thing and give you $100,000. That's the bare minimum to compete, I think, today, personally. So you should have, one-on-one consulting on the back end that you charge $3,000 a month for, or $1,500 a month for. You should have other stuff to sell them. So if someone really likes your stuff, they give you a ton of money. And guess what? Now you could be a lot worse at copywriting and all that stuff. And you can lose money on the front and you make money on the back because you're competing on economics. Does that make sense to everyone? So that's what I mean by competing on economics and not competing on copywriting. I know he brought me in to teach copywriting, but I'm like, I've learned so much more since then. So I'm like, at everything, I'm like, this is more important, getting the supply and demand right of where you fit in, how you position yourself, more important. Cause like I had a business called Client Getting Mastery before I knew this stuff. And I was like, oh, like all these guys are selling coaching programs. I'm going to do that. And the business did okay, got to 6 figures a year, but I was dealing with competition. I was running Facebook ads in the very, very beginning. I was spending like $100 per call. And then it went up to where I was spending $400 per strategy session using that. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that model, but it's like, it went from like $100 a call to like $400 a call. At $100 a call in the very beginning, when there was no competition, before Sam Ovens and Russ Ruffino taught everyone this model and created 1,000 competitors, you'd have a show rate of, and the market didn't know the sales process. You'd have a show rate of like 80%. By the end, it was like $400 a call, 50% show rate. Horrible. All the competition they created, right? If you look at their business, they had the economics to still make it work, $50,000 mastermind in the back end. But if you're a regular person, you're in trouble, right? So that's why it's like, you have to get really clear on how you're going to compete economically. So, and the business that I run now, I'm in a category of totally of my own. So my whole thing is I'm the only one that teaches you how to pre-sell lead generation properties. So that's the current business that I run. What'd you say? So basically what I do is I teach people how to create properties that rank in Google, and we'll sell them for $5,000 in advance. So it's like you go to a local business, like, Invisalign for money. And what we do is we sell, hey, it's $5,000. We're going to guarantee X amount of leads. They pay us $5,000. We take $2,500 out, put it back into Facebook ads, get the local business leads immediately. And then on top of that, we build an SEO property, a website that is going to rank in the search and start getting, which is a barrier to entry because SEO takes time. You can't just slap up a site and get it to rank in Google overnight. So circling back again, I'm kind of rambling all over the place, but this is good stuff. you should be looking for businesses that are tougher and harder for people to compete with you.
And that's why these events
Yes.
are good, because what we're about to teach you over the next few days, the process of running it, nobody knows. Like, we're going to actually show you these things. But something Mike said to me at dinner about a year ago, as he was getting into the SEO stuff, he's like, do you know, I love SEO because it's a moat. They said the good thing about SEO is it takes a long time to rank. The bad thing about SEO is it takes a long time to rank. So it's good because once you're out there doing it, it's very difficult for somebody to come and actually steal from you because you've outranked them. So it takes time. So he said the good thing about SEO is it takes time to rank. The bad thing about SEO is it takes time to rank.
Yeah.
And
The good thing about event model is it's hard.
Yes.
The bad thing about the event model is it's hard.
Yes. And if you look at, you know, my, you know, unique value proposition here is we've given you all of the playbook. So we've literally just given you a multi-million-dollar playbook, every email, every text, every page, every video, every presentation, every pitch, everything. We just literally give them the whole thing. Like on the outside, try and when you look through the resources, try and replicate that on the outside. No chance. So now you have a moat against all of your competition. Now you have your monopoly against your competition. Thank you, man.
Exactly. All right, we'll get back to copy, which is what I came for. Cool. So, so the pre-work, right? Let's see if I can scroll down on this. Let me move this here. There we go. So we were talking about the pre-work. So that's kind of like the first step, economics, understanding all that, getting all that right. So it gives you kind of a cushion, a margin of safety on the copy. When you go in to actually create your copy, which I really think of now more as messaging, like what is your message going to be for your entire business? That's where we do all that pre-work, getting really clear on what's their hell island, getting really clear on their heaven island, what's the unique boat, the unique mechanism that you're going to provide for them to get across. Then from there, what I want to teach you guys, which is one of the most valuable things that I've ever learned, is the persuasion equation. And before I do that, what is persuasion? So persuasion, there's a guy, Bernard Baruch, who's known as like the most persuasive man in Wall Street. And he said, they asked him, like, how are you so persuasive? How are you getting all these deals done? And he's like, well, you just find out what people want, show them how to get it. Right. And that really, at the end of the day, is what persuasion is. It's finding out what people want and then showing how to get it through your messaging and everything your business does. So the 4-step persuasion process that I think of, like high level, anytime I'm doing any sort of persuasion work, starts with their problem. Always starts in their corner. Like, what's their problem? Then you're going to make a promise. Then you're going to have some proof. Like, then you're going to make an offer. That's really it when you boil it down to it. Like, you get really complicated with templates and all that stuff. But if someone who understands the principles is going to beat the pants over someone that has like the fill in the blanks template all day long. Because I know I was one of the guys that needed every fill in template produced. So, and the other thing that I like to think about, and I'll show you why this is so powerful. And usually I say, does anyone know the marketing objections? But we'll skip that. So really all you guys need to know is we talk about sales objections. I'm sure you'll cover that, but there's marketing objections. So instead of like the way that I think of this mentally now, I think of it in terms of a sales process, from someone getting to know you to buying all your stuff. And really, if you can take away every reason why they won't buy it, they'll buy it. So like when I train salespeople, the first thing I train them on is objection handling. Like after they've done the script, I'm like, you got to memorize the objections, because there's only a few objections you get on the phone. Like, hey, I don't have enough money. Hey, this is not the right time for me. Hey, let me speak to my wife. Let me speak to my business partner. I'm sure you guys have all heard all those objections. So it's getting really good on those, because there's only like 5 major objections. Hey, send me more information, right? When it comes to marketing, there's actually, if you break it down, there's only 5 objections why your marketing doesn't work. One is no time, right? They look at your messaging and they're like, busy. Don't have time to go through this. Next is no interest. Not interested in your stuff. right? Next is no difference. Then there's no belief and no decision. So any marketing message that you look at that isn't working, they're getting one of these objections for even for yourself. So when I look at people's copy, which I used to do a lot of, and I still do just in like kind of the local space, but when I look at like, why is their stuff not working? My framework in my head is always to go to this. So no time. How do we fix that objection? That's you make your advertising valuable, which is why I'm a big fan of education-based marketing and having a marketing process where what they get, they think is valuable, whatever industry that is. The no interest, right? People are only interested in their problems or their desire, right? No one wants Tylenol if they don't have a headache. So if your message isn't addressing their problem, you're going to miss them being interested in what you have to say in your marketing message. Then there's no difference, right? What's that objection? Ad pops up and you're like, oh, there's the millionth guy that teaches coaches how to coach coaches. Sounds like everyone else. Scroll past their ad, right? That's no difference. How do you solve that? You know, your story and having your unique promise. Then there's no belief, right? It means you don't have enough proof in your advertisement. We're going to cover that in a second. And then there's no decision. And that's really just making a user-friendly proposition. So if you look at that, those 5 objections, right? The way to solve that, where is it? Is the worksheet you guys all have, which is the persuasion equation, which is your messaging. You guys should all have it in your workbook. It should address a painful problem, right? Then you make a unique promise, a promise that's different that they haven't heard before. Then it's unquestionable proof, right? How do you make your proof unquestionable? And then it's an irresistible proposition. So if ever you look at your messaging and it isn't working, you go, what objection am I getting on my marketing? And the harder thing about marketing and copywriting than sales is you're on the phone with them. So you get to just ask them like, hey, you know, other than money, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to join right now? You know, you can shoot me straight. I won't be offended, you know, and you could actually ask them your question to figure out what's your objection you're getting. With marketing, the problem is they don't tell you, right? Like your stuff just doesn't work. And you're like, oh man, what's wrong with it? That's when you have to go and look at all of your messaging through this lens, right? Did I address an urgent problem, a painful problem that they care about? Is it a desire that's tangible and specific and concrete that they would want to get, right? Is my promise unique enough? Or am I just saying the same thing that everyone else is saying, right? Do I have unquestionable proof? Like putting on your skeptic hat and would I believe that? Right. And then the offer, like what's the ask? Right. I'm a big fan of Robert Cialdini's work where it's like stair stepping people. And I could show you guys stuff later, but does anyone have any questions on that? Is that valuable?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Question. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's made me a lot of money. So you guys should be cheering.
Yeah. So let's look at making it simple for them because there's a lot of stuff, right? So just like looking at it really simple, that's why the phone sales, that's why I like the phone, because you can listen to the objections and like everyone says, marketing drives sales. Something I never hear people talk about is sales drives marketing. You listen to the objections and you go back and fix the marketing. So you listen to them and you can go and change your marketing message. That's why the phone is so powerful, right? So he said about these market objections, if you can focus on these, let me look at this equation. Yep. It's like, you know, that's what we covered about the painful problem. Like people are going to leave hell. Like people want to get away from pain than desire. So like, what is that painful problem you can help them get away from? The unique promise, like something we're talking about, like the unique mechanism, like the unique thing, because otherwise you're like everybody else. When I was teaching webinars, we called it power content. When, you know, everything we've done is, you know, when Mick was with us in the UK, we used to launch product after product. Like how many products did we launch together? A lot, wasn't it?
Once a month at least.
Like once, so we have to come up with like a unique name, a unique concept, and unique thing, speak to the market to make it unique. And all it was the good old saying, same bottle, new sticky label. We were just sticking a new sticky label on the old bottle. That's all we were doing to make it sound new and unique.
Yep.
It was the same thing, but they needed it to sound new and unique because they all have heard that before. So there's got to be that uniqueness to it, the unquestionable proof. Like that's, you know, that's where you win is proof. Irresistible proposition.
Yep.
And then persuasion.
That equals persuasion.
That equals persuasion. So, you know,
There's a formula.
and then it's the, yeah, so it's the offer is the irresistible proposition is the offer, right?
Yep. Because that's the no decision. So how do you make it irresistible? How do you have, you know, scarcity to it? How do you make it so that it's an easy next step for them to move along the process? Right. But nowadays we could wrap all of that in kind of like value and content and teaching. And that's what will make them give the time for it. The moment, like if you look at the innovations in our space, the coaches space or whatever, they're always like, how do you hide the sales process, or how do you not let the prospects know the sales process? Because once the prospects know the sales process, it doesn't work as well anymore. Once they're like, oh, this is a free webinar reveals, it's like, oh, I know what's going on here. This is not a free webinar. It's a 3 secrets pitch. Like, I'm not going to give my time to this. Like, I'm getting pitched on this. You see this with seminars too. Like, you know, back in the day, it was like Dan Kennedy's Info Summit was really good. And then eventually everyone learned it was like, oh, giant pitch fest. All they do is they pitch all the time. So then they had to put like Dan Kennedy give presentations in there of pure value. And that became like the hook to go. But then you had like Ryan Dice's stuff. He came out, it was like all value, no pitching. So people are like, let's go there. And then they hid the war room pitch in there beautifully. So it's always like, how do you, because people are like, oh, I have no time to listen to marketing messages. Like one of my favorite lines is like, we all think that we're playing a game of catch. They're playing a game of dodgeball. They're like, they don't want your marketing messages. So I like that one.
Yeah, I like that. and you know what Mike is talking about here, we you know, if we look at the process map, we are really looking at, you know, we're talking about the sales letter. I, you know, really brought him in for the sales page, but something he spoke about very specific was he said it's educational based marketing. That's what your presentation that we'll be talking about tomorrow afternoon, that's what that is. So when they're going through that presentation, that's educational based marketing. When I'm on stage doing a 3-day seminar and people are there, they're there learning, like they think it's like this real teaching. I'm just educating them through my marketing. It's educational based marketing. And like, I just look at Mick's business recently. He told me his numbers. I looked at his business. I'm like, it's the freaking 5 pillars.
Yeah.
Right. Like Mick is literally, he has this, you know, which I'd call the super funnel, the 5 pillars, something we did a lot, basically, you know, blew the business up for us. But it's like long form, educational based marketing. And it's like, it's not this pitch stuff. It's really education. They think they're learning something, but they're learning why they should buy from you.
Yeah. I could show you my example of what I'm currently doing.
Yes.
I could pull that up. We'll do that a little later.
Yeah, a little after.
All right, cool. So again, prep work. So now you get the big picture. You've kind of done the prep work. Before I create anything, like I'm talking more about sales process. I know you brought me in for sales copy, but I had to do more. So
Yes.
It's like who did you attract into your funnel? What's that customer avatar? Then my biggest question throughout the entire process is, what do they need to believe? This is a key question. What do they need to believe about you, themselves, the way things are, the way the world works, in order to apply / buy your offer? At the end of the day, marketing and the sales process is always about backwards engineering beliefs. So for example, in his business back in the day, we had a sheet and it was, here's all the things because we sold a $9 product and then a $27 product and a $47 product, kind of like a self-liquidating funnel. Then on the back of that, we sold the Alex Jeffries Inner Circle. That was for $5,000. I think it was like 7 towards the end.
Yep.
But the entire beginning, right? Like sell a quick offer, use affiliates, but then the product and the sales letter and everything, we were backwards engineering beliefs. We had a sheet of the customer avatar. And then also like, what do they need to believe to apply for the Alex Jeffries inner circle, right? They need to believe, number one, that he can help them. They need to believe that one of our biggest beliefs we wanted to instill was that if they don't have a mentor, they're not going to succeed. And the reason they haven't succeeded is because they don't have a mentor, right? So the stories in the product, in all the other stuff, was always about instilling those beliefs, kind of like Inception style. So, and we knew if someone came on the phone with one of his sales team and they were like, the reason I haven't succeeded is because I don't have a mentor. We're like, got him, right? Right. So they need to believe that you care, and they need to believe that what you're teaching is the best way. But for whatever your offer is, before I create any funnel, anything, it's like, what do they need to believe about you, themselves, and the way the world works in order for them to buy whatever you're selling? And then how can you, and on the sales page, we would say, even if we were selling a $5 product, we would say, this is information previously only shared in his $5,000 coaching program. That was with a $7 buyer. We're starting to put beliefs of what we want them to believe, so that, oh, let me buy this thing for $5. Oh, this came from his $5,000 course. They already now kind of have that price in their head of it. And then they're getting the program, it'd be all stories, right? Of things that, teach them goodwill, right? You want a buyer with confidence and capabilities. So we train them in that first program, give them ahas, give them insights, which is what you guys want to do in your seminars with your education-based marketing, right? You want to teach them the best stuff you have so that they have that confidence, they have the capabilities. And then after someone teaches them a lot, it's always like, what's more, right? And then we're like, Alex Jeffries inner circle, apply for coaching, limited spots. So then I want to brainstorm every reason why they would not apply/buy. And then I want to brainstorm the alternatives of buying and how can we make those seem inferior. Right. So it's like with his business, it was like they were going to do SEO, or they were going to do affiliate marketing, or they were going to do whatever. And part of it in the program or the sales letter was showing why this way is superior. This is a superior boat for you to succeed. Whether, if you're in fitness, it's like, here's why this diet's inferior, or here's why all this stuff is not as good, right? That becomes all in the marketing. So, like I said, you brainstorm every reason why they should apply or buy, brainstorm what are you really selling, and then brainstorming everything your prospect will lose by not having this, okay? And there we go, persuasion formula. As you can see, threw this together last night from all my other presentations. And that's the equation. And this will be the last thing that I give you. We could go into some sales copy kind of off the fly. But if there's anything that you guys can do that is going to give a giant jump to that persuasion formula, right? That's key. Whether you're doing webinars, whether you're doing sales letters, it's always that persuasion equation formula. It's always how you're going to grade your stuff. But the 80-20 of it is that nobody buys without belief. Proof is the rarest element in that persuasion equation. So what I want to give you guys today is 13 proof elements to include in your marketing, your sales letters, and all that, which is really going to drive things forward. So number one is reason why. You always want to have a reason why. There's a book, Johnny Kennedy, Reason Why Copywriting. Don't need to read it, but he basically was like, everything he did was reason why. Because, right? Slice, one of my favorite orange soda, a better tasting soft drink because it contains 10% fruit juice. With that hook alone, they got 7% of a $30 billion industry, right? Half off sale versus fire sale, 50% off because of our recent fire, right? It's always giving them that reason, because here's a reason why you're doing what you're doing. Now, and this is from Robert Cialdini's book. Love this study. They did this, I think it was like Stanford University, where they would try to cut the line of a copying machine. Who here has heard this before? A couple of you guys, good. So the first request is they try to cut in line to get their copies done. And it'd be like, excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use a Xerox machine? That was like question number 1. Then they had a bunch of people do this again with a second request, same line, like, excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine because I'm in a rush? Then they tabulated how many people were allowed to cut the line. What was the compliance? And the last was, excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine because I have to make copies? right? Like irrelevant reason. So if you look at the study results, version 1, 60% of people let the researcher skip the line. Version 2, 94% of people let the researcher skip the line, right? Now the bogus reason, 93% of people, almost the same as the real reason. So one of the things that I do in all of my copy is I always want the because, the reason why, on back of everything. Here's why I'm doing this. So that's proof element number 1. Proof element number 2 is demonstration. So no argument in the world can ever compare to one dramatic demonstration, Claude Hopkins. So you guys probably know Ron Popeil, any of the infomercial guys. There was a great doc, and I think I have this on my next slide, but there's a great documentary, which I recommended watching. It's called The Pitchman. You probably find it on like Amazon, but it was with Billy Mays, you know, the awesome auger and OxyClean and all the pitches. And you see what he did, like, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. You see what he does to create his pitches. And he's like, how can we demonstrate? How can we demonstrate? In the episode, they drop a bowling ball on like a bed or something like that with eggs in it, like ridiculous thing. But they're always like, how do we demonstrate it? And that's really the, like, with whatever you guys are doing in coaching, it's like, how can you demonstrate your knowledge, your expertise, right? And that's why a seminar is so good, going to what he said, because it's a day of you demonstrating your expertise. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, with Mike's model right now, when I looked at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is just the 5 pillars. He's doing the 5 pillars and he's killing it. And I'm like, this is marketing with you. Like, this is how we do. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, because he's made it simple again. But what he's doing is, in his marketing, he's giving it all away. He's demonstrating it all for free. And they're like, okay, I could go and do this on my own, but then he backs up with the David Blaine thing. Do you want to say it?
Yeah, well, that's only if they're like, well, why go out and do it? Let me give you the example of that, actually, because that's perfect. But the David Blaine thing is like, if you teach them everything, right? You demonstrate them everything and you show them like, hey, that's how it works. And they're like, well, I'm going to do it myself. It's like, well, there's one thing between watching David Blaine doing a magic trick, and there's another thing between working with David Blaine and understanding how he came up with the trick, like how he developed it, the thinking, the principles, like the persuasion equation, like I'm teaching you guys, like the 13 proof elements that I'm giving you guys right now. Like, what are those things that go into it, right? That you're not going to be able to just recreate by watching someone do it, right?
Yeah. So that's why like Jay Abraham says, like, give them your best stuff for free, because then they'll just assume if you're giving that away for free, then all of the other stuff must be as good as or better than.
Yep. And really the tactics for this is, you know, you got your hot seats, you got your, you know, anytime you've probably seen this, people use like legal pads or they write on boards. It's all demonstration, right? Screencast videos. I'll show you my current education-based marketing stuff. But really, if you guys watch Pitchman 1, episode 1, you'll see that. And that is proof element number 2. So proof element number 3 is specifics. This comes from Claude Hopkins' book, again, one of like the super texts for copywriting. And he says, this is very important to consider in written or personal salesmanship. The weight of an argument may often be multiplied by making it specific. Say that tungsten lamp gives more light than a carbon, and you leave some doubt. Say that it gives 3 1/3 times the light, and people realize that you have made tests and comparison. A dealer may say, our prices have been reduced, without creating any marked impression. But when he says our prices have been reduced by 25%, he gets the full value of his announcement. So in all of your copy, you want to be specific, concrete, tangible. How can you make, go ahead.
Detergents and stuff, they 100% more.
Yeah, they say like 93.4,
Yeah.
you know, like kills 93.4 of germs. That's exact example of that. And go to the next one. So like this is the headline right here. It's like the 23, like look how much specifics are there. This was written by Clayton Makepeace. It's like the 23-cent lifesaver, If you look here, it's like so effective, you can actually see it working. 1,823 medical studies prove it works, and 1,562 US doctors prescribe it every day. Like this is a, really winning magalog. You can read through that. I'll give you guys my slides. That's number 3. Number 4 is creative guarantee. Right? Like if you guarantee it, it's kind of like a way to prove it. So fresh hot pizza delivered in 30 minutes, less guaranteed. Famous, not only unique value proposition, but creative guarantee by Domino's Pizza. So other types is money back guarantee, 110% money back guarantees, and then guaranteeing, like this is teaching kind of what I teach now and do, which is running an agency, which is like we would always guarantee leads, guarantee a number of phone calls, something like that. Something very specific to take the risk off of them. Number 5 is acknowledging disbelief. Whenever you acknowledge disbelief, the level of proof of what you're saying goes up. So in almost all the sales letters that I write, I include this in there because you want to address and enter in the conversation that's going on in their head. So this is an investment right here. It says, believe it or not, I've discovered an investment that's safer than your bank and offers all these advantages, right? Here's another example. The wisest man this is Joe Carbo's ad, which is great. The wisest man I ever knew told me something I never forget. Most people are too busy earning a living to make any money. Don't take as long as I did to find out he was right. I'll prove it to you if you'll send in the coupon. I'm not asking you to believe me. Just try it. If I'm wrong, all you've lost is a couple of minutes and a postage stamp. But what if I'm right? Pretty good.
Beautiful. It's a good one. That was nice.
So number 6 is explain the mechanism, aka results in advance. It's another way that if you guys add more proof to your stuff, explaining how the mechanism works. Warren Buffett does this all the time. Like all of his letters to shareholders is just him explaining his concepts in his value investing philosophy. And then what does he do? Everyone invests in Berkshire Hathaway and he's loaded. He's also good investing too, I think. Number 7, candor. Right? This is being honest. I call it in my sales calls, bringing in reality to what we're doing, right? Because everyone's like, this is BS, right? Most people are saying that. So this headline crushed, one day with this man could make you rich. And that outperform one day with this man would make you rich by a ton. So whenever you can add in that candor, that belief, the level of proof of what you're saying and trust goes up. Number 8, third-party data. One of my favorite. This is whatever you're selling, always look for stats, research, etc. to back it up. So like for the example here, it's like, look how many proof elements are in this. Bad economy projected to kill 7,164 plumbing businesses in 2010, right? Painful problem, gets someone interest. But free report reveals how some plumbers are having the best year ever. And then it starts off, independent plumbing businesses are dropping like flies. According to the 2006 census, the US Census Bureau stated that 19.9% of, again, specific, independent plumbing contractors are set to be shut down each year due to a lack of profits. So again, it's starting, if you look at all like the great sales letters, they always add in proof, research elements and all that to back up whatever they're saying in your letter. Third-party data again. Number 9 is a specialist uniform. You seen this? It's one of my favorite examples. So this is, I first saw Dean Jackson teach this, and it's basically, there's a website. It's called WeShootCans.com. It's brilliant. It's like, if you were going to get your can shot, who would you get your can shot by? WeShootCans.com, right? They also have this site. They also have another site called WeShootBottles.com. Same company. And then they're actually, the name of their company is Red Photography. So whenever you could start to step into that specialist uniform and whatever you do, the level of proof goes up. So I could drive this home with examples, but like in my agency business, it was like I did Neograph, which is like men's hair restoration products. Very like niche thing. And I'm like, I'm the only guy in the world that does multi-channel marketing systems for Neograph providers that guarantees leads, right? Now, Number 10, authority or celebrity hijacking. You know, just using quotes from celebrities or celebrities in your marketing. That's another way to add proof. And then number 11, which is the final one, which is the one that everyone thinks they need, is testimonials and social proof. So that's another one. And a lot of people, like in the programs that I teach, they're like, how do I start a marketing agency? How do I sell stuff online? You're Mike Marin. I don't have proof like you do. I don't have the testimonials. I don't have the case studies. Well, you use the other 10 proof elements in your marketing. And I actually have an example for you guys. If you guys want to go through this, see if I can pull it out here. If you go to mikemarin.com, the 3-part pre-sale case study, the link's on there, but you could see how I applied all of this in the agency space. It's how I brought in $60,450 in sales in 77 days without spending a dime on advertising or cold calling in a brand new niche without any proof, and how you could model my pre-selling process. So these, because we're all coaches here, this is my education-based marketing thing that drives into my $5,000 program that I currently sell. So feel free to model that. And now that I've showed you the kind of like the proof elements and all that, you will see that used and demonstrated. I actually, what in part of my marketing process, you hear, I give away everything. You hear a live sales call, me closing a Neograph doctor for $3,000. So I recorded the phone calls, everything from like my process, how to take someone from cold, not knowing who I am, to a high ticket sale via like an agency in 48 hours, spending no money. So I send out cold emails to very specific niches. That books, the cold email then directs them to an education-based marketing video sales letter, right? They watch that sales letter, which shows you my unique promise, how I'm different, all of that kind of stuff. They book a call on my calendar, and then I get on the phone and do a 2-step sales close into a $3,000 or $5,000 a month sale. So if you watch that 3-part series, you'll see all the ninja tactics I'm teaching you guys is applied there outside of like the coaching space into actually how to do this stuff, right? And then I'm also, if you watch it from another layer, I'm doing all the tactics as you go through the 3-part video series to sell the $5,000 workshop that I run. So it's like 2 layers on top. It's good. And notice how that right there, that is actually my webinar.
Yes.
But it gets people's time because it's training. It's all disguised. Like the people that I'm selling this to do not understand that this is a sales process.
So it's really important just to hit on that. This video series here that we have up on screen, this is like a 3 hours sales pitch. But the people who are going through it have no clue that it's a sales pitch. They do not know they're being sold to. They're watching it, consuming it. This is amazing. So when we used to create product, Mike was saying this, it isn't just the sales letter, but like I would then create the product was the sales letter. So my product would need to, whatever I was teaching would need to sit in this. This is the best business model for me. I can do this, but I need Alex Jeffries' help to make this work. This is the best for me. I can do this. I need Alex Jeffries. It didn't matter what I was teaching, as long as it sat in that frame, whatever I said. So that's basically his frame here. I don't know his frame, but he's got a frame here that they're going through it going, oh my God, I could do this. This is the best thing for me. Wow. Like I could do this. I just need Mike. Well, I can click a link, go to Mike. Let me go to Mike. They don't realize that's happening, but they're being educated through it. Now, this here is what I would call a super funnel. That's what I would call this. This is the video is called 5 Pillars in a Super Funnel. That's my language. The presentation that I'm going to teach you to do tomorrow is going to be the same as this, but done differently live. There's a different element, but all the same stuff. If you go through this, you'll see a lot of the same stuff, cut from the same cloth. Yep. Apart from Mick's smarter than me. At least I'm honest.
Yeah. And these I build out specific. So my model is this is from a JV partner. So this exact funnel I'm showing you is they're in a private Facebook group. I promote this 3-part case study, which they watch in that private Facebook group. And then what they do is they watch that, and then I will make a post in that private Facebook group, inviting them to a 6-week class, which they respond to. And then I, through chat, which is a kind of disguised sales process, I sell them on the live event with an ugly notepad file for $5,000, which I can possibly show you guys that sales letter, how that works. But you see, it's all the principles I taught: competing on economics, being different. Everything that I've told you guys is what I'm applying and doing today, and it's working pretty good. So,
And I just want to really hit on this, that this is right now. Now, if this is the same stuff I was doing, like, were you with us when?
the exact same stuff that we were doing.
So it's like the 5 pillars. I had this, like, we were doing these events, they were fine, but like, I want you to think of it like the opposite to the TikTok. Like, it's the more time they spend with you, the more money they will spend with you.
Yep.
And it's like here, this is a 3-hour, like, education. Like, you're going through this is bloody good training. Yeah, we'll give you the link. But like, you watched it 3 hours, you're like, that was really good. But it's a sales pitch. Everything was put together as a sales pitch. Same as my seminar. You come into my seminar, I go, this is really good. But everything is part of the sales process.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to be teaching to you. Like, really understand, like, as long as you get that, this stuff works so well. So like, we're both up here doing it.
Yeah. And like, for this example, like, I've had people go through this and land $2K a month clients, like, just going through this training, because I give them everything.
Yeah.
Right. But then, like, my story is like, one of my best students, his last month, he did 56,000 doing this model that I teach. And he did it, got up to like, I think like $3,000 or something like that. I probably shouldn't give this for court. I probably shouldn't, for the FTC purposes, not give any numbers like this. So it's all make believe, but right. So this is us, right? I cut the audio over here, but because I haven't seen his tax return, but this is what he told me, right? After he told me he made 56,000 last month, he came in at 3, and then he was like, got in the program, and that's what I use as the example of like, hey, he was able to figure out this much on his own, but then when he got in, like, his results exploded, which is true. Yes. When he got into the 6-week workshop. So a lot of people see that, and I have the interview down here at the very bottom, which you guys can see as we go down really slow. But then, I show the results from the program. Again, these are proof elements, testimonials. This guy's like, oh, it'll be my first 3,000 a month. Just landed my first client ever, 2,500 a month, 500 a month. It should be on the, how do I scroll quicker? I'm so bad at using Macs. Not a strong point.
Yeah. Where do you want to go?
Just very bottom. There you go. So like, that's the interview with him.
Yep.
And like, he got to 28,000 his first, within 6 weeks in the program.
Yep.
And then I have more of those that I line up. So like with and I'm fairly lazy, but I'm like, I got to collect more.
Yeah.
Like, in every business, it's like, how can you collect more proof
Yes.
that what you're doing actually works? How do you collect more proof? Because that is one of the rarest elements. But you'll see, like, every other persuasion element is used inside of that 3-part series. And again, I'm a coach selling probably what you guys are all selling, but I'm like, notice how I'm not like doing a challenge funnel. I'm not doing, Russell Brunson's 3 secret webinar, because they all know about that crap. Like, and I'm even reluctant to share this with you guys, right? Because I prefer nowadays to just keep my mouth shut, do what I'm doing, and that's it, right? Like, I don't want to be sharing exactly everything and then having a million knockoffs and all that. But he did ask me to come as a favor, so there you guys go.
There's some stuff he was sharing. I was like, oh, he's going to tell you about this. Oh, he told me to not say certain things. It's like, please, keep this quiet. So this model here is, like I said, it's what I would call a super funnel. This here, the first time we did it, we called it it was this thing called the 5 pillars, and it just laid golden eggs. When I say golden eggs, when somebody applies, if they watch a video like this, a long form educational based marketing, once they apply, they're just so much better than a call, like somebody who's just watch a video of yours or just filled out a quick application. Like the longer they are educated on the sale, the easier they are to sell. And that's why I love doing events and then phone calls after events, because it is literally like I'm literally just taking $25,000 back to back like that, just swipe it in 9 minutes because they've been to a presentation like this.
Yeah.
You know, they've been through a, you know, like he's got a 3-hour presentation here. I'm going to make my 3-hour presentation, but it's going to come from the one day, and I'll talk more about that.
Yeah.
So let's dive into sales. Let's do Q&A, sales copy.
Yeah.
Mike, this is what they have.
Okay.
I really want them to like this here, the sales page. I want them to like be strong. They could leave here with like the elements of a copy that they could go and put something out there that would, you know, they could drive traffic to and get $10 customers, $5 customers, $7 customers, just somebody who's going to swipe their credit card to attend a live event.
Got it.
Okay, one day live event.
Okay.
So
Well,
sales copy.
luckily I have that on my computer. I don't
Luckily.
have this here. However, so I did kind of go off what you told me to do.
Yep.
Because I figured this is more valuable to teach you guys kind of like the education-based marketing stuff.
Yes.
Because in my opinion, but then obviously you guys got to get them to the event. Like I don't do any live events. I just like to stay at home. I live over there close to the airport in Vegas. I'm just like, I'm good. Do everything on Zoom, right? But I think this stuff is more valuable than the actual sales letter, but the sales letter is still important. So, because you got to get the sales letter to get them into your seminar. So I do have a training that I could give them.
Mhm.
My 6-figure copywriting sales training that's on YouTube. So I could give them that.
Let's go.
But so like so when it comes to like an event, I like to think in terms of like the outline, which is the simplest sales formula ever. I learned it from John Carlton's program, which is like, here's what I got, here's what it's going to do for you, and here's what I want you to do next. So if I'm writing a sales letter for an event, I do all the stuff that I just talked about. And then I like to start out with like, here's what I got, you know, this weekend, I'm getting together 25 people and I'm going to teach them, you know, how to pre-sell lead gens for $3,000, $5,000 without doing any of the work up front. Right. So it's always like, what is the outcome? And my favorite headline for anything is like how to get this amazing result without the stuff that they how to, and specific concrete tangible. So like, you know, how to lose 15 pounds without diet and exercise. Making that up on the top of my head. But it's always like a combination of like even this, like how to write $1 million ads, even if you don't think you can write past the 6th grade level. So the way that I always start any sales letter for like an event, which I've done a lot of sales letters for events, actually before I worked for you.
Yes.
I worked with a guy, Prince of Lola, and we did like actually Trump University sales letters. So I would do the rough draft and then he would go over the top and fix all my horrible copywriting in the very beginning of my career. It's about 10 years ago. But at the end of the day, it's like, here's what I got, which is your event. Here's what it's going to do for you, which is now going to be all the benefits and the outcomes of what they're going to learn at your seminar. And then it's, here's what I want you to do next, which is put your card in below. You're leaving? Okay. Put your card in below and, you know, sign up for this thing. So that's like the base of the letter, right? You get really confused with templates, like trying to fill out all the details. But if you think about it from the high level, it'll always come out better and more natural. So it's like, here's what I got, and just write it out in plain English. Like, you know, this week or whatever your event is, like I want to get together with, you know, how many people we have, like 20 people, and I'm going to show them how to make 100K running a seminar without whatever the objections would be of your audience that you can ethically say and get over, right? Would you say, yeah, without having a big team or whatever?
Yep.
And then literally the next line is like, here's what we're going to cover over that one-day seminar, you know? And then it's looking at the milestones of the pre-work, starting out, we're gonna cover how to select your perfect niche. I'm gonna give you my 5-step process on how to find hidden niches that are filled with whale clients that are willing to hurl their credit card at you with no objections. Next, we're gonna cover how to create your irresistible offer. Right? I'm gonna teach you, I'm gonna take you behind the scenes, reveal to you my exact process of how I go from a blank page to an offer that is truly irresistible, even if you've never created an offer in your life. Right? So one of the raw materials for all copy is bullets. That's kind of what I'm doing right there. It's like how to get this for benefit. And the easiest bullet is so you can, like how to learn how to pick the perfect niche so you can make money immediately without the trial and error of wasting your time and oversaturating niches. Right? The other one is like how to get this amazing result without blah, blah, blah. Like without the stuff you don't like. Now, the best place to learn bullets is Gary Halbert, Do the Twist. So if you go to Gary Halbert, Do the Twist, it's free. Probably one of the best educations on how to write bullets, because that's the real skill that you're going to need to be able to write your sales letter, what to fill out, like here's what you're going to learn and say it in a good way. Right? So it's like, here's what I got. You're doing this event. Here's what it's going to do for you. All things you're going to teach them throughout the funnels. And then at the very end of it, it's like, here's what I want you to do next, which is put your card in below the next page and just spell it out. That's like the high level work. That's really the way that I like to think about it. And then from there, you look at all the components you get. For, where in their head did they say, oh, this is ridiculous? Like you might have some, like, is there a catch? Then you answer that objection. What if I can't make it? Well, we do Zoom. Like you're just doing the sales process.
Helpful?
Yes.
So let's just look at let's just break this down in a second, because we're going to do some writing on this. We can do Q&A, but I want to make sure there's the frame here. So first of all, he said there's 3 elements, like here's what I got, here's what you get, and here's what to do next. So you look at those 3 elements. Here's what I got, here's what you get, and here's what to do next. In the section of like what you get, that's where you got the bullets. The bullets are, insert bullets so you can, or insert bullets without what they don't want. So he mentioned you go to Gary Halbert letter. Gary Halbert, Do the Twist to learn about bullets.
Yep.
Okay. But it's those elements. Then obviously you can go deeper into, like you said, add the proof. So like if I was to look at a sales letter myself, I would say there's I'll make it, there's pre-headline, headline, sub-headline, there's the lead, and there's the offer, and there's the call to action, there's the guarantee, and there's the PS. Like if I were to look at a flow, which we're not going into at the second one, giving Mike some direction of.
So I'll pull up the super list.
Oh, there you go. Well, the super list, super list method.
Yeah, it's superlistmethod.com or super list.
The superlistmethod.com. Is it?
I think I'm super list.
Was it super list? I don't think I own super list.
You never own super list.
The super list method. I think.
Really?
I don't know.
Let's see.
Let's have a look.
I think
Did I own superlist.com? Nah.
No, you don't think so?
Nah.
Super list. Yeah, I think
Superlistmethod.com.
so. This is a sales letter that I wrote the first draft for, and then the 3 of us worked on it together.
I was going to say Mick's taking credit for that one. I thought I wrote that one. I thought that was me.
Do you know there's another guy that's claimed that he wrote that?
Well, that was so funny, isn't it? Because the guys claim he wrote it in Mick's online, and then like Mick was like saying something. I just read online like some guy said he wrote it in Mick's like Then the guy blocked Mick online.
He blocked me. Because it was one of the highest converting letters like in JV Zoo history.
Yeah,
So it sold like 10,000 copies or more than that, right?
yeah.
I think it was like 10,000 copies of the $7 product. And he was like, he's promoting his thing. He's like, this copywriter is the best ever. He wrote the super list method. I was like, wait a second. Like, I wrote that with these three guys. And I remember like I have the rough drafts on my computer and,
Yeah.
and all that. And like the emails of us going back and forth, like all the changes we made. And this guy's over here saying he wrote the letter. So I go like, pretty sure you didn't. Like I worked on that with these three guys. And then he blocked me from the post because it was his post. Because he's promoting like some super secret system to make money. And I'm out of the game of that at the like JV Zoo game, but it was.
Well, I tell you what I could do. Should I pull up my letter? I got, well,
So
okay,
like,
this is a good letter though. So let's show this
yeah.
one.
So like, this is like the template that we were using at the time.
Yep.
Which is like pre-head on the top, making money just got 10 times easier. And then you guys switched this headline on me because I used a different headline. But after several $1 million of extreme testing, we discovered a super list is by far the best way to make money online, right? You can even have your very own super list up and running in the next 48 hours, right? So that's kind of like the headlines of the ad. Then it's like, look what the customers are saying, proof element right here. And then like, it's kind of conversational. Let's be real. If you're sick and tired of buying products that don't deliver, you're lost and overwhelmed with information overload, but you're still looking for the missing puzzle. You're going to be hard pressed to find anyone with more success stories in the warrior form than this guy, which is where we're selling it. Nice picture of Alex on stage, like another proof element. And then you have the lead, but I'll skip this because this is not important.
I wrote that.
I didn't write that.
I wrote that and I thought it was very important.
Not. So this is where it starts, right? So it's kind of like the offer. Just switch this for your seminar,
Yeah.
right? So this is here's what I got, right? After kind of the offer part. It's like, here's what I got, the super list method. What is it, right? Here's what I got. Super list method is a step-by-step system giving you everything you need to have your own highly profitable super list in any niche up and running in less than 21 days. So it's kind of following that formula, like benefits. So this is the way that I think of benefits. You have the main thing, like step-by-step, giving you everything you need to have a highly profitable super list. That's like benefit number one. And then John Carlton calls it like the jab hook. So then it's like, that's benefit. And it's like, the jab is like any niche up and running, then like less than 21 days, right? So like benefit, more benefits. You'll see I do that on all these bullets here. But super list method the super list method even works if you have no prior knowledge about list building, which is like, oh, that's an objection head on. You could start building your super list today, even if you have cover all the objections of why they wouldn't want to buy this $9 product. In the super list method, nothing is held back. So again, this is more like, here's what I got, right? We notice how we look at the bigger framework rather than like the objection handling that we're adding in, which that's what you guys want to do with yours, right? In the super list method, nothing is held back. Every trick, every resource, every secret is all explained in step-by-step detail, ready for you to copy and profit. I personally use this to build a very small super list of 11,500 people that has generated over $1 million in profits and counting. Just look at the money generated from the super list in the last 3 months. Again, it's very specific proof down there. And then here's what it's going to do for you, right? Now it's giving all the components. This would be the components of your seminar, right? Which, let's break it down. Module 1, you'll discover step-by-step how to get started almost immediately. So you can finally have your very own fully automated list building machine generating cash on demand, even while you sleep, right? And then you just go through that. That's all the bullets, right? It could be in bullet form. It could be in whatever. This was very business opportunity type copy, which is what works in this space. And then you're going to add your bonuses in, right? But don't worry about that. So we go over the price, I think, up here. Yeah. You're probably wondering how much it's going to cost, right? So that's kind of like asking what's the question in their head, right? And the other question in the very beginning was like, oh, that's great. You have a super list. You're big Alex Jeffries, but how do I know, like, this will work for me? That's when it was like, this will work for you, even if you don't have these problems, right? Again, selling to a very different niche than probably what you guys are selling. These were like business opportunity seekers.
Bubba from the trailer park.
Yeah. So this is the way, like, if you want stuff to work in this market, which I no longer do stuff in this market anymore, but if you want to ignore him, we're out of that space. But if you want to make it work in that space, it's any space, it's entering in the conversation. That's what's going on in their head.
So just all I've done is I've just elevated my people. So I just speak to a more elevated person. That's all. You know, just a more, just, that's it. Just my market has evolved as I've grown as a human being, as I've become more sophisticated, just my market's grown up with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this here, do you want to see, would you like to see my sales letter that I put together for my next event? Okay, let's quick look at this. So this here, and then we can jump into some Q&A with Mick, but I really want you to spend some time putting some stuff down for your sales letter. And so if I go to, so I'm training a copywriter right now. So I'll show you our last one-day event that.
Let's start with the frameworks and then look at other letters. And then you could start to add the components. And that's really key. People miss the point.
Yeah.
People miss the point by going straight to like the templates. Would rather just like be more personal. Because then how would you sell an event anyway? It's like, oh, here's what I got. Here's what it's gonna do for you. And like, here's what I want you to use. It's like pretty simple.
Okay, so
You're saying it's 3-hour video, you can send that to us.
Yeah.
So, I know you're not calling it a webinar, but I think it's a webinar.
No, it's I try to make it look nothing like anything else out there. Because I don't want the buyer going into my sales process thinking it's a sales process.
Yeah.
So it's like every innovation in direct response comes from hiding sales process, the big ones. You know, the Magalog back in the day. They were mailing out letters and then they made a magazine and it crushed for years because they got a magazine thinking it was a magazine, but it was really the same sales pitch in a magazine. Yeah. So it's like whatever the market, whatever your prospects currently think is the sales process, I'm just trying to disguise my sales process in that. Yeah. So they don't think it's a sales process.
So
Because the Achilles heel of the human mind is what we resist, we can detect. So if you're like, oh, it's a timeshare pitch, your resistance is up. What you can't detect, you can't resist. It's like literally the human. Like that's why some of this stuff works so well. Like they come to your seminar, and if you're teaching and giving great value, but you're strategically at the same time working them through a sales process, it's going to work way better than them going to like pitches. Yeah, right. Like Frank Kern's a master at this. I don't know if you guys know who Frank Kern is, but it's like you always think you're going through content, and really it's like it's a pitch. But he does it right where it's like he gives you, like you learn a lot from his free stuff where it's really, really good. So it's not a webinar. It's like I'm literally just, it's a training and I'm just trying to make it as much look like a training as possible. So what's crushing right now is podcast via stuff. So people think it's podcasts. Two guys interview each other. But really they're selling into the program.
So Mike, just to go to Gerard's thing, Mike calls it educational based marketing. That's what it is. To give it a name, like we just labeled it back in the day, the 5 pillars, because that's what we called ours. But like if I look at it, when I looked at Mike's thing, the first thing, that's a super funnel. Like it's just the market does not think it's a sales pitch. Like it doesn't look like your normal webinar. It doesn't look like anything they've seen. And that's the way you want it to be. That's why when like my event, people come to the event and they do not think it's a sales pitch. Like they just think they come into an event. There's no pictures, there's no sponsors, it's content for 3 days. But the content is all sales content. And that's the same as this here, you know. So there's when I saw Mick do this, they were on, I'm like, oh, you do one of those? Oh, makes things so much simpler for me. So you can take your 1 day event. You do a 1 day event, as long as it works, you test it with the audience, you test the offer, it works, you take that video, you put it on a super funnel page, you just drive traffic to the page. Go to CIA route. Well, it's not there now. I won't even go off on a tangent, but like that 1 day can become your broken down into steps. So can you see on the screen? This is my sales page for the last one. This converted about 20%. I didn't write the copy. I don't think the copy's amazing. It converted though. 3 days, 100 customers, happy. So headline, what if you could be a fly on the wall inside invite-only professional sales office where you can watch me live, showcasing some of my most powerful sales techniques of 2022. Well, now you can introduce you in your private invitation to an exclusive 1 day sales training worth $10,000 for $10. All set above the fold. And then you come down, there's the thing, there's the video, there's the date, when, boom, simple. Comes down, here's your host. A little bit about me. I haven't even read this copy here. There's some copy, there's some copy there. There's a buy it now button, $10. And it doesn't even have any benefits. Just like, here's the itinerary of the day. Like, you know, first sales training, live sales calls. So I'm basically, it's demonstration. I'm like, look, I'm going to sell people in front of you. I'm literally going to just sell. People are going to come on the phone and I'm going to sell them. Well, what I did was, this is how I sold Greg. So Greg was come to this $10 event. So I did a demonstration. I said, Greg, you sell me your product. He sold me his product. I said, okay, cool. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell your product back to you. But you can't say yes to me. You must say no. And then I did it to a volunteer. Then I sold somebody else in the audience who's interested in his product. I said, who would be interested in buying this? Somebody put their hand up. I said, okay, we got a prospect for this product. I'm now going to sell it to her. And so I did that in live demonstration. You cannot deny, you can't say after watching me, oh, he can't sell. Like after you watch me, like that was a masterful presentation in sales. He could teach me a thing or two about sales. Mm-hmm. So basically for the sales copy though, look at it. That's it. That's the sales letter. It converted 20 something %. So we had like 500 hits of traffic, like over 100 sales. Like something like that was the kind of thing. Not much traffic, 100 customers. Right. So there's that one. Here's the new one. I'm training a copywriter right now. So this is what he's done. So he's like done the headline. He wants to do the headline a bit more. It's like exclusive 1 day full phone sales mastermind, unusual recession-proof selling system that automatically crushes all buyers' objections, slashes onboarding time down to a few short minutes, and guarantees a 300% increase in close rate, starting with your next sales appointment. Not saying it's the best. I've asked him to do a few split tests there. Date, but here's what I like about this one. That I've told him, like what it is. So, you know, what it is, a few bullets on what it is. And then it's do not register if, so it's pushing away who we don't want. So if you don't have a proven offer, if you don't already sell high ticket, if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't believe you can help people, if you believe you know it all, don't join. But if you've experienced these things, you're going to learn a thing or two on this presentation. So this copy is a bit longer. I'm going to shorten it down by the time we go live with that, but that's kind of, you know, a letter there. And he started off, it was 25 pages. And I said, you got to get it down to 10. He's got it down to 12 so far. And I'll take that 10 pages and I'll cut that down to about 5. But it's going to be, you know, it's going to be that. It's just going to be like, you know, this is the event. This is who it's not for. This is who it's for. This is what you're going to get. Here's what to do next. And that's kind of what I'm teaching this copywriter now, just some blocks. Yeah. You don't need all of the intricacies of like, because you get lost in copy. Me and this gentleman have been down deep rabbit holes of this world. And like, I have sat there for 2 weeks and I've wrote stuff and I literally just sweating. And like, after 2 weeks, they'll come up to me like, how you doing, AJ? I'm like, that's what I got. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. And I'm like, just sweating. Like, everything's being thrown in the bin. Or you could just make it simple and have the blocks. You do the pre-work and then you just write to the pre-work. Like this, the event, like here's the outcome of the event. You're about to learn how to generate, this is like XYZ, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah, it always comes back to the pre-work. So it's like, what's the outcome from Hell Island to Heaven Island, right? What is that escape that they want? And that becomes like, here's the outcome, like outcome-based selling. It's like, I'm hosting an event and I'm going to give you this outcome, which you want. We already know all the objections because you've done the pre-work of hasn't worked for you in the past, all that. So it's coming from the pre-work, very simply, like, here's what I got, here's what it's going to do for you, and here's what I want you to do next.
this plays.
And then it's,
I'm about to share with you how I generate thousands. Let me just see if this, because this is basically my sales pitch in a video.
Hey, welcome, Alex Jeffries here.
Can you hear
Welcome to this video. I'm about to share with you how I generate thousands of dollars per phone call using this microphone, this laptop, and how I get people back to back lined up to speak with me. So what you're going to notice first of all is you don't need an office. I'm in my home and I'm not wearing a suit for this video. This is how I roll. I just got back from the gym and I want to make this video for you.
Can you hear
So
it?
this Thursday, I have a presentation where I'm going to be teaching sales and how to make sales in 2022. If you want to increase your close rate, but more importantly, make more money per phone call, then this is the place for you. So how this come about is we're about to go to Colorado. You may have seen us doing a promote.
So there's just a couple of things, like I'm just in there, it's like what is like my market, they struggle on the phone with the close rate. So it's like, if you want to make more per phone call and you don't need to wear a suit, you don't need an office, you just do it from your home, microphone, computer, you're gonna spend less time on the phone. You're gonna have people lined up to work with you. If you want these kind of things, this presentation's for you. Just like speaking to them. I'm not sophisticated language, it's just understanding my market. So let's do this. Let's just do any questions, because I'm gonna want you to do an exercise for about 30 minutes. We're gonna give you a few blocks. You're gonna write to them. As you write inside of these blocks, like that's the components for your sales letter. It doesn't need to be some as long as it has what Mike's been talking about today sprinkled in, you're going to do so much better than not having one. There's not having one, there's having one. Doesn't need to be perfect. So let's break that down. Any questions before we line up the blocks and start writing?
So you talk about it being educational, not teaching.
Well, this is a sales letter though. Mike kind of was talking about the presentation, which we'll dive into tomorrow. It's like what Mike's done with his business is he skipped the sales letter, okay? But he's got like access to lots of high paying clients given to him. So like Mike's not like, you don't have his luxury.
you got to step into it first.
Yeah. Basically Mike doesn't need the sales letter.
Mine's I do joint ventures because I've been in the space for a while. So I'm JV's like,
Yeah. So he's just got all the high ticket buyers. Like, for instance, I could just like tap Mike into my communities and he could just run this promotion in my communities and just siphon all my traffic out. And that's what he's doing. That's literally what he's doing with people. Okay. Yeah. That's good, isn't it? It's good. So the sales letter, which is this component which we're talking about today, the stuff that he's talking about is great because you're going to learn more about it tomorrow. You'll be like, oh, that's what Mike was talking about yesterday. That's in the presentation. Right now is a sales letter. Because the thing is, you can skip the sales letter if you want, and you can do a long form like he's done, the long form. But I'm telling you that we only learn how to do the long form from speaking with the market so much. The best way to speak with the market is live, nose to nose with them, actually interacting with them. Like, are they liking this? Is the chat box? Are they giving me feedback? A live engaged audience is going to give you all of that information. Your Zoom chat box, after the event's over, you can download that. That's just marketing gold. I've never had more marketing gold in my life than our live events. And then that event, if it works, you just take that recording and stick it on a page like Mike said, and just send traffic to it without a sales page. Does all the work, but right now, your list may not buy to that because you may not know how to do it. Set up the the one-day event. But how you do it is with a live audience and sell them.
Are you guys going to, where's the traffic coming from?
Right now internally from the email list,
Internal.
social media.
Okay.
Yeah, no paid ads, no affiliates, no referrals, not in this. It's just an internal campaign. They're gonna, because what I was teaching them, Mike, is we would do those big events that you've seen us run. We do all the paid advertising, and who can spend the most to acquire the lead wins. So I'd outspend everybody in the marketplace. I spend $150, $170 to buy a $1 customer. That means I'm just buying up the marketplace because I can outspend everybody. And I was outspending everybody. And then I can make more from them because of the model, because it turns them into great people. The thing though is that took this big event, this big team. So what we did recently was the list was dead and nobody was applying. We were doing phone sales. So we put up that simple page, this page here, locked it up in the afternoon, sent an email to the list, 100 people bought, 50 people showed who are customers.
Yeah.
Run the 5 pillars at them, and applications coming through the window. Hot ones, smoking hot ones, like Greg.
Yeah, you guys, yeah. Love it.
Actually took this and modeled it, like, link from, Jeff, and, I sold about 27 years I've been in financial industry. So I got 83. Actually, they got a close one from that, but it was from my list using, I just substituted everything that you said here, this is trading.
Nice. There you go. And wait till you leave this event and implement what we're teaching. No, seriously, like this works every time. Like it just works. Obviously, you have to work it. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for you, but this is a model that turns suspects and prospects into raving fans in a single day. Like I got people who are skeptics in the morning, and by the afternoon, they are just raving fans. That's in a day. I can take you years of social media to build that kind of relationship. It could take you years. Okay, so we're going to go into the blocks. Any questions for Mick before we get into some writing? And has he done good, by the way? Good, isn't it? All right, any questions? Which page? We can give you all resources. We'll put into the resource. But this one here is, can you see it on the screen? Yeah. It's like immersive./virtual. Yeah, clientsinabundance.com/immersive-virtual. So what I would do is for each of you, then I want you to work in these sections. So here's what I got. Here's what you get. Here's what to do next. Now, what you can then do is you can go and steal. So like what we used to do is we would call them cut and shuts. So at the bottom of every sales letter, so I would write the lead. So I'd write the story part, like, you know, like the story, here's who I am, here's how I come up with this concept, like I'd write the story. Adam and Mick would write the offer. Okay, they're both better than me. They're writing offers. The most important thing of your business is your offer. That's the most important thing of your business. And Mike and Adam are both better than me than writing offers. So I have to just admit to those guys. So like in chat, I'm like, yep, you guys just better than me at this stuff. But it's the most important thing they're better than me at. Okay, if you want to learn it, you want to learn how to create an offer. You want to learn how to write an offer. You want to learn how to like come up with an offer. You want to learn like everything about an offer you can. Because when you understand how to come up with and create and deliver offers is where the wealth is. Okay. So what they, you know, so what we would then do is we would cut and shut. So the same guarantee from the sales letter would just be stuck on the guarantee. PS stuck in. Like we would use the template. We would just like template these things. Okay, we need a subheadline, a headline, we need a pre-headline, a headline, sub-headline, a lead, introduction. Here's the offer. How much is it going to cost? Here's the bonuses. Here's the guarantee. A load of those things, you can just go and look at sales pages and just swipe them. You don't need to be writing all of that. But there's going to be a few things that you want that are unique, like he said. Here's what I got. Here's what you get. Here's what to do next. Okay? All right. Any questions around this? Because you're going to start doing some writing. Who's excited to do some writing? Okay, people are not so excited. Watch this. Who's excited about making $1 million? See, there's the outcome of writing. The process of writing sucks. Nobody wants the process. But if I sell you $1 million, you like it. Got it? All right. So hate the writing, but you get $1 million, whoever does the best writing. Who's going to do the best writing? Hey, see? All right, enjoy the writing. Let's ladies and gents, specific instructions. So the specific instructions are that you can use, what's the copy? Is it worksheet 4 for the copyright sales copy? Huh? 5. Okay, so number 5. So in number 5, also just write on that what I got. Huh? Here's what it's gonna do for you. And here's what to do next. Now, I'm training a copywriter right now. And what I'm doing for him is simplifying his copy. So he's trying too hard to be a copywriter. And he's trying too hard. I'm like, you got to simplify it. So I've taken like 20 pages down to 13 pages. And I said, you got to get this down to 10 pages. And then once I get my grip on it, I'm going to take it down to 5 pages. I'm going to say the same thing in as least words as possible. So right now, don't try and be these amazing copywriters. Just say it how it is. And that's why Frank Kern's really good at copy. He just says, hey, here's what I got. Here's what it does. Here's what to do next. That's literally his sales framework, isn't it, actually? Yeah. That's actually Frank Kern's. Oh, wow. That's interesting, isn't it? No, he's a much more
You learned it from John Carlton too.
Oh, he learned it from Carlton. He's a really good copywriter, but he makes things really simple, doesn't he, Frank?
Yeah.
So it's okay, Chad. So here's what I got. Here's what you get. Here's what to do next.
So that's what we look at worksheet 5. Just do those 3 things.
Okay, so
Yeah, worksheet 5 is going to be the framework overview, which here's what I got, here's what it's going to do for you. And here's what I want you to do next is actually going to accomplish, because that's your way to grade them, right? It's like, here's what I got. We're going to do underwater basket weave. You missed the persuasion equation. There's no painful problem or desire, right? So just write, here's what I got. Here's what it's going to do for you. And here's what I want you to do next.
Encompassing all those things.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, it should encompass all this. Yeah, correct. That's like the grading formula for all of it.
So what we
Right.
want, the outcome that we want is that they buy something at the end, is that
They buy a ticket to your one-day event,
It's like $1 or something.
$10.
So I'll make this really easy for you
Yeah.
guys. Here's what I want you guys to write. Starting X date, I'm putting together a group of how many people you want at your event. And I'm showing them exactly how to insert your outcome. Yep. So starting with the date you're gonna do your event, or on this date, I'm putting together a group of how many people you want. This is the message of here's what I got. I'm just giving it to you in plain English. So example for mine is I do a 6-week Zoom workshop, right? So I say, starting November 9th, every Wednesday via Zoom, I'm putting together a group of 24 marketers and showing them exactly how to pre-sell lead gens for 3 to 5K per month. That's my event. Here's what I got. This is what I'm doing. All right? So that's your line is on this date, putting together this many people, and I'm showing them whatever your outcome is that you train people on.
May not know how many people there are, we?
So just put a blank number in, like put in 20, 30, like 50 people at your event. How many people do you want at your event?
Well, you could say we are limited. You could say because your Zoom's limited to 100. We are limited on this date. We are teaching this. We're limited to 100 people who can join.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, or like we're limited to 50 people who can join virtually.
Then say, here's what it's going to do for you. During the one-day event, you and I will go over everything you need to know about your topic. How to whatever. So for mine, I say during the 6 weeks, could be during one day. During the one day, you and I will go over everything you need to know to be able to consistently turn business owners who have never heard of you into high-paying recurring lead gen clients.
So on this one day, you are going to learn, and then
What you're going to teach them. So give me someone's business and I'll do it off the fly. Hypnosis. Okay. So on X date, I'm putting together a group of 100 people. Is it on Zoom, the seminar?
Yeah.
Yep,
On Zoom. And I'm going to show them exactly what's your specific, concrete, tangible benefit. Perfect. I'm going to teach you how to make a full-time job replacing income by landing comedy hypnosis kids, right? So I'm going to teach you that's it. So on that date,
so he's got that. So now we go into the next. So you go into the next thing. Just grab this attention. Say the headline, Mick. So it's on this date. I'm allowing on this date 100. I'm going to be gathering 100 want to be hypnosis or like hypnotists
on Zoom. And I'm going to show them
Zoom.
exactly how to create a job replacing income by doing comedy hypnosis.
By doing
End
comedy
of sentence.
hypnosis. Okay, done. Now the next block. You're about to learn. Now you go into the steps.
Correct.
So now you're going to learn, first of all, how to hypnotize people so you can actually, so you don't get shown up when you're on stage, so you can actually, confidently stand on that stage and do your hypnosis. So secondly, we're going to show you how to, we're going to show you the best tricks and the best acts that get the most laughs at any comedy gig that gets the most people to want to refer you to friends and also get you to come back and do repeat shows. The next thing we're going to do is show you all of the business aspects so you can actually enjoy just being a hypnotist and not worry about being in an office like with all the business stuff. We've got all that covered. So it's just like cut and paste business model.
Here's what it will do.
And then it's like, then the next thing is like where to get your first 5 comedy gigs so you can quit your job and actually be a full-time hypnotist by the end of next week. register here. Can you just see how like some of these listeners are like, oh yeah, I'm signed up for that one. Makes sense.
Yep, the bullet point is that here's what this is gonna do for you. So really what you wanna say, that I'm just giving, mine as an example, it's like, during the one-day event, you and I, because you always speak to one person, even if there's 100 on the Zoom, you and I will go over everything you need to know to create a full-time income while being a comedy hypnosis. Right? One sentence, you could add all stuff in. Then you'll also walk away knowing the best gigs to land, how to land them, the best corporate, how to land, like all the stuff that he was saying, right? And you just tell them what is it going to do for them? What are they going to walk away from your one-day event knowing how to do? What capabilities are they going to have? And then you write out all those in bullet points. Like, so for example, I'll give you mine, right? You and I will go over everything you need to know to be able to consistently turn business owners that have never heard of you into high-paying recurring lead gen clients, 3K a month or more, in less than 48 hours of them discovering. You'll also walk away knowing how to generate leads within 24 hours of clients saying yes, using my 60-minute social ad system, right? I'm going to teach you the exact service I sell, which commands a premium price of 3K to 8K per client and takes less than 1 hour to set up. So I'm like, I add more, it's a little bit more advanced, but like you're just adding benefits on benefits on benefits of what they're going to walk away from your one day.
So so let me just, let's throw up like Gerard. So what's yours? Yeah, so if you want to just write that out and then they can see it on the screen, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, then look, so when I train copywriters, the biggest thing we got to work on with every newbie copywriter is like, what is the specific, concrete, tangible benefit? Because everyone goes into like, especially in the coaching space, it's like everyone has something that isn't specific, concrete, or tangible. It's like, oh, I'm going to teach people hypnosis. Okay. No offense, but like, I'm only picking on because he's out of the room to watch the recordings. But it's like like the next thing he gave was so good, which was like a job replacing income. That's like concrete. You can visualize that in your head. If you listen to my sales letter, which this little thing that's done well over $1 million. So it works. But let me pull it up here. Like it's very specific and concrete. Like you're gonna learn how to generate leads in 24 hours. You're gonna learn how to land a 3K to 5K client. It's like specific, concrete, tangible. Like I drill that over and over with people that I train to write copy. So it's like, how do you take what you have? Like instead of saying how to lose weight, it's like how to lose 15 pounds in 7 days. Like what's more powerful? The specific concrete thing. Because like what you're doing as a copywriter is we're messaging. You're sending a message from your head into there. The fuzzier the message is, the less impactful it is. Like one of the companies that I work for was a guy named Travis Sago, and he sold a program on helping women during their dating stage get married. So it's like, how do you make that concrete, specific, tangible? Like a young woman, she named the program, Girl Gets Ring. Like so good. Concrete, specific, tangible. The girl gets the ring. Like, so how do you take what you sell and make it so like from their point of view, there'd be specific, concrete, tangible evidence of that outcome? That's what you say your event's about. During the one-day event, here's what you're gonna learn. Like with Alex's there, it was like you could visualize him doing a sales call, his sales system, right? You're going to hear me land like my thing. It's like, I'm going to show you a case study of how I brought in $60,450, right? It's my case study. So it's not an income claim. You guys can say that. Like of how I brought in 60,000 in 77 days. Bang, concrete, tangible result. Like if I was to do a one-day event, I was like, during the one-day event, I'm going to show you exactly how I was able to get the specific, concrete, tangible result.
And then the bullets then just breaking it down a bit. So like, because like, okay, how am I going to become a full-time hypnosis? They got questions to that.
Yep.
So you start to answer those questions but you can use all of the elements we're talking about in here. So, you know, you're going to learn like, well, I don't want to like, what if I can't hypnotize people? Like, this is a guaranteed method that by the time you leave this 1-day event, you will know, maybe not you will know how to hypnotize people on command anytime you like, whether it be to, you know, to help them break a habit, or, which I'm really going to be teaching you at this event, how to be a stage hypnotist and land hypnotist shows. So you'll know exactly, not only will you know exactly how to hypnotize everybody or anybody that wants to be hypnotized by you, but we'll also show you the best tricks to do on stage, so you don't have to waste your time doing stupid shows. We'll just show you which ones get the best laughs, and we'll also show you which ones get the best referrals. We'll show you, do you understand? So your building is like, oh, I want that, I want that. That's what those bullets should be doing. Overcoming objections and removing pain island and desire island, that Mike calls them, you know, pain and hell. It's like removal of pain. It's like, finally, you would have picked a niche by the end of this presentation. No longer do you have to like be flip-flopping between,
Yeah, that's a great bullet.
between niches. You'll finally have a profitable niche. We'll show you the most wealthy niches you can go in and extract. It depends. You is either go and add value, if that's the type of person, or extract from, if it's that type of person. So are we clear now on this? Good. Just write some bullets out. Go on, Gerard. And do you have more? Well, that's it. That's the secret. Well, go on. Let me just jump in first and mix that. But that's it. I want to keep it blind. We're about to, in this 1-day event, you're going to see exactly how we build communities without using influencers, and where the traffic, the influencers, and where the traffic, the influencers get it from, just tap into it without using influencers. Well, I want to know that. That's blind copy. I want to know that from.
I would say, like, again, specific, how to land, how to have your first 1,000 followers, like putting a number on. Like, here's how to get your first 2,000 followers using, like, that's what you're going to walk away. I'm going to show you the exact techniques. What's your thing again? Yeah. So I'm going to show, like, you're going to walk away knowing how to build a community of at least 1,000 people in your Web3 business without spending a dime on traffic or anything on promotion, by harnessing the power of influence. Like, I'm always just thinking, how can I make it more specific? So it's like, then they start, like, people are always doing the math. Like, it's 1,000 people. Is that worth? Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's a community, right? The community is just a list of people that you can market to over and over again. So it's like build a community of your first 5,000 members without spending any money on whatever.
Like where, like tap, like, and also like tap into, like, you know, we're going to show you how to build your first 5,000 people into your community without any paid ads, without having to use influencers. And we'll even show you where all of the influencers getting their traffic from in 2022. Just go to the source. So it's kind of like, okay, I get 5,000 people. I don't need to use influencers. And there's a secret backdoor to where the influencers getting their traffic. Huh. Now is the desires like tickling the fancy. Like, I want to know that. Like, what is that?
Yeah. And then obviously you have a process, right? So when you do the A to B exercise, you're like, what are the things that Web3 people have to do to build their community? Like, list out some of the things. What is it?
For the most part, it's them getting on video.
And then do a what with video?
Yeah, because they usually don't get on video.
Okay, so it's like, you know, you'll walk away knowing, knowing, you gotta find a way to make it like sexy for them. So you're like, hey, get on video. That's the secret. It's gotta be like, you'll figure out the exact, you know, messaging of, you know, you'll learn our video outreach technique to reach out to other influencers. And you'll walk away with the exact scripts all the setups so that you'll walk away knowing, how to send video outreach messages, even if you think you suck on camera. Like, even if you're super shy, we give you the scripts, we give you all this stuff.
Yeah.
That way you'll leave my 1-day event with the ability, with just your iPhone, to create these outreach messages, which X amount of people will do. Like, we use nothing more than an iPhone and a basic understanding of lighting, and my scripts. I'll give you a process to where, you can send video outreach messages in a counterintuitive way that's going to grow your community and land you your first 1,000 members, like something like that. I can just go off the top of my head. So
Yeah, it's just like you got to make the unsexy sexy. So it's like I use like labels. So as an example for the letter Mike was talking about earlier, like it was coined the super list method. It's 10 times more effective than a mailing list. If you're just building a mailing list, you're getting left behind. In this day and age, you need to be building a super list. And a super list is just a list of customers, but it's a list of people who've already given you money. And so the truth is a customer list is more valuable than a list.
like you put a name on it, like there's something like, we'll read from my sales numbers. It's like, you'll also walk away knowing how to build a bonus prospect. Like really, that's just my cold email system. I call it that because it delivers you pre-motivated, pre-qualified, pre-sold prospects to you without ever picking up the phone. Together, we'll assemble a phoneless prospecting machine for you that seduces and educates your prospect so that 90% of the selling is done before you've ever personally interacted with them. In other words, it will be like having a 24/7, 365 day a year top performing salesman doing the work for you. Like that's like what you're going to walk away from my course knowing how to do. That sound pretty good?
Yeah.
But that comes from your Hell Island, Heaven Island, and like, what are all the things you're teaching them? And then dressing it up. Like I could have just said, oh, I just teach them how to cold email to a education-based marketing video. Like that sounds okay, but like I made it sexy. It's like the phoneless prospecting machine that pre-sales. It's like a top performance salesman that works for you 365.
So
I've been doing this stuff for years though. So
yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. So like this, we're trying to make it simple for you. So this can go very deep. It's like, so as an example, so Mick's going to teach me something and it's cold email. Okay. And so I want to learn cold email. But like, as I start teaching it, because it's learn, apply, teach. So I've got to learn it. And Mick and Adam and a couple of others are going to teach me. Mick doesn't know yet, but he now knows. And I'm going to learn cold email. I'm going to apply it and I'm going to teach it. Well, I'm already thinking about what I'm going to call it when I teach it. So I'm thinking of names for it right now, like pinpoint marketing. It's just like, I'm just thinking of these names. So then, because there's going to be dozens or hundreds of people teaching cold email, but nobody's teaching pinpoint marketing. So Video Authority Accelerator, that's fine as a thing. Video Authority Accelerator, it's okay. Huh? Well, but we can come up with more of it. It's a start.
it's a process.
It's
like,
yeah.
And really the way that I think about it now is like, I want feedback as fast as I can from the market.
Yeah.
Because I want my market to write my marketing.
And for everybody, listen to this. This is really important for all of you who have been through Clients in Abundance. With Clients in Abundance, it takes a long time to come up with your power content. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, that is gone. That's gone. Because there's no scripting. Tomorrow you're going to make a presentation and you're going to do it live. You got one take. You're going to have a live audience and you go in. Here it is. There is none of that like wasting months, 6 months, 12 months. I'm stuck with this thing. Like Mark, that's Mick and Mike together become Mark. As Mick just said, he wants to get feedback as quick as possible. And that's what I'm forcing all of you into right now. This thing now is like, you're in this immersive experience, right? So that presentation's, tomorrow you're going to make it tomorrow, and then you're going to go and deliver it on your one day. That's it. And it's either going to work or it's not. That's the feedback. I believe it's going to work though.
Yeah, if you do very basic,
Yeah.
I'll start to I'm like, here's what I got, here's what it's gonna do for you, here's what I want you to do next. And then it's like, listen to the feedback. They'll tell you like, oh, I feel shy about doing videos. And you're like, okay, that's a bullet now. How to do videos, even if you're super shy, bang, covered, like they just keep telling you what to put back in your sales letter.
Yes.
And it keeps adapting until eventually it looks like you do a sales letter and people are like, well, here's $5,000 without even getting on the phone with you, which is what I have it set up now, but it didn't start like that. That's the thing. It's like, going back and forth with a market, figure out everything that they want, and then also like thinking about it and making the sales letter like living structure. Which we have the benefit of nowadays. It's not like we're sending like direct mail to 1,000 people. It's like
Yeah.
the stuff's cheap as like we live in an amazing time where it's like
Yeah.
you literally can whip this stuff up, mail it to if you got a list or whatever. Like screw it, just do it right away. Get some feedback.
And there's just iterations. It's like, you're going to do it, you're going to learn, and you're going to do it again, and you're going to get better. And I'll be teaching more of that tomorrow, like the iterations of it. The same with the sales letter. You're going to put something together, do it. And if you can start it simple, it can become more advanced as you get feedback from the audience. If you start it advanced without the audience, you're going to lose the audience. Simple, real simple. And I like, go on. It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that bit. I think I get that.
Thank you.
Right, the first little paragraph you gave us, I've scribbled over it so many times I can't now read it anymore. On this date, sorry.
So all the day you're doing your live event.
So you're going to put on this day.
Yeah,
and
on
then it's
this.
30 to 50 people.
Yeah, like could be 100 people on Zoom. Like I'm getting together a group of 100 people on Zoom. And I'm going to show them exactly how to, or I'm going to teach them exactly how to. What's your big specific concrete? Like his was, I'm going to teach Web3 influencers how to build, how to get the first 1,000 people in their community. Bang, specific concrete 10. Like what his was like, I'm going to show you how to make a full-time living as a comedy hypnotist. Bang, like done. And then it's like during the event, and then you go through all your milestones and what you're going to teach them.
Also, Gerard's could be, in this one-day event, I'm going to show you how to build your first 1,000 people in your influencer audience to make your first $1,000 as an influencer.
Yeah.
In this one-day event, I'm going to show you how to get your first 1,000 followers as an influencer and make your first 1,000 people as an influencer and make your first $1,000. Like, so 111. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Because that's it. Is they want to be an influencer, they want to follow, and they want to make money. It's like, I'm going to show you how to become, in this one-day event, I'm going to show you how to make money as an influencer. But not only that, you're going to see exactly on this one day how to get your first 1,000 following and make your first $1,000 before you leave the event. Didn't say you're going to make it. You're going to see how. It's a difference. Sleight of word. It's like sleight of hand, right?
And then if you've done it before, you could even do like in my event, I'm going to show you how I did this result and then how you can model my process.
Yeah.
Like that's that. If you look at the headline from my education-based marketing material, like a lot of the stuff that I do, it's always like, here's how I got this result. And model my process. And I get the specific concrete benefits because I'm showing you like real proof of my stuff. Like here's how in one niche I brought in $60,000, 450 cents, $450 in 77 days. And then I'm like, well, what are the objections that someone have, without being an expert, without spending any money on advertising, like if you look at the headline for my thing, it's like just nails it.
Yeah.
That's why it works so well.
But we know what they want. So I like that, In this one-day event, you're about to learn how to become an influencer and how to get your first 1,000 followers and make your first $1,000 before you leave this event. In fact, we're going to show you like where the influencers get the traffic, like how to be a video influencer, even if you're shy, like how to start every video to capture the attention, how to go viral, like how to, like, whatever the things are, you start those bullets, they're just in there. Like, this is what you get. So for me, it would be how to get traffic, how to convert that traffic, sales, how to service them, leads, app, sales, service. I just hit on those things. You're about to learn where to get the traffic. You're going to learn how to drive the traffic to your website. You're going to learn how to convert the traffic. You're going to learn the reverse sales process to get them to come on a phone call and buy from you versus you have to sell them. If you hate hardcore closing, this is going to be, this is the furthest thing from hardcore closing you've ever seen. It's what we call, like, order collection, whatever it may be. Yes.
Just explain to them what they're gonna walk away knowing. Like,
Yeah.
just write it like, I just try to do it freehand. Like, what am I gonna teach this person? And then what are they gonna walk away knowing? And then you just keep rewriting it, making it sexier, adding in, like, even if they have these objections, add in some stuff like, like a FAQ to your sales page, very easy. Like on mine, I say like, after I explain, like, here's what I'm doing, my 6-week workshop, here's what you're gonna walk away knowing. I explain what you're gonna walk away knowing, just a couple of paragraphs, and then I'm like, well, by now, I bet you probably got a bunch of questions. And here's some of the common questions. It's like, when does the
Yeah, and the main thing is this for all of you, because it's really good. You bring a good point, and Mick just said it, but I don't know if anybody picked it up. Whenever I write a sales letter, I'm just writing it first of all, and I remember I'm not writing to the market straight away. I'm just writing. Oh, they're going to learn this. 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 They got this objection. I'm writing those out. Then I'm sexying all that stuff up. I'm like, I need to teach them sales. What am I going to call it? The recession-proof selling system, the reverse selling system, the A-frame method. I'm sexying those things up. They're gonna need to learn traffic. Well, do they want to? Do they want to do it without paid ads? Okay, you're gonna learn how to get all the traffic you want without ever spending a penny on paid ads. You're gonna be able to like make sense. So like this is the no paid ads method. The no paid ads traffic method. Get all the traffic you ever need without spending a single penny on a paid ad. Like that's a bullet now. And then, so I'm just doing it first and then I try and make it sexy the second round. Agree?
Yeah, that's why the prep work is important, like Hell Island, Heaven Island.
Yeah.
And then what's all the stuff that I'm going to teach them to get from Hell Island to Heaven Island?
Usually too short or too long, makes it like a sweet spot.
Yeah, it's like, look,
I've heard the crude joke on this by Gary Halbert.
let's hear it. We're in Vegas.
No.
Watch telling.
He's like, it should be the length of a woman's skirt, just enough to say everything you need, just enough to cover everything. No longer. That was his really crude joke about it, but it's kind of right. It's like, you got to get enough, like, you shouldn't ever limit yourself, but it shouldn't be like super boring. Right. So you want to cover, like, here's what I got, here's what it's going to do for you, and then go through it and enter in the conversation. Like, here's what I got, here's what it will do for you, and here's what I want you to do next. And then I reread it as if I'm like stepping into their shoes. And then I'm like, if I'm like, oh, that's BS, then I'm like, oh, I'll write a section here being like, oh, and I bet you're thinking this is BS. And then I handle that objection. And then if I go through this, I'm like, he probably got a bunch of old questions by now, that old reader of mine. So I'll put in a line like this. You can put up my sales letter again. I'm like, towards the end, I'm like, now if I were you, I'd imagine you got a bunch of questions. At the risk of writing the Magna Carta, I'm going to answer some questions I'm sure you have below. Can I use your process to sell existing lead gen products? Answer. Are there any bonuses? Oh, great. Glad you asked. Of course there's bonuses. Here's what you get. Are there any additional tools or software I need to buy to join your program? For my process, you only need Facebook advertising and a cold email software, approximately $50, and a page builder. Quick funnels will do. The rest are tools you like, blah, blah, blah. How many people are going to be in the workshop with me? I've kept it small, 24. Any more than that, it gets a little too crowded on Zoom, right? To give you personal attention. So I'm like, all right, but I wrote out here's what I got, here's what I want you to do, and here's what I want you to do next first. And I reread it, and I'm like, well, what is he thinking? And then I'll just then that's how the sale will become big. But it starts really small.
So I want to just hit on a few things to, give some frame here. So as I brought Mick in, I wanted him to speak on the importance of good copy. Okay. If you don't think that you're a copywriter, then you've got to really understand the business we're in. You're in the marketing of your business. You're in the sales of your business, not in the business. You are not a hypnotist. You're in the business of marketing and selling hypnotist products. So good copy is the difference between, like, for instance, Greg's business. What's amazing about Greg's business, there's one lever in his business that's going to take him from 107,000 a month to 214,000 a month. We double the business by one move that he doesn't have to do. One move, leverage. One move doubles his business. Same with copy. You change the headline. The headline can take you from a 10% to a 20%. One headline change. Never again do you have to do anything different. Your business has just doubled. Your business doubled from one move. So just understanding good copy gives you an advantage over the competition. And what Mick said is the only problem you have is competition. That's the only problem you have is competition. So to beat the competition, you need to understand the market. Marketing is about understanding the market. Direct response marketing is actually the conveying the message, like, going to market and get a direct response.